Hello, 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 chat. We are live with day number XYZ of Tata Steel Chess. Welcome, Saj bhai. Insert day.
भाई insert it's day 5 chat. Day 5 and very exciting day because कोई भी इंडियन एक इंडियन के अगेंस्ट नहीं खेल रहा है आज.
या एंड आज वो दिन है जहां पे पॉइंट्स बटोरने हैं। होता है ना ऐसे, मतलब जब आप कोई वीडियो गेम खेल रहे होते हो उसमें एक इजी स्टेज आता है जहाँ पे सारे कॉइन आप लपेट सकते हो ये करके। ये वही वीडियो गेम का पार्ट है जहाँ पे एक एक कॉइन हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, सब ले लेंगे। सो मीनवाइल अगर हम पेयरिंग देखें, स्टैंडिंग्स देखें, लेट्स स्टार्ट द डे विद सम हाइप्ड अप सिचुएशंस कि कौन कितना पानी में है, कौन कितना दूध में है। लेट्स गो, लेट्स ऑफ द स्टैंडिंग इस बार प्रोड्यूसर साहब लगा दो समय भाई, देखते हैं क्या है सिचुएशन। एंड स्टैंडिंग्स में हैंस नीमन एंड नोदरबेक ऑन टॉप विद 3 पॉइंट्स एंड 2.5 पॉइंट पे है अर्जुन एरिगेसी, 2 पॉइंट पे है गुकेश, 1.5 पॉइंट पे अरविंद एंड 1 पॉइंट पे है प्रग साज भाई।
भाई आधे आधे पॉइंट का फर्क क्या बिटवीन ऑल द इंडियंस बेसिकली. अर्जुन और
सो
गुकेश में
इंडियंस
आधे
आर एवरीवेयर,
पॉइंट. Also,
एवरीवेयर।
very important point is कि today's round is very important for the leaderboard because Hans is playing against Nodirbek today.
Yeah, that's an important clash at the top. I think knowing both of them, knowing the fact कि hands की I think white है, and also कल rest day है, the first rest day. I think it's possible कि they might just play it safe. Yeah, both of them take that draw and move to 3.5, guaranteed maintain their lead. But that means the chance for Arjun, for example, to catch up if he can win today. So क्या हमारे पास पेयरिंग्स है आज की पर नजर मारना चाहेंगे? देयर इट इज फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल द लीडर्स हैंस नीमन अगेंस्ट नोदरबेक एंड साज भाई। इंडियन बैटल्स में फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इट इज काइमर अगेंस्ट अरविंद। भाई कितना इंपॉर्टेंट गेम है अरविंद के करियर के लिए, आई एम गोना से।
Yeah, for sure. And Vincent also not in the best shape in this event so far. He's on 1.5 points, which is a bit worrying. But Arvind ke bhi 1.5 hai. Both of them, Arvind had that really bad game yesterday against Hans, jahan pe Hans, completely dominated from, it felt like he was dominating from move one. And he's looking to make that comeback. But yes, very, very important match. And we have Arjun versus Fedoseev as well, jo ek aur, matlab, a match that promises to be प्रॉपर तबाही भाई.
सो साज भाई मेरा एक सवाल है एंचर्ड आपसे भी। अगर यहाँ पे कोई गेम हो, अगर हम पेयरिंग एक बार लगाते पेयरिंग फिर से, जस्ट वाना चेक मे फॉर 1 सेकंड, ओके मे बी आप भी लोग चुके हैं लोग। इसमें सबसे लंबी गेम कौन सी चलेगी साहज भाई? बिकॉज यू सीन एक गेम लंबी चलती है।
जहां पे गुकेश खेल रहा है भाई.
नहीं साहज भाई, आई थिंक इट विल बी अर्जुन गेम।
भाई भाई एक एक मैगी हो जाए इस बात पे.
आई टेल यू भाई, क्योंकि अगर कफेदोसी हार रहा होगा तो अटके जा सकता है ना भाई।
शॉट्स
ओके, जोक्स
फायर्ड.
जोक्स जोक्स भाई, जोक्स। अरे यार मजाक कर रहा हूँ मैं। नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक इन दैट केस
शॉट्स
टाइम से
फायर्ड
जीत
भाई.
जीत जाएगा अर्जुन।
शॉट्स
अरे
फायर्ड
मजाक कर रहा हूँ। आई
क्रेजी.
थिंक आई जस्ट हर्ड
ह्यूज
दिस
इफ
स्टोरी
ट्रू भाई,
समवेयर।
ह्यूज.
Huge if true, huge if true. But meanwhile, we have the world champion. Let's go. It is Gukesh with the black pieces against the lowest seed of the event, a very talented chess player, Thai Dai Van. But can he match up to Gukesh, the world champion, who is playing some amazing chess? So, अभी क्या लग रहा है क्या होगा आज?
भाई एक बार व्हाट्सएप देख लेना आप. जस्ट फॉरगॉट टू मेंशन दिस प्रायर.
हाँ
बट या
हाँ
बड़ा
हाँ हाँ
इंपॉर्टेंट है वो.
हाँ।
एंड यस भाई बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट डे. आई थिंक फॉर अर्जुन ही इज ऑल्सो प्लेइंग विद द वाइट पीसेस, सो कुछ इट प्रोमिसेस कि भाई कुछ ना कुछ क्रेजी वो ओपनिंग में लेके आएगा जरूर. दैट इज फॉर श्योर. आई मीन 10 चालों के बाद अर्जुन का 20 मिनट का एडवांटेज होना चाहिए भाई क्लॉक पे.
Yeah, and also Fedoseev resigned against Hans quickly. So if Arjun were to get an edge, I think that game could end quickly. And Fedoseev, very passionate about the game, very strong player. I think 2750 के आसपास पहुंचने वाले थे. He's been around that mark, yeah, 27, 30, 40 mark, trying to reach the top 10, top 20 of the world. So it will be interesting to see that game. And Arjun की prep crazy होगी. And meanwhile, of course, Anish Giri against Pragg. Sahaj bhai, Anish मतलब escaping barely yesterday against Arjun. Now with the black pieces, I think this is make or break. जो ये गेम हारेगा, that's just the worst situation to be in at the first rest day of this event.
या फॉर श्योर द टू कैंडिडेट्स प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट वन अनदर. एंड आज के दिन के बाद जो एक कैंडिडेट बचेगा हु विल बी ऑन द लोएस्ट पॉइंट्स इन द इंटायर इवेंट, which is
Hmm.
going to be crazy. And to be honest, like I think Pragg ke liye still I think it's more or less okay because I think I think he has found his footing more or less. But Anish ke liye
Let's
I'm still a bit
go.
stressed.
Handshakes clocks have been started. I think Pragg सोच रहे हैं, मेडिटेट कर रहे हैं, VD style. Wow, I think this is what VD used to do ना, like clock चलते ही सोच रहा है. So editors, let's go.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है. Still waiting to see his first move. अभी तक बोर्ड पे नहीं आई है. You know कि बोर्ड पे बहुत जल्दी आ जाती है. He is meditating.
By this is Vd. Oh, he copied Vd's technique. Wow. I hope he pays Vd some royalty there.
Okay, I mean, बहुत लोगों ने पहले मेडिटेशन
नहीं,
एंड
but
कम ऑन
clock
कर
दबाने
दिया.
के बाद वीडी करता था. People used to do it before the game and after whatever. Like ये तो वीडी का स्टाइल है भाई. I
भाई, I
have to.
used to do this like so many times in my matches. So many times.
Then वीडी owes you royalty भाई.
नहीं भाई, क्या बात.
And D4 on the board. Oh yeah, E4 on the board by Pragg actually. And देखते हैं यहाँ पे अनीश कैसे मैच करेंगे.
Sicilian.
Ooh.
Maybe night off, yeah? When Anish plays Sicilian, you know it's night off.
Interesting. And I think both players going for the kill. That's a great sign for us as fans. कोई कह रहा है भाई 20 भाई साहज भाई टिक्कू भाई कल वाले कप. भाई तुम मेरे और साहज की फ्लाइट टिकट और रहने का पैसे दो, हम जाके खड़े हो जाएंगे वहां पे यार. तुम क्या दिमाग काम कर रहे हो यार.
भाई, couple of
क्या.
players तो दिख रहे हैं ना यहाँ पे, वो तो है ना
हाँ
भाई.
वही विल बी द कपल ऑफ प्लेयर्स टुमारो. गिव अस
Yes.
द भेज दो भाई. एनीवेज मीनवाइल as Pragg thinks on move number 2, okay, he's played knight to f3. I'm expecting a knight off from Anish. I think he has a course on it as well, right?
Yes, the one of the most famous courses on Chessable, by the way. The one of
Ooh.
the most, if not the most famous one.
I don't know what fort means, but let's go to the Gukesh's game. Sahaj bhai abhi. अच्छा फोटो था क्या उसके साथ. My bad.
हाँ भाई, गुकेश के बोर्ड पे जाते हैं to catch the
हाँ.
first few moves. We have the Queen's Indian. Interesting choice by the world champion. So d4 knight f6 c4 e6 knight f3 b6 हुआ. g3 goes bishop a6. It's very very logical. White plays b3 to defend the pawn on c4 and he goes d5. So good prep there. Some interesting prep. In fact, इस line का नाम है Nimzowitsch variation, quiet line. Literally, it's called quiet line.
Wow. Quiet line. Hmm. Hmm.
Huge of
Hmm.
true.
Hmm. Hmm.
भाई कैटलन नहीं है चैट है बिकॉज कैटलन जैसा लग रहा है एक्चुअली, बट कैटलन है नहीं है बिकॉज वाइट का ब्लैक का बिशप थोड़ा ए6 पे बैठा हुआ है तो स्लाइटली डिफरेंट टू इट, बट या इट रिजेंबल्स
Hmm.
कैटलन फॉर श्योर.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है. एक बार फिर से बोलो ना भाई, क्या बढ़िया शब्द यूज करे आपने.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
ग्रेट.
भाई क्वाइट
अमेजिंग.
वेरिएशन है ना भाई, तो क्वाइट नहीं रहोगे तो हाउ विल यू अप्रिशिएट द ब्यूटी
क्वाइट
ऑफ
का
द
मतलब होता
वेरिएशन.
है भाई चुप, उसमें भी हूं करोगे तो वो तो फिर क्वाइट थोड़ी ना होगा.
Okay then. दाल में
ओके.
कुछ तो काला है दया.
दरवाजा तोड़ दो.
So yeah, I think quite interesting and quite, yeah, literally quite interesting तो पता नहीं. But Bishop G2 and Gukesh prepared लग रहा है. And the one thing about facing somebody who's let's say 2650 is maybe उनका opening variance is not as much as let's say somebody like Gukesh. So it might be easier to predict कि वो क्या खेलेंगे. तो गुकेश की prep, I trust it. I think उन्होंने कुछ fancy निकाला होगा जहां पे उनको winning chances दोनों साइड को मिलेंगे. And hopefully Gukesh converts it at the end. So साज भाई बढ़िया लग रही पोजीशन. Let's check out the
भाई
game of Arjun maybe.
भाई, लेट्स गो टू Prague. Look at
क्या
this.
हो गया?
We have Sozin. Come on. We have Sicilian Sozin on the board. Bhai, against Anish Giri. Sahil bhai, I have actually literally written a course on this exact position before.
साथ में कहाँ ले सकते हैं लोग वो कोर्स?
Chessable पे भाई, it's my most recent course.
And
Last year आया था वो, and it's on this exact same opening. Bhai, I would love to see Anish play knight bd7 or b5 and then bishop e3 and then you try to castle on the long side. It is a very 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 sharp opening भाई, मजा ही आ गया
या
already.
कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन? अनीश ऑलरेडी रिग्रेटिंग कि भाई सहाज का कोर्स लेना चाहिए था या फिर एटलीस्ट सेकंड तो बना ही देता. मैंने बोला था वर्ल्ड कप में कि बनाऊंगा सेकंड, बट आई फॉरगॉट अबाउट इट. एंड नाउ आई एम वंडरिंग कि भाई क्या मेरे से गलती हो चुकी है. बिकॉज चैट लेट्स कीप इन माइंड ये बहुत कम खेलते हैं आजकल लोग. बिशप C4 एक टाइम पे बहुत ट्रेंडी था एंड फिशर की चॉइस थी ऑफ कोर्स. फिशर सोचते नहीं नाम है ओपनिंग का, बट इट वाज सो पॉपुलर वन पॉइंट. बट देन साथ भाई लोगों ने खेलना छोड़ दिया. ऐसा क्यों?
Because I think engines की वजह से bishop g5 was like a more promising variation and English attack with bishop e3 is also a very promising line, but इसका एक resurgence है, मतलब at the
Hmm.
top level. Like I think I'm seeing a couple of players try it out, but problem इसमें ये कि अगर black को सब पता है ना इसमें, तो it's very hard to prove an advantage. But of
Hmm.
course that's true for every single line. But yeah, that's the reason why it fell out of fashion. But for me, like I used to play this by so often when I was younger. And I've had like some of my nicest games have been in this variation. So it promises to be a very, very exciting line, I think, for white.
Yeah, and also I think यहाँ पे e6 square बहुत soft रहता है, साज भाई, a word we used a lot yesterday. So कई बार knight e6, bishop e6 ideas दिमाग में रहते हैं. And I personally
Exactly.
used to knight d7 यहाँ पे साज भाई with the idea of knight c5. What does your course recommend against knight d7?
It's actually one of the most annoying lines, yeah, knight bd7. Like
Yeah, yeah, it's
in
just
this
bishop पे
variation,
नजर रखो
you
भाई
should
बस.
go bishop e3 regardless.
हाँ.
Basically, the difference is कि मैंने ना like for a long time when I was writing the course, I was checking out bishop b3, knight bd7 for a long time, and then उसके बाद कुछ problems आ रही थी like after bishop e3. And black had this one specific setup. मैं ज़्यादा details में नहीं जा रहा, but one specific setup there was which was a bit annoying, and उसकी वजह से मैंने bishop c4 e6 bishop e3 दे दिया यहाँ पे, which is like just saying कि knight bd7 is actually a very bad move here, क्योंकि वहाँ पे आपको bishop e6 आपको directly आप मार सकते हो जो आप कह रहे थे. तो इसलिए बिशप b3, but it's so easy to transpose this into the course. And another very important point here, Sahil, is that if black goes bishop e7, which looks very natural, g4 and white is already like much 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 better.
भाई इस ओपनिंग में क्या अटैक लग सकता है अनीश के ऊपर. ही वांटेड अ काम पोजीशन भाई, बट सडनली ही इज गोना फेस द wrath ऑफ द कैंडिडेट. ओके, he's himself a candidate, but yeah, both players not doing so well in this tournament, but this could be the turnaround for one of them. Who will it be? We'll find out soon on the other side. Meanwhile, let's check out Arjun's game against Fedoseev. Saj bhai, starting moves क्या है, because Arjun तो बोर्ड पे नहीं है.
भाई ये है रागोजन. d4 knight f6 c4 e6 knight f3 d5 knight c3 bishop b4 is known as Ragozin, and Arjun has gone queen b3. And I actually play Ragozin with the black pieces a lot. And queen b3 is a sideline जो काफी annoying actually black के लिए. Like you need to know it on the day. It's that type of a line. अगर if I go back, इस position में बहुत games हैं. And queen b3, like the most popular move is bishop g5, which has around 5,500 games, something like that. cd5 has around 5,000 games. Queen a4 check has around 3,000 something games. But queen b3 only has 688 games. That's it. तो
Got
ही इज
it.
ऑलरेडी साइड स्टेपिंग, बट एंड ब्लैक को यहाँ पे लेकिन ओनली मूव्स निकालनी है. लाइक बेसिकली हियर c5 इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल इट्स लाइक अ हैंड मूव, मतलब थियोरेटिकल ये तो पता होती है ब्लैक को, बट उसके बाद का इट कैन बी अ बिट चैलेंजिंग.
या इट्स गोना बी चैलेंजिंग फॉर श्योर. अर्जुन उठ के चला गया, सो फेदोसीव नोस कि अभी 27 मूव की प्रेप तो है अर्जुन की रेडी. तो अभी वो इंजन के अगेंस्ट खेल रहा है बेसिकली, नॉट अगेंस्ट अ ह्यूमन. एंड अगर ह्यूमन भी होता तो वो भी वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 होता भाई. तो इट्स नॉट गोना बी इजी. अर्जुन के चांसेस, आई डोंट नो इफ इट्स लुकिंग ग्रेट, बट द फैक्ट दैट फेदोसीव इज थिंकिंग इज अ गुड साइन राइट नाउ. और साथ में चैट कह रही है कि कैंडिडेट्स चालू होने वाली है. ये कौन सी डेट्स है भाई, और कौन जा रहा है डेट्स पे?
भाई बेस्ट तरह की डेट्स होती हैं वो.
रियली? ओह, उस पर क्या होता है
एग्जैक्टली
साज
भाई.
भाई?
उसमें आप मतलब आप देखते हो भाई कपल्स को बेसिकली कभी कभी.
Okay. Okay, I'm a bit sus now. Okay, moving on. साल भाई, किंग वर्सेस किंग ड्रॉ कैसे करते हैं? वाओ, किंग वर्सेस किंग, दैट्स अ
भाई हाथ
टफ
आगे
वन
बढ़ा के
एक्चुअली.
बेसिकली यू जस्ट ऑफर अ ड्रॉ लाइक दैट. बेसिकली यू जस्ट
वाओ.
put your hand out and that's it.
Why do masters players wear blazer and challenges wear random dresses? I don't think that's true. I think both sections might have a dress code. But I think कई बार, like of course players sometimes might choose to wear something else. Gukesh, मुझे याद है पिछली बार टाटा स्टील पे हुडी पहन के आया था, if you remember, in the second half of the event. So
Hmm.
it's pretty normal. But yeah, there would be a dress code in general enforced कि भाई ये पहनो, but it might not be like strict. Meanwhile,
Hmm.
C5 played Saj bhai, the best move in the position.
Crazy. Huge of true. And now pawn takes pawn is basically logical. Oh, he goes bishop g5.
Wait,
Okay. Now
what?
we are in Arjun territory now. This is Arjun territory, bhai. Let's go. Incoming.
Bhai, Bishop G5, already a big surprise. I don't think Felsi has seen this before. There's no way he's seen this before.
Yeah, and यहाँ पर I see a bunch of games. 18 games in total have been played. The most recent one was okay. Abasov actually has played a game in this, yeah, with the Black Pieces against Inar Kiev in
किससे हारा था वो
2018, which he
लेकिन?
lost. Yeah,
You told he's lost भाई. आपने बोला ना लेकिन. नहीं.
कैसे से हो यार आप? कैसे से हो यार
वही
बेचारे?
बताओ, आपने खुद ही आगे बोल दिया यार, मैं तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं. You said the same thing.
Crazy.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, this is Arjun
Fugitive
territory
true.
भाई. This is Arjun territory. अब कुछ क्रेजी होने वाला है बोर्ड पे भाई ऑलरेडी.
सही तो होगा, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर. एंड अब आई एक्सपेक्ट कि कम से कम 5 से 10 मिनट की तो थिंक लेंगे यहाँ पे फेदोसीव मिनिमम, बिकॉज ही इज ऑलरेडी काइंड ऑफ ब्लाइंड द ओपनिंग वंस. दोबारा नहीं करना चाहेंगे भाई. एक फूल मी वंस शेम ऑन मी, फूल मी ट्वाइस शेम ऑन यू. सो आई थिंक, आई डोंट नो इफ दैट मेड सेंस, बट कोड अच्छा लग रहा था भाई.
ओके, सो बिशप G5 के बाद आई थिंक फेडोसिव का सोचना तो बनता है भाई. नो.
यप, सोचना बनता है, एंड वही कर रहे हैं वो साज भाई. सो ऑन ऑन as prescribed, he is calculating. So, Saj bhai, as he calculates, कहाँ जाए हम, किस गेम पे जाए हम, क्या वर्ल्ड चैंपियन की तरफ जाए फिर?
बिल्कुल भाई, लेट्स टेक भाई एक बार अरविंद का भी देख लेते हैं ना, बिकॉज वी हैवंट चेक्ड हिज
हाँ,
गेम
लेट्स
आउट,
गो,
बिकॉज
लेट्स
वहां पे
गो.
भी कुछ क्रेजी चल रहा है. ये वहां पे भी रागोजिन ही हुई है. वेल, ट्रांसपोज इनटू रागोजिन मोर और लेस, बट C4 E6, नाइट C3 D5 D4, ये तो होना ही था. नाइट BD7 ही प्लेस, टेक्स टेक्स, बिशप F4 बिशप B4. अब ये रागोजिन की टेरिटरी में आ गया. एंड ही प्लेज E3, नाइट आता है E4 पे टू पुट प्रेशर ऑन C3. ही डिफेंड्स इट, एंड नाउ लुक एट दिस G5, bishop e5, and he goes short castle. So some interesting prep by Arvind as well in this match.
साजा में एक सेकंड में आया.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. By interesting match, I think interesting prep. Usually आप G5 के साथ आप short castle कभी नहीं करते हो. You only do it when you are, heavy in some opening prep. So looking good for Arvind there. Um, I think Vincent थोड़ा सोचेगा यहाँ पे. So let's take a quick look at some other matches. Gukesh का एक बार check कर लेते हैं how he's doing. Same position I think we have. He just played as we just arrived at the board. He just played short castle here, and wow, Gukesh immediately goes rook c8. By Gukesh has not spent more than a minute. He has spent less than a minute so far. That is crazy.
क्या क्या क्रेजी हो गया भाई?
Bhai, Gukesh has only played like I mean he has only thought for about 46 minutes, 46 seconds. That's it.
एंड
44 seconds.
द
Crazy bhai.
या,
That's the crazy part. Like क्या preparation लेके आया अजय अजय.
वही मैंने कहा ना, इट्स सो इजी टू. इजी कह रहा हूँ भाई, लुक एट मी माय 2100 रेटिंग के साथ. मैं कह रहा हूँ कि भाई इट्स रिलेटिवली इजियर टू प्रिपेयर अगेंस्ट समबडी हु इज 2650 फॉर एग्जांपल. लाइक दे विल नॉट डिविएट एज मच, because they know कि they'll get punished if they don't play the best moves, and it's easy to predict somehow. And right now rook c8 के बाद, like already we have only 4 games on chess.com, and 4 में से 3 black जीता है. So optically it feels like it might just work out for Gukesh.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, games also like I mean, glad that it's working well for him, but I'm pretty sure this goes beyond that. It's some amazing prep, I think, by the world champion. And by the way, speaking of amazing prep, let's take a quick look at Pragg's board as well, because some updates have happened there. Uh, Anish has gone for B5, so the most thematic move here, the most popular one. And Pragg goes A3. And Bishop E7 के बाद he's thinking. Basically, A3 is the plan. जिसके बाद you go Bishop E3, F3, Queen goes E2, long castle, G4, G5, and you launch an attack. यहाँ पे proper आग लगने वाली है.
ओह भाई
एंड इन
साहब.
फैक्ट अनीश ने भी ये लाइन अपने कोर्स में एनालाइज करी थी.
सहज भाई, आई एम, दिस इज नॉट इवन द फर्स्ट टाइम कि मैं चेस टूर्नामेंट में आग की बातें देख रहा हूं, तो आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज एनी मोर. एंड आई एम जस्ट ग्लैड टू बी हियर टू सी दिस क्रेजी क्रेजी लाइन बीइंग प्लेड. मजा आएगा. अभी दोनों प्लेयर्स बोर्ड पे हैं नहीं, कहाँ गए ये दोनों प्लेयर भाई?
गुड क्वेश्चन भाई, वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन, बिकॉज अनीश का तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा मुझे, बिकॉज आई एम गेसिंग प्रग वेंट टू गेट सम कॉफी और समथिंग. या
Yeah. Meanwhile, also one brief look at Vedant, just maybe one glance कि भाई क्या लग रहा है? I think looks like He has a decent position of the opening against Andy Woodward.
Andy Woodward is again a very promising talent from the US, um, who had a great run in the Grand Swiss as well. And he was very close to being a candidate too. अगर वो last round जीत जाता तो, I think will be amazing to see how he fares up here. He's on 3 out of 4, just right behind the leader, who is Aydin Suleymanli on 3.5. And I think Andy had lost his first match. Yeah, first match he lost to Bibisara, and uske baad he has won 3 games back to back against Elin
Hmm.
Roberts, Lou Miawi, and Max Warmerdam. So he's been on a rampage after the first round. And
Hmm.
opening, though,
True.
I mean, we are still in like I think major like opening territory here. You can see from Vedant's time, he's only invested around a minute and some 15 seconds, and he's also walking around, so he's looking quite comfortable.
Yep, yep, yep. Hoping he can पता मुझे कॉल कर रहा है साथ में. I'll just offer it to somebody at home. Just give me a second.
Yeah, sure. So, like, that's the situation with Vedant's game. And while that, unfolds, Arjun, I mean, Fedoseev is still thinking against Arjun after that move, Bishop G5. So we can stay there. Pragg is also thinking there, no updates there. And Gukesh ke board pe, yeah, Thai Dai Van is thinking as well. But this match may already, the match between Thai Dai Van and Gukesh, wahan pe already, 13 minutes ka time difference. So Gukesh showing some monster prep there. And Pragg has played a move, by the way. He went Queen F3. Queen F3 का आइडिया काफी सिंपल होता है चार्ट यहाँ पे. You want to play E5 and to hit the rook on A8. And remember, यहाँ पे साहिल भाई ने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज बोली थी कि there is always this idea of bishop takes E6 that you should keep in mind. So for example, if black goes bishop B7, which looks like a logical move, bishop takes E6 is a very, very difficult, very interesting move here, because you will take, I will capture back, queen will move somewhere, let's say D7, we'll give a check, and the knight finds itself to F5. एंड इससे हुआ ये कि हमने बिशप सैक्रिफाइस कर दिया 3 पॉन के बदले. एंड ब्लैक की कास्टलिंग के सपने टूट गए. एंड ऑल्सो लाइक the king is of course going to be unsafe for a very, very long time. So an
साज
interesting
भाई,
choice there by Pragg.
सपने टूटने की बात हो रही है तो मतलब मैं आ गया तो क्या क्या क्वीन 7 ओनली मूव है क्या यहाँ पे?
हाँ जी, queen c7, bishop b7 भी actually is fine. You can allow bishop e6. It's actually working. But I think queen f3, queen c7 is what you always play in this variation. So
Yeah.
I think he will go queen c7 just to not
There
allow
is
bishop e6.
no way Anish allows bishop e6, knight d6 ideas. Bishop e6, no way. Yeah? I mean, especially bishop f8 पे नहीं है, so g7 is now hanging. तो you know कि सब कुछ king open हो जाएगा, and as he showed Saj bhai, he's not going to entertain that line. So yeah, I think काफी deep thought में लग रहा है Anish. He's taking this very, very seriously. By he knows कि आज हार नहीं सकते कुछ भी हो जाए.
Yeah, for sure. Because both players on 1 out of 4, which is I think a bit of a surprise. And by the way, another interesting fact is that Anish dono games black se hara hai. First match against Vincent and second against
Oof.
Jorden. So this is his third black game, and first 2 he had lost. So it's important to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, stop the bleeding. Exactly. A joke tha, which I will not say. So let's move on. Meanwhile, why does he look so stressed though? Like, is it something he's not prepared, Saj? Like, he looks like he's like out completely out of prep and he doesn't know what to do.
I think so.
है
Because
ना?
Queen F3, yeah, thoda, I mean, see, I mean, like Pragg is not playing, main lines here anyways. So, कुछ interesting preps है भाई सबकी आज. रुकेश की भी, प्रग की भी, अरविंद, अर्जुन की भी, and अरविंद की भी actually. All of them showing some monster prep today. Like on चारों board, actually पांचों board पे, Vedant as well showing, monster prep. It's like पांचों board पे Indians are doing really well, I think, after the opening phase.
Wow, I'm a big fan of Monster Prep Saj bhai because देखने में मजा आता है crazy crazy games. So क्या हम अरविंद की गेम पे नजर मार सकते हैं एक बार? ऐसा क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे? जी पॉन G4 तक आ चुका है एंड द ब्लैक किंग इज कैसल्ड. भाई मेरे को बताया गया था बचपन में कि भाई किंग को सेफ रखना है. क्या मैं कोच से पैसे वापस मांगू क्या? ये क्या चल रहा है?
Bhai, you learn the rules, then you learn how to break the rules. That's what it is. So this is Arvind just, breaking the rules with some monster prep.
I don't know how monster this is, Saj bhai, but pawn G4 तक आ चुका है. Bishop is on E5 right now. Doesn't that look scary? Cutting
भाई ये
across
knight
the
के
black
हटते ही
king.
checkmate है. Like imagine you touch this knight by mistake, yeah?
Oh, can we show that?
like रुको,
Let's say knight takes
like
C3,
knight
knight
d2,
takes C3.
knight takes d2, bishop h7 is checkmate.
Oh, that's so pretty.
Imagine,
That's so pretty.
imagine like 92 के बाद आप गलती से टच कर दो नाइट को. That could
Okay,
happen.
knight. You have knight f6, but yeah.
Yeah, but still, that would still be losing. Yeah, I mean, knight d2, knight f6, knight takes d5 would be just lost, I think. Oh, actually, bishop d2 is working. You're right, knight f6 actually works. Crazy.
Wow, भाई क्या मजा आएगा यार. G4 तक आ गया, and now bishop e4 is apparently the best move. And can we go deeper in the line, Saj? Just to appreciate कि क्या line है यहाँ पे. Bishop takes e4,
Yeah, pawn
pawn
takes e4.
takes, queen takes e4. Apparently is the best move now. Sacking
You
that
cannot
knight.
capture because queen g4 is
Yeah, it will
just a
be
checkmate.
mate. So you have to play f5 only move. And
Yeah.
it's a four sequence basically: queen d5 check, rook f7, and now knight to d2. And I mean, just tell us about this position, because this feels like something Indians play on a Sunday while they're chilling.
Why double bishop versus double knight, I think, incoming. So he'll play c6. Still, position has not materialized. So पूरा वो कर देते हैं. Queen b3. You take on e5, pawn takes on e5, and queen e7 to defend this bishop and to attack this pawn. And okay, black is a pawn down right now, but double bishop versus double knight. So it's a good compensation there. And I think Arvind looking super
Hmm.
comfortable already. Bishop हटा दिया तो no risk to the king. So
भाई गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी वर्ल्ड नंबर 5 कराने की. उसकी हालत देखो. केमर इज लाइक, भाई ये क्या देख लिया मैंने भाई. क्या चल रहा है. मैं
yeah.
कल भी हार गया भाई टूर्नामेंट मेरे. अब क्यों हार क्लास सबकी सोच रहा होगा, डाउट करा होगा खेलने के लिए. But anyways, Arvind looks very calm and composed. That's a good sign. He doesn't look nervous. That means he's confident in his preparation right now. So Saj bhai, chat पूछ रही है कि how will Bluebaum do in candidates? What do you feel? I think he will do well, but maybe he will not win it. Yeah.
पता नहीं भाई. I think hard to make, but yeah, he's not one of the favorites, that's for sure. But
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, but he's super
I
solid.
he'll get a chance. He'll get a chance. Maybe at the end, the answer will
I mean,
still be no.
Sindarov ने अभी हराया ना. Sindarov is also a candidate. Bluebaum is also a candidate, and Sindarov ने अभी Bluebaum को हराया just black से.
Yeah, 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 true. So,
Huge upset.
huge, indeed huge, by it is huge. So, meanwhile, oh wait, Arjun is better. What? Blunder by Fedoseev. Let's jump. Oh my God, Fedoseev doing a 2.0. Arjun's gamble has worked. I cannot
Okay,
believe it.
so
What?
भाई थोड़ा यहाँ से जाते हैं. Bishop g5, he took the pawn, which was not the best move. He takes the knight on c3, queen c3, and then he plays e5, and that's a huge error already. We can see from the blue arrow, knight b5 is what Arjun should play. The only move, by the way, in the position. And I think e5 ka point is he wants to play d4. So let's try to break down why d4 is bad here. There is queen a3, and basically the combination of the knight and the queen is very dangerous here because knight d6 check is incoming and there is nothing that can stop it.
I cannot believe Fedoseev is completely busted. And chat, question to you, important question. Does Arjun Erigaisi, India number 1, world number 4, find knight to b5? Because everything else is completely equal. And Fedoseev right now has no idea what he has missed. But Sarve, queen a3 is the move I literally saw. Okay, I saw knight b5 from the engine, but then queen a3 comes to mind in a second. So what has he missed?
I don't. That's a good question. Maybe he wants to go short castle and then play d4, but pawn takes pawn ke baad he's just busted. He's dead lost. Like, is it already lost? Like, आपका क्या कह रहा है भाई? Is it dead lost on your end? What's the eval?
After knight b5, if he doesn't
Yeah.
castle, it's plus 2.5 for
And if
white,
he
first of all.
castles?
If he castles, uske baad it is plus 1.46, 1 plus 1.57 now, plus 1.6 now. So it's literally, as the Indian
Hmm.
calculus, getting worse and worse.
So it's yeah, this is definitely a huge inaccuracy by
Saj bhai,
Fedoseev and
can
Arjun
we
having
put
a
this into the
golden
cloud?
opportunity by
Oh, played.
played.
Let's go. Let's go. Chat. Arjun OP spam होना चाहिए भाई. Come on. You cannot. I mean, top level पे भाई 9 मूव में चेस की गेम जीते 9 चाल में रील इनकमिंग भाई. हाउ कैन यू
Hmm.
डू दिस एट द टॉप लेवल? हैंस को भी 16 मूव लगे थे भाई. प्लीज अर्जुन ओपी स्पैम रिगार्डलेस ऑफ द रिजल्ट. आई मीन ही इज चेकिंग हिज हेड. ही इज चेकिंग हिज हेड ऑलरेडी. ओ माय गॉड.
Yeah, definitely a huge inaccuracy. He realizes it by admit कर दिया भाई अब तो. This is bad. Huge bad. This is huge, huge, huge. भाई
कम
also
ऑन.
ये vertical stream पे ये लोग सब said hi क्यों लिख रहे हैं भाई?
सिड हाई.
थोड़ा explain करो
बिकॉज
chat. What's going on?
सिड हाई. इंटरेस्टिंग. भाई नूब दिख रहा है मुझे तो।
हाँ वो तो अब आया, वो तो एक ही बंदा लिख रहा है आई थिंक।
अच्छा, नहीं चैट, बट कम ऑन यार, आई मीन this is so good to see, yeah. Arjun winning in, I mean, getting a winning position in 9 moves, and the subtle head shake from Fedoseev tells me, Sahaj, this could be maybe ending in 9 moves. It could be a like the shortest game at Tata Steel ever.
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो तो नहीं होगा ना भाई, वो तो 16 चाल का है, वो तो 16 चाल में नहीं होगा भाई।
भाई ये 9 साल
रिजाइन
में
यहाँ।
खत्म हो सकता है, मैं कह रहा हूँ, ही माइट
क्या
जस्ट
बात कर
रिजाइन।
रहे हो, अभी थोड़ी ना रिजाइन करेगा भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो, नो चांस। अभी तो कोई पीस भी डाउन नहीं है, कुछ ऐसा नहीं है, शॉर्ट का हासिल करेगा वो खेलेगा अभी थोड़ा यहाँ पे। हाँ पोजीशन बहुत खराब है बट खेलेगा आई थिंक वो।
Bhai, I think you are very optimistic, Saj. Bhai, I think knowing Fedosiev how he designed in his hands, he might just. Although he did defeat Arjun last time, you're correct. You'd
चलो
smile
भाई
100.
एक
I
एक
think.
मैगी, ये मैच 20 चाल से पहले खत्म नहीं होगा।
यार सहज भाई आपने थोड़ा
20
सदमा
चाल
दे
इज अ
दिया भाई।
लॉट भाई, आई एम गिविंग यू, आई एम बीइंग सुपर फेयर
डन
हियर।
डील, डील भाई, डन
एक
डील
एक मैगी
वन।
20 चाल से पहले
एक
नहीं होगा,
मैगी
ठीक
ईच।
है चलो भाई
डन
डन, चलो
डन।
भाई मेरी एक
आई
मैगी
थिंक
वापस आ
करंट
रही है भाई, दो
काउंटर 3
करनी
है।
है, मैं कल 2 हारा था।
नहीं नहीं, इट्स ओके, एक करते हैं इसमें, बिकॉज आई थिंक
+3
आई
से
डोंट वांट
+5 दे
टू
दो
बेट
ना
ऑन।
भाई प्लीज।
क्या क्या
देखो भाई प्लीज भी बोल रहा हूँ।
क्या
प्लस
करना है,
थ्री से
डबल
प्लस,
करना है?
कल 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 मैं 2 हारा था, तो मेरी +5 वापस कर दो भाई।
चलो डन भाई, आपने भी कल डबल किया था, मैं भी डबल कर दूंगा भाई, डन।
चलो थैंक्स
डन।
भाई, थैंक्स भाई, चलो भाई। चैट 21 चाल
डन।
में खत्म होगा ये मैच, आई एम श्योर।
No, no, no. I think this position is amazing, and the fact that he made a mistake, Sahaj, I think he's gonna go on a tilt now. This is just not gonna be easy to handle because Chad, let's check out first of all. What if he doesn't castle? I want to see that first. So let's say D4 हमने देखा. Let's go deeper. D4, which looks like the most logical move. Queen A3. Now
हाँ
Sahaj, यहाँ
और
पे, I mean,
इफ यू आर
it's
वंडरिंग
already
बाय द वे,
हाँ
जस्ट 1 सेकंड, इफ यू आर वंडरिंग क्वीन B4 क्यों नहीं चैट, तो उसमें नाइट C6 करके मैं टेम्पो ले सकता हूँ एक, दैट्स व्हाई क्वीन A3 इज बेटर। यस यस साहिल भाई, यू वर सेइंग।
हाँ. So let's say Queen A3. Now I can't castle. And the first thought is, why can't I play Queen E7 to trade queens? But there is Knight D6 check. And now your king is kind of stuck, right? I mean, king कहाँ चलोगे? King F8 पे तो bishop C8 मर रहा है. ऐसे king D8 खेला आपने. And white can apparently just ignore this, Sahaj bhai. E3 खेलो, development करो, C5 खेलो, defend the knight, and black has
भाई
nothing.
लुक, इफ यू गो पॉन टेक्स पॉन लॉन्ग कासल भाई,
Oh, oh, bhai, oh,
सो गुड।
oh, so good. Wow. I feel like, Magnus when he saw Queen C6 from Loopy, yeah? Wow.
Oh yes,
Just
yes, yes,
wow.
yes, yes. Oh, I remember that. I remember Queen C6. Yeah, Queen C6. Lewis Soupy. I remember that game.
Fabi is here. Where is Fabi? भाई साहब क्या गेम है यार. So chat, I mean, let's go. फेलोसी भाई, मेरी 2 मैगी और आ जाएंगी अगर आप अच्छे से करोगे तो जल्दी से, अगर आप गलती कर देंगे, बट ओके. आई मीन हार्ड लक फॉर फेदोसी ओवरऑल, बट Arjun, what a beast, man. His opening preparation must scare people at this point, Sahaj. Like
Well,
he
he's
finds like
proving like he belongs in the candidates. Yeah, he's proving it again and again. Like, his opening, I think, is one of the best in the world right now, if not the best.
I think it's the best. And let's keep in mind, Chad, to have an opening variation, जहां पे you could have a 2700 rated player make a mistake on move number 9 is not easy. Is
Move
not
number
easy.
8.
8. Oh my God, that's even worse. So I think to find these lines is not easy, and he's finding them. So kudos to Arjun and his team. They deserve a increment for sure. By like what amazing work.
Yup. Have to agree. Have to give it to Arjun there. Arjun board पे ही नहीं है भाई. I think he realizes. I mean, also Arjun probably realizes he's better. Yeah, maybe he doesn't know it's close. It's so close to winning, but he realizes that he's better for sure.
And Sahaj bhai, I would even say maybe he knows what to do because ऐसी moves अगर let's say 12, 13, 15 moves in आती है ना, तो usually you don't know exactly what to do. You just know it's a mistake. But when it happens on move number 8, you usually know कि भाई कैसे utilize to भी करना है इसको. Like usually you know exactly what to do now. And he is castled now, so best move played by Fedosi. So he's still fighting, no resignation. But now, Saj, look
भाई
at
हम
this.
2 पॉन मर रहे हैं भाई। एक
Exactly.
सेकेंड,
Huh.
एक सेकेंड, कैन आई नॉट गो बिशप F6?
You can.
Queen
You can
F6,
actually.
Knight C7. Hello? Why is this not
But
losing for you?
that's not the best way to play because of d4 and bishop f5 apparently, and because white is not
सूखा
castled.
रो क्या? What is
Ha,
this?
black has some compensation here.
Okay, like Yeah, I mean, you'll get the knight back, but okay, still, it's a full exchange, yeah?
Yeah, it is. And in fact, Sajbhai, we thought this is plus 1.5. It's actually plus 2 now. If you just take on d5, simple.
But also,
In
that's
fact,
not an
even
easy decision. You have this pawn hanging, you have queen e5 hanging, you have bishop f6 and knight c7 incoming. So maybe not the easiest decision for Arjun here.
the best part is koi bhi pawn maro, it is at least 1.5.
Yeah,
Koi bhi maro.
exactly.
D5, E5. In fact, bishop f6. All three options are around 1.5 se upar. So Arjun, it will be hard to go wrong basically in this position.
Oh yes, for sure. For sure. But yeah, what prep bhai. And speaking of what prep bhai, Arvind के match पे एक बार नजर मारते हैं, because with the line we were talking about has actually happened. And in fact, there was a
Wow.
brilliancy on the board. We should show it. Queen takes e4. We were looking at this f5, queen d5, and rook f7. And Arvind has only spent 7 minutes so far. So he's very much in prep. 20-minute difference here as well.
And I think वो साथ में भी थोड़ा सा एक्टिंग होगी स्टार्टिंग में जब वो लाइन खेल रहा होगा ना वो डू आई नो दिस लाइक मे बी कहीं
Hmm.
तो देखा रहा है लाइक ऐसे करके कुछ उसने खेला होगा बट नाउ ही इज प्लेइंग क्विकली बिकॉज हिज लास्ट थ्री मूव्स वर ऑन 9 seconds 15 seconds and 6 seconds so he's now not hiding anything and now Vincent has to come up with knight to d2 over the board okay logical move and it's going to
Why?
be very very interesting to see how he
It's
handles
very
this.
interesting because like Vedant has a 20-minute advantage over Andy Woodward. Then Gukesh has half an hour difference against Thai Dai Van. Then Pragg has around 15-minute difference. And Arjun has 20-minute difference. And Arvind has around 20-minute difference as well. Sari sub games mein monster prep we have.
Yeah, it is big monster prep Sahaj bhai and I'm going to say maybe today's the day जहाँ पे we turn the tide and we gain momentum. जहाँ Indian players show their true strength and finally they reach where they belong at the top. So this could be the turnaround we've been waiting for. I think last 2 दिन में we didn't get the best results, but आज का दिन अपना ही लग रहा है साज भाई and even against strong players like Vincent Keymer in front of us and Arvind कितना chill है भाई मतलब he doesn't have a single sweat on his forehead but बिल्कुल आराम से chill करके पानी पी रहा है.
Hmm. Exactly. Looking very, very promising. But yeah, I'm very very impressed with how the first like few moves have unfolded in all 5 games. By monster prep, मजा ही आ गया.
Yeah,
One
and
question,
meanwhile
Sahil bhai,
साज भाई
what do you, how
हाँ
much time do you think will take for you to become a GM? Chat में कोई पूछ रहा है भाई.
अच्छा I think there is no correct answer. I mean, I could say 5 years, 10 years. I could say 1 year, and it would all make sense. But it's very hard to guess. I think if I put everything I have behind that, I think IM में 1 साल में बन जाऊंगा. GM maybe it's possible कि 4 साल में हो या 10 साल में हो या हो ही ना. It is generally possible कभी ना हो भाई. I have seen people try for decades and not get it. So it's not easy as an adult to do. Honestly, Saj bhai. What do you think?
हाँ, I mean it's not a given.
Yeah,
But I think अगर आप if you leave everything else and you devote your time into chess like 24/7, 2200 की रेटिंग है आपकी. आपकी स्ट्रेंथ शायद थोड़ी सी ज्यादा है उससे. लाइक आई थिंक यू
कम ही
विल बी.
होगी भाई अब तो.
नहीं भाई, आपकी ज्यादा होगी स्ट्रेंथ उससे, बिकॉज यू
इंडियन
आर
स्ट्रेंथ
लुकिंग
पे
एट,
तो मैं 2,000 हूँ
रिमेंबर
भाई अभी.
भाई don't underestimate the power of commentary here, because you are
True.
doing one thing which is a lot of 2200s do not do it, which is following all the top chess games which you are
That's
doing.
true.
Remember,
That's true.
आप याद रखो कि आपको ना याद रहता है कि ये पोजीशन वहां पर आई थी, कि यहाँ पे ये
हाँ
हुआ
ट्रू
था वो हुआ
ट्रू
था. अभी
ट्रू.
आप बोल भी रहे थे अर्जुन के बारे में, ही वाज वेयरिंग दिस, एंड बिकॉज यू रिमेंबर सो मच, सो that's a one very good like aspect. So I think if you devote everything into it, like I think 2 से 3 साल के अंदर you can hit that target, like or you'll be close to a gym level, I think.
Yeah, I think वही है उसमें. I think it's more about कि what returns क्या है. I think any goal you chase, you have to see कि if I put in this much effort, like what do you get at the end? And GM में there are genuine returns, बहुत returns है. But GM, as you said, service not a given. I think that's the problem because chat if you're a professional player, I think IM के लिए जो norms के लिए performance चाहिए होती है, it's 2450. I've already touched 2449, 2447, 2437 and multiple times. So I know कि I can touch it with some more effort. But GM
हम्म.
के लिए 2600 चाहिए होती है भाई.
2500 भाई, 2500.
नहीं, performance for the norm.
परफॉर्मेंस, यस, बस परफॉर्मेंस.
So you have to
लेकिन आप
play
वो,
at
आप कुछ जोनल जीत सकते हो ना.
वो है.
That's
But
that's possible.
but that's also a bit iffy भाई. But yeah, I think maybe someday भाई, someday जब Elon Musk Neuralink दिमाग में डालेगा तो हम सब GM बन जाएंगे फिर. That will be fun. But meanwhile, I think coming back to the tournament, I think one look at the Anish game, Sahaj, then let's jump back to Arjun because Anish has still not played. That is a telling sign that he doesn't know what to do. His mind will tell him bishop b7 maybe is not the best because as we saw, bishop e6 is a big, big sacrifice to calculate. But if not bishop b7, then what do you do? If you castle, you're kind of walking into white's attack. Yeah, I mean it can be an e5 actually, I think, and that might be a
Hmm.
tactical nightmare also. So
E5 is very, very dangerous, by. And if you, I think Queen C7, I think like when you play knight off as black, you have these memory markers. Like whenever white goes Queen F3, you should play Queen C7 to guard this Bishop B7 stuff
hmm,
and this E5 ideas. When white goes, for example, short castle, you should play short castle as well. Like things like that. जहाँ पे आपको एक वो memory markers होते हैं, तो I'm pretty sure Anish being the best knight of player in the world, period. Like he will be, he knows Queen G7 makes a lot of sense, but he's trying to also figure out के Pragg ने prepare क्या किया, because he's gonna throw
hmm.
something crazy here.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. And I think it's as you mentioned, it's not only about finding the correct move, but also trying to get out of Prague's prep.
Hmm.
Because let's keep in mind, both these guys will be playing at the candidates again in just about a couple of months. So whatever the result here could also influence what happens there. So बहुत important game है ये वाली. Anish and Pragg will not take it lightly. So, chat, as they calculate, let's jump back to the Arjun game for a second, Sajbhai, and see if there's an update. Because I think Arjun has still not played, which is interesting to me. That means he's still calculating all the lines.
Yeah, and remember that we have three good options: pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, and bishop takes knight. And all of these are promising for white. And it's about figuring out which one gives him the most advantage.
Hmm.
And for us, it's easier because हमारे सामने बार है. We can see pawn takes pawn is the best move here. But practically, optically, it's not that simple. To be honest, for me, it's between pawn takes pawn and bishop takes knight. Because मैं देखूंगा bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop के बाद knight c7, and I'm getting like basically a full rook. And okay, you'll get it back because knight maybe is not able to come back to c7. But like still, I see a full rook and I say, okay, I'm just gonna go for it. And maybe Arjun is calculating by, is this enough compensation for black or not? So these are the two moves that I would. Queen e5, it just looks uncomfortable to me. I don't know. Like I would look at this last.
Yep, agreed, agreed. And I think Arjun के point of view से the good news, as we said earlier, is कि सारे options सही हैं. There is no wrong option here. So Fedoseev must be wondering, yeah, how can I make this mistake? And Arjun, of course, is calculating very well, very fast, and we will have the moon move very, very soon. Sajbhai, आज I'm seeing कि Vincent game, Arvind, as you said, is crazy. Arjun's game is crazy. Pragg's game is also crazy. What about Gukesh? How's the world champions game looking to you right now? Because it feels like कि गुकेश अब finally सोचने लगे थोड़ा सा.
भाई आधे घंटे का फर्क तो अभी भी है. And yeah, very, very promising, I think, for Gukesh as well. Of course, the position is equal, like balanced, but nothing has been traded off. And आधे घंटे का advantage is a lot. So I like Gukesh's chances as well.
Agreed, agreed. By the way, short stream पे already 300 लोग देख रहे हैं भाई. Crazy भाई, amazing. And गुकेश जी यहाँ पे रुक E1 का सोच रहे हैं. I think E4 is always in the air. कैसे handle करेंगे उसको? White can put all his pawns in the center, 3 के 3. Black का plan C5 है. As you can see, the knight on D7, rook on C8, all gearing up for that pawn push. And it's going to be a battle of E4 versus C5. Gukesh, important moment in the game. Are we ready for C5, Saj?
Yeah, I am. I'm ready for c5. I think question is, does Gukesh want to throw it by? It's the best move in the position. I think bishop b7 is another one, but c5, matlab, you have to play it at some point. The question is not whether you play it, the question is when you play it, basically.
इंटरेस्टिंग. सो चैट, मेरा से सवाल आज का पहला, इतने सारे गेम्स एक्साइटिंग चल रहे हैं, कैन यू हैव ऑल द बोर्ड्स टुगेदर इन वन प्लेस इफ पॉसिबल? चैट, क्या लग रहा है आपको, कितने रिजल्ट्स हमें आज देखने को मिलेंगे ओवरऑल इन द मास्टर्स? साद भाई, व्हाट्स योर प्रेडिक्शन?
Bhai, let's take a quick look at all the boards. Arvind ka match, I think, might be a draw. मैं ओवरऑल बताता हूँ आपको. एक win, दो तीन 3 wins भाई यहाँ पर.
3 wins, yeah? And which are those
थ्री
three
विंस
wins?
हैं.
Which are those 3 wins? हैं क्या था
वो
भाई?
नहीं बोल रहा,
Oh,
वो
that
नहीं
was
बोल
so
रहा मैं
nice.
आपको
Can
भाई.
somebody clip that and ship it by
नो
and
प्लीज
add it as
डोंट.
sound effect? Sound effect की तो हैं? मस्त था भाई वो.
बट नहीं भाई, आई थिंक ड्रॉ. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई चैट. नो नो ड्रॉ भाई. 3 विंस दिख रहे हैं मुझे आज इंडियंस के.
3 wins, yeah? So I am thinking Sindarov or Dogmas, I expect maybe a draw. I think second game I expect a result. Third game I expect a result. Fourth game Niemann I think a draw. Fifth game King on F1 I expect a result. So कितने हो गए? एक, दो, तीन. अर्जुन चार. I think चार result मुझे लग रहा है साज भाई. I'm gonna go a bit wild today, you know. Last day for the rest day, so थोड़ा crazy.
भाई सिंडारो का भी रिजल्ट आ सकता है बाय द वे. या
तो
कुड बी
5 कर दूं
एक्चुअली
क्या?
4 गेम्स. 5 ही
5 कर
बोल
दूं
दो
क्या
भाई.
फिर?
भाई साढ़े सातों गेम भाई रिजल्ट. लेट्स गो.
भाई 9 गेम कर देते ना भाई. 2 गेम तो हम भी खेल लेंगे आपस से. 9 गेम रिजल्ट भाई.
हम्म.
इतना ही वाइल्ड
सातों
होने दो.
रिजल्ट आए तो दो मतलब बुलेट मैचेस. देन यू एंड मी वी प्ले
हाँ,
टुवर्ड्स
डन
द
डन
एंड.
डन डन. Okay, but I'm gonna stick to 4 now because bets are real. um so let's see क्या होता है. Meanwhile Dukesh still thinking. So हम
अर्जुन
थोड़ी
ऑल्सो
ऐसी.
थिंकिंग भाई. अर्जुन के गेम पे सबसे ज्यादा नजर है भाई मेरी. बिकॉज आई वुड लव
हाँ,
टू सी हिम कन्वर्ट दिस. बट या.
एक्चुअली भाई जीतते हुए देखने में कितना मजा आता है ना भाई. ऐसे इंटरव्यू जीत रहे होते लगता है कि बस वहीं रहे हम लोग. कैन वी गो टू अर्जुन गेम एंड जस्ट एंजॉय द व्यू भाई. ओहो भाई क्या मतलब जीत रहा है बंदा ऐसे 9 मूव में जीत रहा है, 8 मूव में. ओपोनेंट स्ट्रेस्ड है. लोग आके शॉक हो रहे हैं भाई. क्या जादू है अर्जुन के. होता है ना ऐसे मैजिक ट्रिक के बाद. लाइक हैव यू सीन दैट मैजिक ट्रिक ऑफ डेविड ब्लेन विद वो जेफ बेजोस? देखिए क्या?
नहीं नहीं नहीं.
So he shows him a magic trick of sorts, and then everybody's like, "Oh my god!" and he starts laughing. Like वैसी look है सब लोगों की. Like when Arjun is playing, they're shocked. भाई कैसे कर दिया? जादू, जादू! Oh my god! Like it doesn't feel human in how he somehow converts these games, and again winning in 8 moves. Crazy.
या बॉर्डर लाइन विनिंग भाई. इट इज ह्यूज. Fedoseev also not looking super happy by the way, looking at his body language. Stares
क्या
दे रहा
बोला
है भाई
आपने
वो
सा?
अर्जुन को. क्या हुआ?
कुछ बोला? कुछ बोला क्या आपने साथ में?
आई सेड के लाइक वो स्टेयर्स दे रहा है अर्जुन को.
अच्छा, अच्छा. I thought I heard something. Okay. Um,
क्या सस हो रहे हो
meanwhile,
भाई आप.
अच्छा. Meanwhile crowd थोड़ा सा आज I think कल से थोड़ा ज़्यादा है आज crowd. Um,
हम्म.
बट चैट का इंटरेस्ट क्राउड में थोड़ा कम है. आई डोंट नो व्हाई. काफी लोग हैं
हाँ
आज.
चैट थोड़ा
इट्स
कम
ग्लैड.
इंटरेस्ट ले रही है क्लाउड. कैसा क्यों है साहिल भाई.
आई
व्हाई डू
आई
यू
डोंट
थिंक
नो.
दैट इज.
आई डोंट नो. मे बी इट्स लाइक बड़े क्राउड में पिन पॉइंट करना किसी एक को मुश्किल है, तो दे आर लाइक ओके दे आर नॉट एबल टू
हम्म.
बिल्ड पर्सनल रिलेशनशिप्स विद द क्राउड. या मतलब ऐसे होता है ना मूवी में
हम्म.
कैरेक्टर बहुत है. मार्वल में तो यू डोंट बिल्ड क्लोज कनेक्शन विद वन पर्सन फॉर एग्जांपल.
हम्म. कुड बी भाई. कुड
अंडरस्टैंडेबल.
बी.
अंडरस्टैंडेबल चैट. How many rounds in this event? 13 rounds. And chat, let's try to understand कि candidates की तरफ क्या path है इन लोगों का. First of all, I think this is the last event for Pragg before the candidates, Sahaj bhai. Do you think that's true? I don't see any other event that he's playing.
डज ही प्ले प्रग मास्टर्स.
No, he's not playing Pragg Masters. इस
भाई
बार,
प्रग को लेकिन प्रग
नामकरण.
मास्टर्स जीतना चाहिए ना एक दिन. एक बार तो.
हाँ, बट मे बी एज वर्ल्ड चैंपियन ही करेगा वो. बिकॉज आई थिंक ही इज नॉट प्लेइंग प्राग मास्टर्स बिकॉज प्राग मास्टर्स में एक ही एंट्री बाकी थी. एंड बाकी सब लिस्ट फाइनल हो गई थी एंड उसमें उसका नाम था नहीं. सो प्राग
हम्म.
मास्टर्स 99% नो. एंड इफ दैट्स द केस then this is his last event. You look at Anish, very likely the last event. You look at like you know majority of
सिंडारोव.
candidates.
ब्लू बॉम.
हाँ, almost सबके लिए I think last result है. In fact, I think even among the women's section, I don't see Humpy playing any events that
यू नो.
come to mind.
बट अगर मैं कैंडिडेट्स खेल रहा हूँ ना और मेरी रेटिंग मतलब 2700 के इतना पास है. लाइक आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट
Hmm.
ब्लू बॉम हियर फॉर एग्जांपल. तो मैं चाहूंगा कि मेरी 2700 लाइक ऑफिशियली हो जाए बिफोर आई प्ले कैंडिडेट्स. आई डोंट नो लाइक
Hmm.
दिस वुड बी लाइक अ थिंग. आई थिंक 2700 का एक वो बेंचमार्क थप्पा लग जाता है ना. देन उसके बाद यू स्टार्ट टू फील अ बिट मोर कॉन्फिडेंट. मे बी दैट्स जस्ट मी बट
No,
आई
no, no. I
फील
think I
लाइक
agree.
इट चेंजेस हाउ पीपल लुक एट यू.
I agree. We discussed yesterday also. ना 27 से आपको psychologically boost मिलेगा. So maybe that's something that the lower seats can consider. But overall, candidates की list देखो. This is either the last event for everybody or the second last one. You look at women section, Humpy is not playing in events, Vaishali, Divya I think is only playing challengers. तो I think एक इवेंट है लोगों के पास या आखिरी इवेंट है, सो इतना प्रैक्टिस करने का मौका है नहीं. So if this event or whatever your last event is doesn't go well, you're not going to walk into the candidates in the right mood. So बहुत जरूरी है यहाँ पे सारे कैंडिडेट्स का खेलना. तो अभी वो अनीश प्रग की गेम ना, इट्स सुपर क्रूशल.
For sure, for sure. Very, very important there. And by the way, some updates in the Vincent versus Arvind board. He has played queen to c4, knight takes e5, d takes c5. So basically, we have got a double bishop versus double knight. यही line हम बहुत time से discuss कर रहे थे. And now we were looking at queen e7. But Arvind सोच रहा है यहाँ पे. Like I would assume that if you're preparing, you would know until like this move for black. Like you would know queen e7 here, and that's where your prep would end. क्योंकि सारे captures हो गए हैं, you know.
I think he knows Queen E7. I think he's trying to understand कि what happens next. So maybe next उनको उतना उन्होंने depth में देखा नहीं है. I'm pretty sure he knows Queen E7 because you wouldn't stop your prep after D takes E5, right? You would think further at least a couple of moves. It's my guess. So Queen E7 उनको पता होगा. But what next? What if White just castles Queen side, Sahaj? Like what is Black's plan?
Then bishop e6, bhai. Like if you go long castle, bishop
Ooh.
e6, and then you try to long. Actually, long castle is a very bad move here.
Bhai, that looks scary, yeah?
Exactly, bhai, because you cannot play queen e2, for example, because there's bishop takes c3 hanging. He just made a move. He played a5. Okay. Okay.
And that's
Still
the second best
pretty.
move. Second
Yeah,
best move in
second
the
best move.
position.
Prep hai kya nahi? That's the question.
नहीं prep है 100% prep है भाई. 100% prep है I think because A5 is not the move you play with with 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, 1 minute सोच के नहीं खेलते A5. You would play Queen E7 if you had to. So A5, I think this is prep.
Yeah, Arjun, by the way, still thinking 5 minute का difference उन दोनों positions पे, but लेकिन very, very important that he's thinking here. Like it's a very critical moment.
Yeah. And meanwhile, I think a good point by Vardhan कि भाई टेबल टॉपर्स का भी देखते हैं क्या चल रहा है. But I think we had a brief look at this while we were looking at all the games. काफी solid है I
Hans versus
think. If we
Nodirbek.
Hans Nodirbek, if we go to that game for a second, I think it looks pretty solid from both sides, and that's what we expected, right? Ki they're going to play very, very solid today, not risk much.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, there is a slight imbalance. Bishop versus knight. White के पास double bishops हैं, and white का pawn d4 पे है, तो it's isolated. And also queen d5 के बाद queen takes मार के उसको endgame की तरफ जाना है, तो pawn d4 का थोड़ा weak हो सकता है. But still he has double bishops, so that's good compensation there. So, but yeah, a draw is pretty likely here.
Yeah, draw looks likely. So ये game will be interesting.
By the way,
Meanwhile,
Anish has made a move.
ooh, let's
Anish
check it
has
out.
gone after 26 minutes of thinking. He played queen c7, and Pragg immediately goes queen g3.
Oh, this is tough.
So
This is
this
very tough,
is
Anish.
main line. So if I go short castle here, bishop h6 should be the main line, right? Oh, okay. So if I remember this correctly, यहाँ पर this is very similar to the main line that we have in the Sozin. So short castle is not the best move here. So this is maybe the nuance that Pragg was hoping for. Generally यहाँ पे a3 के बजाय white ने short castle किया होता है. But here bishop h6, knight e8 and long castle is very good for white. So some interesting nuance there in the position.
Oh, so if the pawn was on a2, white would have castled, and suddenly white doesn't have the option of queenside castling, and the attack is non-existent. That's
Yeah,
what you're
so like
saying.
I can show this as well. Like after bishop b3, b5, you generally go queen f3 here, queen c7, short castle, bishop e7, queen g3, short castle. ये position आती है, which is the main line. And here you go bishop h6, black plays knight e8, and this is many games have been played here. But the difference is, and I'll just show it on the board now, कि we have the exact same position like this. The only difference is कि castle की बजाय white ने a3 खेला हुआ है. And अब difference ये है कि black को short castle नहीं करना क्योंकि white long castle जा सकता है.
एंड चैट ये तुम देशों के नाम लिख रहे हो, दो तीन लोग जो हैं, ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? मतलब क्या ये बकेट लिस्ट है तुम्हारी 2026 की, या सपनों की? ये क्या है भाई? ये मतलब व्हाट इज दिस? और बकेट लिस्ट में पाकिस्तान भी है, इंडिया भी है. इंडिया में तो तुम ऑलरेडी रहते हो भाई. अफगानिस्तान भी है. ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? व्हाट इज दिस?
नॉट श्योर भाई क्या चल रहा है, तो ट्रोल कर रहे हैं भाई चैट में.
खुद को ही ट्रोल कर रहे हैं भाई. मतलब बकेट लिस्ट में पाकिस्तान लिखा बंदा एक. Like I'm not sure like who are they trolling. क्या चल क्या रहा है chat? What is this?
Crazy. But yeah, I think a
कुछ तो funny है
difficult
भाई.
decision for Anish here because he has to go knight bd7 and not allow queen g7. So I love it actually what Pragg has done today.
Yeah, so Pragg, and the good news is playing very fast. So time difference बहुत जल्दी बढ़ता जा रहा है. And let's make a point कि भाई, I think there's a what of 32-minute difference on move number 10. I mean, my math is not that bad, and that looks horrible. Yeah, Saj bhai.
Hmm. Also, the follow-up is so difficult for Anish because if you play knight bd7 in this position, firstly, you have to calculate this whole queen g7 business. But secondly, there's bishop takes e6 here also. I mean,
अरे
what is
बाप रे.
this? Some crazy prep,
Bhai,
bhai.
Anish, when you said what is this, that is Anish's that is in Anish's mind right now. Look at Anish. वो भी यही सोच रहा है. What is this भाई? कोई simple opening मुझे चाहिए थी. मैंने क्यों खेला C5? I'm
हाँ.
pretty sure he's regretting playing C5. Push Petrov खेलने का था इस game में. And suddenly like he has to calculate all of this, and Pragg is prepared. Pragg knows what to do. I mean, he's playing a line with Bishop C4. कौन तैयारी करता है यार? There is no way Anish can expect Bishop C4 today.
Yeah, Bishop c4 was a huge surprise and it worked out really, really well for him. But let's see by how the game unfolds. I think looking very, very promising for Pragg right now. But he has the most time advantage amongst everyone. Actually, Arvind also has like almost the same, time advantage as well.
Yeah, so Anish in trouble. Let's go back to Arjun's game because Arjun has still not played. And talking about trouble, इससे बड़ा trouble कोई नहीं होता Fedoseev के लिए, who's about to lose his second miniature of the tournament unless he offers some resistance. And सा जितना अर्जुन सोच रहा है, I think थोड़ा confidence तो आ रहा होगा Fedoseev को. Maybe I can get away with this, yeah?
Yeah, but I think I don't know. My position already थोड़ी खराब लग रही है मेरे को उसकी. Arjun,
भाई
you
थोड़ी
know,
थोड़ी
okay, like he still hasn't made the best move, yeah. So maybe still some compensation chances. I don't think this game will finish like that quickly. अभी है मतलब थोड़ा meat है position में.
मीट है क्या? Okay.
Oh
चलो
yes.
let's see क्या होता है. Meanwhile, Arjun, as we discussed, must be contemplating c takes d5, queen takes e5, bishop takes f6, three options, all of them giving him a comfortable edge. And Oro का reaction कुछ तो funny दिखेगा भाई. If he looks at the game, he does.
अरे वो देख चुका है ऑलरेडी. रिएक्शन दे चुका है वो एक बार. कहता अभी भी सोच रहे हो क्या आप लोग? Crazy.
It's been 1 hour since we visited Gukesh's game. भाई 1 घंटा stream को हो गया क्या live? I'm not sure 1 घंटा हुआ है stream को live हुए हुए अभी.
नहीं भाई, नहीं भाई, एक
एक
घंटा
घंटा
भी
नहीं
बोलो.
हुआ यार.
साहिल भाई मैं 1 सेकंड में आया. बी राइट बैक.
हाँ, समय में क्या कर रहे थे आप? जस्ट हुए क्या? अच्छा, नाइस नाइस. आई थिंक इनफैक्ट 2-3 मिनट पेंडिंग है अभी. आई थिंक बिकॉज 41 मुझे याद है वी हैड नॉट गॉन लाइव. सो 2 या 3 मिनट पेंडिंग है. अच्छा जाओ. गॉट. It's very early to say that this is a good day for Indians. I think I agree with you, Vardhan bhai. It's very early to say, but कई बार होता है ना कि like मतलब you feel good about your day, your position, and this is a nice place to be after let's say 1 hour of play. मतलब मान लो कि क्रिकेट देखते हो फॉर एग्जांपल, लाइक यू नॉट वन द मैच, बट जब ओपनिंग में रोहित शर्मा और whoever is accompanying him, they have scored let's say 75 for 0 in 10 overs. कि भाई दिन अच्छा लग रहा है भाई. आज आज थोड़ा सही जाएगा सब कुछ. ऐसा फीलिंग आने लगती है लाइक रोहित बाहर बाहर निकल के मार रहा है सिक्स, ऐसे पुल करके सिक्स मार रहा है. फीलिंग आ रही है कि हाँ आज दिन अच्छा जाएगा भाई. परप्लेक्सिटी सी यू इन द ऑडियंस. आई विश भाई वहीं 2 4 5 एआई इमेज बना लेते हैं हम लोग, बट वो तो नहीं है. गुकी गेम आई थिंक साज भाई शिफ्ट करेंगे गुकी गेम के ऊपर. आई डोंट हैव द बोर्ड, बट maybe यहाँ पे भी कुछ हुआ नहीं है एक्चुअली. आई डोंट सी मच हैपनिंग. चैट मीनवाइल डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. लेट्स क्विकली गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. आई नो 500 की वॉचिंग ही है, बट धीरे धीरे बढ़ेंगे. वहां पे एक बंदे को चेस्को मेंबरशिप देनी है भाई. लेट्स गो. आप में से एक को मिलेगी. एंड चारों बोर्ड हमारे सामने है भाई. देखो भाई चैट तुम्हारे लिए हम क्या क्या नहीं करते. बाय द वे, रुक टू D1 played on the Erwin board by Vincent. So putting the rook opposite the queen. So I think queen E7, queen को वहां से हटना might be a good idea now for Arvind. And अभी white better है. So he still has to prove कि कैसे यहाँ पे इक्वालिटी मुझे मिल रही है. साल
और
कैन
उसने
ही.
लॉन्ग कासल नहीं किया ना भाई.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली. एंड इट्स अ वेरी नाइस मूव रुक D1 एक्चुअली, बिकॉज इट फोर्सेज द क्वेश्चन, फोर्सेज डिसीजन फ्रॉम अरविंद कि क्या करना है क्वीन का आपने.
बट या क्वीन ई7 तो फोर्स्ड है भाई अब. बेसिकली यू हैव टू प्ले इट. Unless he goes some b5 business, yeah, queen c6, bishop b7, and you target the g2 pawn, something like that.
ट्रू. आजकल पता नहीं गूगल मीट ने कुछ नया चालू कर दिया है. इफ यू आर इन अ कॉल तो सारी चैट कुछ आती है, पता नहीं क्या है, बट एनीवेज वियर्ड फीचर.
गूगल मीट पे है भी नहीं भाई, कहाँ से पढ़ रहे
यू
हो?
आर नॉट, यू नॉट, नहीं नहीं वैसे कुछ और अलग था भाई, अलग सीन्स चल रहे हैं भाई.
क्रेजी.
मीनवाइल, as these guys think, किस बोर्ड पे चले साज भाई? आई वांट टू सी अर्जुन प्ले यार. चल ही नहीं
हाँ,
रहा
अर्जुन
बंदा
के बोर्ड
यार,
पे जाते हैं
है
भाई,
ना?
वेट करते हैं उसकी मूव कहाँ.
थोड़ा गाना गा सकते हैं, ही प्लेज फास्टर. इंतहा हो गई अर्जुन
नहीं
की
नहीं भाई,
चाल की. नहीं,
आधा घंटा ऑलमोस्ट होने वाला है अर्जुन को सोचते हुए.
25, उफ, 25.5 मिनट यार, दैट्स इनसेन.
भाई गुकेश के बोर्ड पे ज्यादा अपडेट्स नहीं है, उसने c5 खेला है एंड देन उसके बाद व्हाइट हैज प्लेड e3, सो नॉट मच हैज हैपेंड देयर, बट ही हैज अ साइजेबल टाइम एडवांटेज, लाइक हाफ एन आवर डिफरेंस. We could
या,
see actually Anish and Van and Vincent being in time pressure very, very soon.
यूजुअली रेस्ट जिससे पहले का डे काम होता है, बट टुडे इज नॉट दैट डे. इट्स नॉट दैट डे बिकॉज स्टार्ट ही ऐसा हो रहा है जहां 9 में गलती हो गई. सो आई एम क्वाइट क्यूरियस हाउ अर्जुन टैकल्स दिस. मेरे हिसाब से मे बी, साथ में, ओके, वी हैव 3 ऑप्शंस. विच वन डू यू थिंक gives Arjun the most stable edge, जहां पे you don't have to worry too much now, calculate too much now? क्या ऑप्शन वो चूज करेगा यहाँ पे बेसिकली?
I like Bishop f6 the most out of all of them. I know it's not the best, but if I see
Let's
this
go
and I see
deeper.
क्योंकि ज़्यादा,
Let's go
let's
deeper.
play it.
So
So
bishop
Bishop
f6,
f6, Queen
knight
f6,
c7,
Knight c7,
d4.
and d4 is forced क्योंकि ये pawn तो नहीं, तो it's not going to be good. Queen d2 I'm guessing, just to keep all
हाँ,
the dark squares covered.
now
Knight
bishop f5.
a6 you should play. Knight a8
bishop
and
f5
bishop
will be
f5.
play.
हाँ सेम है ना,
हाँ,
मतलब
हाँ,
you
same
transpose.
same, yes yes.
And now it's just about you're losing the 8 knight, but white को just ये castle करना है किसी तरह से. So it's a question of whether you play e3 or g3. Maybe let's try e3.
Hmm.
And then if you castle, actually if you go rook a8 here, pawn takes pawn, long castle. That's very good for white.
Ooh, but rook c8.
Bishop d3 just simple.
क्वीन d4 भी आ रहा है
और
एक्चुअली.
क्वीन d4 भी मर रहा है भाई, क्वीन d4 भी
क्वीन
मर रहा
d4
है.
मर
बिशप
रहा है
d3 में
एक्चुअली.
क्या हो रहा है? f2 मर रहा है क्या? हाँ बिशप d3 भी चल रहा है एक्चुअली.
हाँ, even that works actually.
So this is one option. This is like the least favorable option. Then there is short castle के बाद if you go pawn takes pawn, that's like I think the best. And black को यहाँ पे knight a6 निकालना है, which is not easy. And if you play knight a6 to stop, by the way, knight c7, very important. And now e4. This is also feels pretty stable. You cannot take on e4 because d8 ka, queen is hanging. And there is a nice little nuance here because bishop takes queen, knight takes queen. But you have an intermezzo with bishop e7 attacking the rook.
Hmm.
And this
And
is
rook
winning
e8,
basically for rook. Then knight takes c3
rook e7.
and bishop b5. Bishop b5 I guess is very important to not allow bishop d7 क्योंकि मेरे पास d6 रहेगा.
Oh, but that is tough, yeah. That is tough to see actually,
It's
because
tough to evaluate this as winning for white. That's for sure.
yeah, exactly. So because of this already, now I'm a bit worried. Ki, I don't think Arjun will go for this variation. If that's what you need to see, it just feels like it's too vague, very hard to assess so far deep in your calculations.
Yeah, exactly. So this is probably why he's thinking for like what, almost half an hour now
Hmm.
to calculate all of this. Queen takes c5 chat में लोग लिख रहे हैं, that's also possible. I think that's all. But this is I think the most like critical. मतलब जहाँ पे stable edge नहीं है. Because it just feels uncomfortable to play queen e5 here. Black has to go knight bd7, queen takes d5. What is this? Why that's too much.
Why? Look at this. After knight d7, even bishop f6 is possible. Knight f6, and now knight c7 attacking the rook. And
Rook
here,
b8.
black has multiple moves that include rook b8, of course, but even knight g4. And look at this, queen f4, g5.
Oh.
Why? This is getting extremely double edged.
And if you go queen g3, then queen f6, just sacrificing the
Oh.
rook.
And now queen f6, you have to castle queen side. Oh my god, this is very hard.
Yeah, and then bishop e6. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with this.
Yeah, I agree. And Saj, in your with hindsight, I think your idea of bishop f6 and knight c7 looks like, even though in the at the first glance it looks dangerous, the best तरीका वही है आगे बढ़ने का. Because if you can
Yeah,
castle queen side and it's working, then it's very simple to calculate, and Arjun might just go for it.
yeah. But I think sub lines में एक वो critical move है, which he has to find. But yeah, objectively, pawn takes pawn is the best, and I think practically maybe bishop takes knight is the best. Queen takes e5 I would avoid here. But yeah,
What?
we don't know what he goes for. Maybe there's other variations after queen e5 which we haven't looked at, which also seems
Yeah,
interesting. Let's say, for example,
but
queen e5, knight b7, you can go queen
uh,
c7. This feels more normal.
true.
ये
But
pawn आपने
Saj
खा
bhai,
लिया and then you just go into the end game. Yeah,
Saj
simple.
bhai, मेरा प्लान सिंपल है भाई, बहुत चेस हो गया. आप बताओ कौन सी मूवी लेटेस्ट देखी भाई?
कौन सी मूवी? भाई मैं तो I'm rewatching Breaking Bad भाई these days.
आई हैव नॉट सीन ब्रेकिंग बैड, अभी देखना है
भाई
यार.
you should. So good it is. भाई so good.
देखेंगे भाई. डन. साहिल भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, अर्जुन और प्रग, हु इज योर फेवरेट ऑफ ऑल फॉर्मेट्स? बाय अर्जुन यार. आई थिंक प्रग इज प्रीटी गुड, गुकेश प्रीटी गुड, बट all formats, rapid blitz, classical, online, over the board, I think it has to be Arjun bhai. Kya hi banda. He is the only Indian who's, I think, top 7 or 8 in the world in all formats, by the way. Like classical mein he's world number 4. I'm going to check the exact ratings right now.
Rapid में is number 5 or something, and Blitz में is like number 7 or something.
Exactly. So he's the only one, I think, who has that to his name. Rapid mein he's world number 4, and Blitz mein he is world number 7. Exactly. So that means he top 7 in the world in all formats. और कोई आसपास भी नहीं है भाई. Nobody is even close.
Hmm. Yeah, all formats में तो भाई no contest. Arjun is
Yeah.
dominating when it comes to faster formats भाई. 2 medals भी लेके आया अभी वो.
Hmm. Madman forever young. I wanna be forever young. Wow. लोग मुश्किल लग रहा है मिस्टर भाई.
By the way, some updates in the Anish board. He has played knight to c6. So one of the best moves in the position. He didn't short castle, and Pragg takes, queen takes, and goes short castle here. And actually, from if I can see this correctly, there is a repetition in this position. Yeah, like knight
Yes, Saj
h5.
bhai. Welcome to the NM zone. This is where games die and creativity ends. Knight h5, queen h3, knight f6, draw.
But वो करेगा नहीं. Of course, he can go rook e1 and just continue the game. I
I
mean,
think he does
seeing the
it.
40-minute difference, nahi bhai, no chance he takes the draw.
Come on, yeah. I think he has to do it. Like, I,
I mean,
I think
Anish might, but Pragg won't. Yeah, 50 minute is too many minutes, bhai.
हाँ, that's a fair point. अगर बराबर टाइम होता, I think maybe Pragg would have been tempted, because I think वो tournament बढ़िया नहीं जा रहा ना. Getting a quick draw,
Hmm.
I think sometimes can help you. I know it's not the ideal, but it can help you gain momentum and give you some rest also. But I agree with you. I think with that 45-minute edge, I mean, you really have to back yourself to push.
Yeah, exactly. I think he will because increment भी नहीं है. You're only on move 12 and Anish के पास already 1 घंटा पड़ा है. He has to make what 28 moves bhai in an hour. Already you are seeing some problems there. Anish
Have
actually
to
has
agree
the
with that.
lowest time I think amongst everyone right now. Yeah.
You are correct. Yes, yes. And close the second, I think Thai Dai Van be away 1 hour 60 minutes. Can we have a look at that game, Sahaj? Any progress there? Because I think Queen E2 खेला है last move. Van ने Queen to E2.
Yeah, we were on this position, e3, c5, 1, queen e2 basically. Yeah. So now some trades could happen in this position, like pawn takes pawn or either pawn is actually for that matter. But yeah, looking pretty solid, I would say, for Van.
Hmm.
If you take on c4, I capture back with my knight. If you take here, I will capture back with my knight. ये गेम इक्वल हो सकता है एक्चुअली.
भाई यहाँ पे भी लटके हुए प्यादे आएंगे, मुझे लग रहा है सर भाई.
Oh, hanging pawns. नहीं भाई, नहीं होगा. He will capture
नहीं,
with the knight always. अच्छा, white, you mean black के हो सकते हैं hanging pawns?
हाँ मतलब किसी के भी लटके हुए प्यादे आने के चांस काफी ज्यादा है.
Hmm. But that is if
एलपी.
Van takes. अभी तो Gukesh could take on
ट्रू.
c4.
ट्रू. ट्रू. So this game, I think this is the only calm game, to be honest, among all the Indian games. So let's go to Arvind's game for a second. If we have any changes there, because I see a few moves. A5 हमने leave किया था. Rook D1 was something Keimer played, and B5 now, offering
Hmm.
that C6 pawn as bait. Because मारोगे तो Bishop B7 comes with tempo. So Keimer कहते हैं नहीं जी हमें माफ करना, हम चले पनवेल. And now what? Like white is somehow holding fort, Sahaj. Like it doesn't. I don't see a clear path for black.
Hmm. I don't know if something went wrong in his Arvind's prep. I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks very, very stable now for white. Like if I can just short castle, I have the extra pawn. Sure, it's double bishop versus double knight, but I will argue that black ka king is a lot more unsafe than ours.
Yeah.
So
Oof,
yeah,
man.
looks
This
interesting. By the way, Arjun
is.
has played apparently. Yes, he has. He takes the pawn on d5. Bhai. Amazing.
Oof. Bhai, that's an interesting choice now. And chat knight a6 only move or resigns. Knight a6 is the move he has to find.
And
भाई
Fedoseev
ये
की
रिजाइन कर
body
रहा है भाई
language
लग
से
रहा
ही
है
लग
मुझे.
रहा है भाई कि वो he looks defeated. Body language
भाई
से
वो
ही लग
रिजाइन
रहा है
कर रहा है
उसका.
भाई. कम
नहीं
ऑन.
भाई, क्या बात
टिक्कू
कर रहे
भाई
हो?
के पेट में दो मैगी. लेट्स गो. नाइट a6 नहीं खेलना.
Knight a6 तो होगा भाई, for sure. Vincent also looking at the board.
चैट क्या लगता है? Chat question. Okay, question for you. 20 मिनट 20 मूव तक गेम चलेगी. Yes or no? Come on, chat. What do you think? अभी हुए हैं 10 मूव. आई थिंक जब ये फेडोसिव खेलेंगे तो 10 मूव कंप्लीट हो जाएंगी. डू यू थिंक 20 मूव तक गेम चलेगी? Yes or no?
चलेगी भाई, for sure.
Yes. No, he will resign. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes.
नहीं
No.
भाई, of course चलेगा.
No. Yes. Yes. No. No. भाई चैट पूरी 50-50 है लिटरली. इतना 50 मैं देखा नहीं कभी.
हम्म.
एक कह रहा है ही इज ऑलरेडी रिजाइन कह रहा है उत्कर्ष भाई.
भाई फ्यूचर से आए हो आप, लग रहा है. देखते हैं अभी what Fedosiev plays. He looks he doesn't look the best. That is for
भाई
sure. He looks defeated.
उनकी एक टांग टेबल के बाद. ओ वेट, समबडी ऑलमोस्ट फेल इन द क्राउड. आई थिंक somebody I think almost fell in the crowd. Everybody got distracted, yeah.
Crazy.
He's laughing. Yeah, yeah, there was some noise probably. Yeah, I think somebody almost fell in the crowd. Wow. Happens, I think. Fedoseev was like, okay, चलो खाली मेरा ही दिन खराब नहीं चल रहा.
तो फेडोसिव का भी एक ही मैच खराब गया था, फिर उसके बाद ही डिफीटेड विंसेंट काइमर, उसके बाद ही ड्रू टू सिंडारोव एंड देन ड्रू टू फन फॉरेस्ट एज वेल. एंड आई थिंक ही इज डूइंग वेल सो फार.
Yeah, but these losses hurt because I mean art move में Sahaj. Like what do you tell yourself after this? Like you just tell yourself, okay, मैंने opening तैयार ही नहीं करी. Like how can I play e5? Because it's one thing to make a positional error, maybe miss something strategic idea, and your opponent's knight gets to d5 in a Sicilian. It's one thing to just blunder knight b5 and lose the game, yeah.
दैट इज ट्रू. दैट इज ट्रू. ही प्लेज
Saj
नाइट
bhai,
ए भाई.
yeah, he finds it, and in the spirit of great questions asked to me, Salvai, can you confuse your opponent's prep by just farting? Wow, that's a new high, Saj bhai.
इट्स न्यू लो भाई.
New high bhai, because fart करेगा तो high हो जाएगा वो. क्या ही चल रहा है भाई चैट में.
वो आर्बिटर भी आ गया भाई, ये गेम खत्म होने वाला लग रहा है उसको भी.
ही इज ऑन द एक्शन भाई. आदि मैगी मैं शेयर करने वाला हूँ आर्बिटर जी के साथ तो.
एंड नाउ e4, as we see from the blue arrow chart. Very, very important move. If he doesn't play e4, then okay, the game is on. Then पक्का ये game बहुत लंबा चलेगा. But let's remind everyone कि e4 के बाद the follow up is definitely not easy. We were looking at this knight e4. There's also knight takes d5, which is possible.
भाई what is knight takes d5? But that's an insane line because उसके बाद you have to find queen takes e5,
Yeah,
which
queen
does
f5
make
check
it
पे bishop d2 आपके पास. So you're fine there. Rook e8 only move.
wow.
Bishop takes d8. Rook takes e5 and just long castle.
साज भाई याद है आपने कहा था स्ट्रीम के स्टार्टिंग में कि 2-3 years में you could become a GM if you give it your all.
Yeah.
I think 20-30 साल कर देना चाहिए उसको. ये
नहीं
क्या
नहीं
है
भाई.
भाई ये चेस कहाँ समझ में आएगी भाई. क्वीन ई फाइव रुकी है भाई, कुछ भी चल रहा है.
Yeah, but of course it's a dynamic position, so crazy तो होगा भाई. And Arjun thinking again, like for a long time again. Knight a6 definitely is not something. Or maybe he's rechecking his lines. That could also be possible.
Yeah, I think he's rechecking. Of course, I think he must have seen knight a6 because that's the only defense. And of course, knight c7 आ रहा है, तो knight a6 is one of the main lines. Yeah, it's not even like a weird move. It's a very normal concept in this position.
Hmm.
Now the question is, has he seen e4? Because apparently bishop f6, queen f6, just giving the bishop, and then e4 is also decent for white. Because अगर आप ध्यान से देखो, 1 2 3 4 5 7, 1 2 3 4 5 6, you're a pawn up. And essentially, I don't think black has any compensation for the pawn, Sahaj. Like, it's just a clean pawn up.
Yeah, but okay, like giving up bishop f6 for no reason, like okay, you would not want to do that because black dark squares में comfortable हो जाएगा. But yeah, this is
True.
a comfortable advantage though, that's for sure. ये
Yeah,
हुआ
agreed. I
बोर्ड पे
think
तो I think ये गेम 20 साल से पक्का लंबा चलेगा भाई.
ये बात तो है. हाँ, अगर वो हुआ, then I think I've lost the bet. So the way I can win the bet is if Arjun finds e4, because then it's not +1, it's +2, but there is more drama. There is more counterplay for black potentially.
Hmm.
But knowing Arjun, he always goes for the kill. If there's a way, he will find it by. He will not settle for, some slight advantage which he'll convert in 20, 30, 40 moves. He's gonna go for the kill.
Yeah, so let's see if he does that. Meanwhile, kuch और games. By the way, Anish has off played knight h5 and a soft draw offer incoming.
Okay, Sahaj bhai. Knight h5, he took 11 minutes and 7 seconds. Now he has 58 minutes on the clock. Question to you, chat, and question to Sahaj. Does Pragg take the draw, yes or no? Because he can just repeat moves now.
Easiest no of my life, भाई.
Really?
Of course, भाई. What क्या बात कर रहे हो आप भाई?
कितना odds देने को ready हो मुझे? इतना easiest draw है तो like
10
1 to
भाई.
10?
1:10. Sure भाई.
Chat लेना चाहिए bet मुझे like 1 to 10 odds. Like, do you
मत
think?
लो भाई. मत लो भाई. कितना हारोगे
I don't
आज?
know. I'm tempted यार. 10 मैच जीतने का मौका है यार, सीधा -3 से +7. यस प्रभु भाई,
कर लो भाई.
चैट में कुछ लोग यस लिख रहे हैं.
Yes, Pragg will take a draw. भाई कैसी बात कर रहे हो यार आप? How like come on with white pieces you are almost
चैट
an
तुम्हारा
hour
ले
up.
लूं, तुम बताओ. तुम हाँ लिखोगे तो मैं यस लिख दूंगा. चलो भाई, अगर यस स्पैम हो गया तो आई टेक दैट बेट. लेट्स गो.
देख लो भाई चैट.
जो मिले ले लो, ले लो. क्या चल रहा है भाई?
अरे सोच किंग भाई.
ओह, चलो सर, आई टेक यू ऑन दैट बेट. या 1:10. सो इफ आई विन, आई विन 10 मैगीज. इफ यू विन, यू गेट 1 मैगी. सो यू गो टू
ठीक
4
है भाई
मैगीज
डन.
देन. चलो भाई,
Pragg doesn't
लेट्स सी.
take a draw.
मतलब बेसिकली इस फॉर्मेट में ही माइट लाइक इन द नेक्स्ट 4-5 मूव्स ही विल
अरे
ड्रॉ दिस विद दिस रेपिटेशन. ठीक है,
ये चलो
चलो.
वो ये यहाँ पे एक नई आपने लगा ली यहाँ पर तो आप हार गए भाई. He takes bishop f6. So Arjun has 1 pawn advantage but game definitely नहीं मतलब चलेगा लंबा भाई.
He goes for the solid weapon. He does not go for the super ambitious choice. He wants the stable pawn and he will end up winning likely anyways. But maybe there's a missed opportunity here, Sahaj. For me.
क्या है? Queen f6 he plays. And okay, like he's better for sure, but yeah, some counterplay for black. And also like e4 भी खेला उसने. And let's remember that ke, even though this is a very comfortable, extra pawn, black has some counterplay possibilities with f5, like in the future.
And it's very interesting, chat, ki bishop d7 for logical reasons is the only move now. Otherwise, you're back to the same evaluation as earlier. Because black को
Hmm.
counter create करना है, rook c8, rook f c8, whatever the idea is. And you are correct, Sahaj. Queen g6 and f5 seems to be the plan for black at some point. And queen g6 के बाद bishop को develop करना ही मुश्किल है on f1.
Yeah, because your G2 pawn hangs. Maybe you go long castle in those lines, but I think we will see what happens there. Let's take a quick look at Gukesh's board.
Yeah, let's go.
Why he has played a5 here, so no trades have happened, and he goes rook d1. तो एक भी ट्रेड नहीं हुआ अभी तक इस बोर्ड पे between Gukesh and Van.
तो 11 मिनट की वीडियो आने वाली है फिर. This game had no trade in 222 moves. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, players playing it very smartly. And usually, I think exchanges फिर साथ में होते हैं सारे, right? Whenever you start trading off, tuck, 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 takes. Like, this is the kind of position Hikaru lives on, yeah? So,
Yeah,
it'll be interesting, I think, कौन यहाँ पे, who comes out on top. But for now, very dynamic.
agreed, bhai, agreed. So that's the update. He still has a 20-minute advantage though on the clock, which is great. But position-wise, I think Van is doing really well so far. Optically, I like Van's position more.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, Arvind has played queen e7 after queen to f4. So, he develops his queen. Nice move there. And now the question is, can white castle? Because castle seems to be a slight, not a big one. But black की चाल थोड़ी अजीब है. Like apparently a4 निकालना है black को, regardless of what white plays. I don't know
Yeah,
how
a4,
normal
a3,
that
yeah.
is.
A4, a3 is the plan. And also another thing is, let's say, by the way, this is the game of Arvind and Vincent. And after short castle a4, the point is कि आप a3 नहीं खेल सकते because I have bishop takes c3 and queen takes a3. And अगर
Hmm.
आप a3 नहीं खेल सकते तो मैं a3 खेल सकता हूँ and I will disrupt the harmony of your pieces on the queen side.
Hmm. And कुछ भी डिस्टर्ब हो जाए, हार्मोनी डिस्टर्ब नहीं होनी चाहिए यार, साज भाई.
Exactly, bhai. Harmony is key, bhai.
Hmm. So,
Oh,
by the
and
way, I think I'm gonna lose
yeah,
a
yeah,
bet,
yeah.
Sahaj.
Yeah, I think so too because Pragg has played queen to d3 without much thought. Yeah, and he plays knight f6. Draw offer.
Come on, come on, Pragg. No f4 यार. साहज भाई ने कितना समझाया, f1 को पुश नहीं करना चाहिए. Come on, queen g3. Come on, Pragg, queen g3. Let's go, Pragg. Come on, queen g3. 10 मैगी मिलेगी, Pragg आधी दे दूंगा मैं. Let's go.
No ways he plays queen g3, bhai. No chance.
I
भाई
think
50 मिनट का एडवांटेज यार क्यों खेलेगा वो मतलब
I know
व्हाट आई मीन
f4 is so logical यार. Queen d3 is a clear sign. He's not gonna repeat.
भाई
चलो
अब 3
एक
हार
बार
गए
ही
आप
कर
तो
दो. एक बार ही कर दो कम से कम, Pragg भाई. Let's repeat it once, just for the
हम्म
thrills.
आपको फॉल्स होप चाहिए मतलब
हाँ, just for the giggles, यार.
हम्म
If you don't love me, at least lie to me, like, मतलब, like, just queen g3, let's go.
वाह बट f4 f5 looks very logical no because आप आपका प्लान होता है इस पोजीशन में लेट्स से f4 ब्लैक गोज शॉर्ट कासल यू प्ले f5 एंड जनरली स्पीकिंग आप e5 प्रोवोक कराते हो ब्लैक से एंड e5 इसलिए प्रोवोक कराते हो बिकॉज यू वांट टू प्ले लाइक बिशप g5 बिशप टेक्स f6 एंड देन यू वांट टू टारगेट द d5 स्क्वायर फॉर योर नाइट यहाँ पे ये दिस इज अ वेरी गुड सॉर्ट ऑफ अ स्ट्रेटेजिक पोजिशन जहाँ पे क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है आपसे कि लाइक इफ यू कुड टेक वन पीस फॉर यू एंड वन पीस फॉर योर ओपोनेंट what position would it be so basically सारे पीस यहाँ से हम हटा रहे हैं बट सिर्फ एक पीस बचा है ब्लैक का और एक पीस बचा है व्हाइट का एंड दैट शुड बी ब्लैक हैविंग दिस बिशप ऑन e7 एंड व्हाइट हैविंग द नाइट ऑन d5 और द बिशप ऑन d5 जनरली इट शुड बी द नाइट अगर सिर्फ बिशप ही बचा है बट yeah bishop also works so this
Saj
is what
bhai,
he's hoping to achieve.
yeah, that looked like a dream. I was shaking my head looking at black's position after f4, f5, and e5. So black better not play e5 there, because then your bishop g5 takes. White has complete control over the d5 square, and then you basically could. I think you could resign. To be honest, like, strategically, it's just so bad.
Strategically lost
So
our position.
yeah, so I think Pragg has a simple choice here to make. I mean, he has to take care of my food. So he has to play queen g3 and just draw the game. I think that's the only thought that matters, Sahaj.
He won't do it. Why? दे लो भाई F4 on the board.
अरे यार बताओ यार, एक
+4
मैगी
चचिंग.
फ्री की मैगी चली गई यार, फ्री की मैगी बताओ, 3 की 4 हो गई बताओ, अरे
लालच में
यार।
आ गए ना आप.
लालच बुरी बड़ा भला है, लप लप। कोई ना प्रग भाई यार, कोई ना कोई ना, सह लेंगे थोड़ा सा।
But I think it's a great thing, yeah, because he's playing for the win. No draw.
या ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ
और
कोर्स,
वाइट
F4
से
इज
कब
वेरी
ड्रॉ
ambitious।
करता है भाई प्रग. लाइक कभी नहीं देखा उसको ऐसे यार. कब मतलब डजंट मैटर हु ही
And
प्लेस.
And apparently, Anish has to find d5 if he wants to equalize a b, which is not common. You don't play d5 in these structures when you're not even castled and white rook is coming to e1. So the choice for Anish is not easy. कि d5 खेल दो भाई.
हम्म. या
भाई, what?
क्या हुआ.
Arjun has made another mistake.
क्यों भाई. बिशप D7 पे क्वीन E3 जाना था क्या.
Queen d2, queen e3 was better for some reason. I'm not sure why, but queen d2 is
बट
a mistake. I think knight c5 gaining a tempo on the e4 pawn maybe is the problem.
तो नाइट C5 नाइट C3 एंड देन व्हाट. क्वीन G6 एंड नाउ F3 टू डिफेंड दिस पॉन. बट या
Hello.
बेसिकली लाइक अगर क्वीन E3 पे होती तो आपको F3 खेलने की जरूरत ना होती. एंड ऑल्सो ब्लैक
हाँ,
नाइट C5 नहीं खेल सकता होता. दैट्स लाइक टू डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स.
यार ये थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेट हो गया फॉर नो रीजन यार.
या.
Basically, I think maybe I'm wrong here, but after you play all of this, if you go into that same variation, Saj, like let's say queen d2, knight c5, knight c3, queen g6, f3, rook c8, there is no square for the bishop actually. So e2 gives up g2, d3 pe knight takes and I take on g2, c4 pe I take on e4 and then on c4, b5. I mean, I don't think that's even like there must be something there, and a6 is also covered. So I think maybe bishop का square का चक्कर है. There is no square.
या. Not the best developments there, but okay, still good chances to win, yeah. But black एक fortress बना सकता है यहाँ पे. तो चार्ट फिर से एक सवाल करता हूँ यहाँ पे. इफ यू हैड टू चूज, इमेजिन आप ब्लैक से खेल रहे हो पोजीशन. ठीक है. आपको सेम लाइक सेम एक्सरसाइज. इमेजिन कि व्हाइट कैन कीप वन पीस, ब्लैक कैन कीप वन पीस इन एन एंड गेम. Which end game is the most favorable for you?
So black will keep the queen, white will keep the bishop by.
नहीं नहीं, of the same value of course.
अच्छा अच्छा.
बढ़िया आंसर था by the way.
Thanks भाई. I love my queen.
So it should be, if I mean it definitely should be white's bishop on f1 and black's knight on c5, जिसको आप d6 पे रख सकते हो basically, and that would be a fortress. Like I don't think black will lose that. There is no chance black will lose that.
Yeah.
So same thing. So अगर black ये bishop इस knight से मतलब exchange कर लेता है यहाँ पे, that would be huge. In this position, I don't even think that black is, white is playing for a win there.
But I think Arjun, whenever he goes back, he's going to regret this a lot. I think
Yeah,
he missed
golden
a couple
opportunity.
of couple of moments there, and that's why I thought कि ये जो CD5 है, it's not practical. जितना हम lines में देख रहे थे, it felt like Bishop 6 was the practical choice, even though it didn't look like it at the first glance. So uh, yeah, hopefully he wins, because if he doesn't, it's gonna be heartbreak. So meanwhile, no other games जहाँ पे कोई better है. I think at least in the Masters section, Thai Dai Van ने कोई move चली ही नहीं है तब से, and no moves by Arvind either. साथ में क्या करें फिर, मतलब वेट करें इस गेम का ही.
अर्विन नहीं, विंसेंट इज द वन थिंकिंग देयर, सो वहां पे थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा. अर्जुन या पोजीशन थोड़ी सी इक्वलाइज हो रही है. अनीश इज स्टिल थिंकिंग 52 मिनट्स. अनीश के बोर्ड पे भाई टाइम प्रेशर आ सकता है बहुत जल्दी. एंड या आई थिंक मे बी वी शुड गो टू गुकेश बोर्ड जस्ट टू सी
Let's
क्या हो रहा
go.
है वहां पे. ही प्लेड क्वीन
And
सी
he played a
7.
yeah, weird move, no? Queen के सामने रुक रख दिया.
मतलब आई थिंक ही वांट्स टू प्ले क्वीन B8 probably at the right moment, and he's waiting for some trades to happen on the board.
Hmm. I feel like it's a bit risky though. Like CD5, I'm already, you're tempting me to take on D5, something which I anyway wanted to do. So not sure about this for Gukesh. How is it gonna, benefit him? Queen C7. How is the queen better placed on C7? Is it going to B8 Sarge?
Yeah, queen B8. एंड अगर आपने CD5 AD5 मारा भी तो वो लटकते हुए पॉन्स, वी कुड सी दैट.
या बहुत ऊपर से लटक रहे हैं यार. बट yeah, still not convinced. 95 looks strong. Knight h4, knight f5 looks strong. Um,
Hmm.
it does feel like white is still like having clear plans, and black का plan है भाई queen को थोड़ा सा side step करके out of trouble लेके
I
जाते
mean,
हैं,
knight
which is
f8,
not
knight
really.
e6 could be a plan.
Yeah, maybe that's the hope you have. But then e5 square पे control जा रहा है, so that's also a trade-off you have to make.
Hmm.
Interesting, I think. But yeah, as of now, if I had to, bet Maggies on somebody and equal players होते level के, I would say Thai Dai Van. Yeah, he has a good position.
Yeah, very solid. I like his chances in this position. But yeah, I mean, early days still. And also time में भी 20 मिनट का फर्क is huge.
Hmm.
By the way, in Arjun's board, Fedoseev has played knight c5, knight c3 हो चुका है board पे. That's the update. And we
Great.
might see that line with queen g6 very very soon, जहाँ पे हम लोग discuss कर रहे थे कि bishop f1 का is not going to go out that easily.
By the way, h4 played by Van there, so very interesting. I think let's go to Arjun's board. But yeah, interesting choice h4 there. So knight c3 on the board, and now an important moment for Fedosiva. I think queen g6 is a crucial one, just to not allow white to develop at all. Also put pressure on the e4 pawn.
Oh yes, this looks very nice actually. I mean, yeah, Fedoseev will be happy with how the game kind of unfolded from the opening. Yeah, good chances now. There are some like
Hmm.
interesting moves that I'm seeing though, like queen g6, f3. He plays rook c8 though, best move. Actually, might not be the best move. यहाँ पे b4 का option है मेरे पास, and I take away your knight. This is good, yeah, because remember we were doing this exercise कि black के पास knight होना चाहिए, white के पास bishop होना चाहिए. You will
Hmm.
play, if you play b4 here, then you are forcing black to go knight a4, and you can take, and that endgame is never going to happen now. So this promises to be quite interesting. But let's see what Arjun has in store.
But b4 is the only move now. Because b4 के बाद knight हट गया, that means my bishop also gains the d3 square and I can castle आराम से. b4,
Hmm.
knight a4, takes, bishop d3. I control the c2 square, no rook c2 for you, no queen g6 possible anymore. I can just castle, and next castle, rook c1, I'm just a pawn up.
But there is this sequence, yeah, queen b6, short castle, and queen d4. So I'm not so sure about this. And also, at some point, you will have to play queen e3 and accept this double pawns on the e line. And okay,
Hmm.
still some chances, but yeah, I don't know if it's a lot. But yeah, we have to see how this game unfolds and whether Arjun plays b4 here.
Wow, my chess बहुत hard है यार, really hard. And
And
it's a
Gukesh still
yeah.
thinking, by the way, after h4. I think we should go there for a bit just to try and break down
Hmm.
why no one is making any like trades here, because CD4 DC4 कितनी मूव से आ रहा है, CD5 DC5 कितनी मूव से आ रहा है, बट कोई भी ट्रेड ही नहीं कर रहा है भाई तब से. And very alpha zero type move, yeah, h4. I like it.
या एंड टॉप लेवल पे प्लेयर्स यूजुअली वांट कि दूसरा मारे ताकि मैं फ्री टेम्पो के साथ पीस डेवलप करूं. Nobody
Hmm.
wants to be the first one to grab and just improve करते रहो position अपनी gradually. And what's the idea of knight g5 Saj? Usually I think queen c2 पे होती है तो knight g5 makes sense, h4 and g5. But यहाँ पे h4 का idea क्या है?
I think to gain some space on the king side. I don't think necessarily he's planning knight g5. Maybe he's planning knight
Hmm.
e5 and then h5 later on. But yeah, he's just trying to expand on the queen side ताकि थोड़ा space मिले, and then he will make some trades on these four pawns over here. एंड भाई हम इतना सोच रहे हैं, बट अनीश और प्रग में
भाई
ऑलमोस्ट 1 घंटे का फर्क है भाई. लेट्स
भाई
गो देयर.
लिटरली मैं वही देखा था. 47 मिनट्स है उसके पास अब. That is
वाओ.
just too little time. We are still in the opening.
आई वुड लव टू सी अनीश's बॉडी लैंग्वेज हियर, बिकॉज यहाँ पर आई मीन maybe you're not having any problems on the board, but like on the clock you would be, I don't know, looks very scary.
Wow, this looks like a moment जहाँ पे Anish needs a clear path forward. D5 is the move as we have seen. If he can simplify the game somehow, that's going to help him. But if he can't, I think F5 is incoming, Saj, and it's going to be a long battle ahead, long defense ahead. जहां पे likely he won't survive. 1 hour difference. Unbelievable. साहज भाई इतना एक्साइटेड है कि उनको नींद ही पड़ गई है. साहज भाई, कैसा लग रहा है नींद पड़ के?
भाई क्रेजी. एक्चुअली नींद नहीं थी भाई, इंटरनेट था आई थिंक. बट आई एम बैक.
एक ही बात है भाई. इंटरनेट को नींद पड़ गई थी.
क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी. बट या what I was saying is like 1 hour difference is huge. I mean कितनी चालें हुई हैं यहाँ पे? It's only 14 moves, yeah. So 26 moves he has to play in 46 minutes.
भाई अनीश की 13 ही हुई है. 27 moves he has to play.
27, yeah, exactly. That's even worse.
टुडे आई कैन स्लोली सी कि सारे वाइट पीसेस थोड़ा थोड़ा बेटर हो रहे हैं. हैंस
Hmm.
बेटर अगेंस्ट नोदरबेक, काइमर बेटर अगेंस्ट अरविंद, सिंदारोव अगेंस्ट Erdogmus, यान फर्स्ट अगेंस्ट ब्लूबाम, अर्जुन अगेंस्ट फेदोसीव. Pragg Anish is still equal but टाइम पे बेटर है. एंड देन Thai Dai Van better Gukesh. So white pieces आज आराम से डोमिनेट करते हुए.
कल एकदम ब्लैक का दिन था और आज व्हाइट का दिन है.
हाँ, it feels like the same players are winning, yeah, because कल उनके black रहे होंगे maximum कि आज white है. So
Hmm.
I think we are slowly seeing like how the people perform really well and how the people struggle. So tournament divide हो रहा है 2 पार्ट में.
Crazy भाई. Huge of
Huge
true.
if true.
Nice. साहिल भाई, while the players think, मैं 1 मिनट में आया. Be right back.
हाँ, सो यही स्टेटमेंट प्रग नहीं मारा. आई बी राइट बैक. वो भी चलेगा वहां पे कोने में लेफ्ट में. एंड चैट, मेरे हिसाब से अनीश नीड्स टू प्ले राइट अबाउट नाउ. यू कैन नॉट डिले दिस एनी मोर, अदरवाइज प्रग तो भाई मजे ले लेगा. एंड वॉट कैन ही प्ले? आई थिंक D5 इज द मूव. वहां पे इफ यू टेक ऑन D5, आई थिंक यू टेक विद द पॉन. डिफिकल्ट चॉइस या कि आप अपना पॉन सैक करोगे. साजल शो द लाइंस ऑफ कोर्स, बट दैट इज द वे to basically gain some counter play. If not D5, then what else? I think second is castles. But castles के बाद of course like F5 and E6 pawn पे बहुत ज़्यादा pressure है. ओह, बैडी बैडी क्या होता है? व्हाट इज बैडी भाई? कुछ और बोलो भाई. क्या बोले? चलो क्रिकेट की कमेंट्री करते हैं. क्रिकेट करें क्या भाई? और अनीश जी सोचते हुए यहाँ पे फ्रंट फुट पे खेलते हुए क्या करेंगे वो बाउंसर के अगेंस्ट. बगल से दूसरा फील्डर जाता हुआ ऐसे टॉन्ट करता हुआ, उनको उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. वो तो अगली बॉल पे छक्का मारना चाहते हैं. सराउंडिंग द बैट्समैन, क्राउड चीयर करते हुए पीछे से उनके ओपोनेंट बॉलर आसपास आके पॉकेट में हाथ लेके घूम रहे हैं. क्या वो बॉल के साथ खेल रहे हैं? नहीं नहीं नहीं. नो स्लीटिंग. सो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ क्या हुआ? तो अनीश जी रेडी. कोहली उनके फेवरेट बैट्समैन है, बट
Back.
खेलते वो ड्राविड की तरह. वेलकम बैक साज भाई.
कौन खेलता है ड्रेविड की तरह भाई?
हाँ, अनीश गिरी.
Oh, super solid.
या, गेमिंग गेनिंग एंड लूजिंग टेम्पो इज क्रिएटिंग द डिफरेंस फॉर अनीश. क्राउड बढ़िया हो रहा है. क्राउड कम हो रहा है भाई. बढ़िया कम हो रहा है. कम हो रहा है एक्चुअली. लाइक आई थिंक पीपल काइंड ऑफ इट्स गेटिंग कोल्डर देयर. तो पीपल आर लीविंग अर्ली नाउ डेज. कैन यू शो the bars for all matches? Yeah, we can add the bars definitely.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yep,
Yeah,
there we
there
see.
you have the bars. तुम्हें बार्स चाहिए थे, मिल गए बार्स. आई होपफुली तुम्हें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी बार्स के साथ अब.
इक्वली लग रहा है मतलब हर जगह तो. बट या व्हाइट इज स्लाइटली बेटर इन अक्रॉस ऑल बोर्ड्स. एंड अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे जो क्लाउड की बातें कर रहे हैं भाई, आई थिंक क्लाउड विल नॉट बी आई थिंक हेल्पफुल यहाँ पे. आई मीन आई कैन टेल यू कि क्लाउड विल से इट्स नॉट एज बेटर एज वी आर सीइंग राइट नाउ, क्योंकि पोजीशन बहुत इक्वलिश है वहाँ पे. मतलब इवन दो ही हैज एन एक्स्ट्रा पॉन, ब्लैक कैन सेट अप some kind of a fortress. So that, yeah, that will be a long game for sure.
जॉर्डन खड़े खड़े क्या सोच रहा है भाई? कैन यू गो फुल स्क्रीन? व्हाई जॉर्डन स्टैंडिंग देयर?
He's trying to go
क्या
look at his line
क्या
there.
सोच रहा है यार वो? I think
भाई
he
अनीश
was
के लिए वो भी
lost.
सोच रहा है भाई 40 भाई 1 घंटे का डिफरेंस नाउ वी आर इट्स ऑफिशियल ऑफिशियली एक
I,
घंटे का डिफरेंस.
I think he was lost for a second there. Like he didn't realize ऐसे होता है ना कि when you're thinking about something you forget कि हो कहाँ पे. वो प्रग कहाँ चला गया भाई चैलेंजर्स में? दिख रहा है वो उधर कोने में.
नो भाई प्राग तो घूम घूम के थक गया भाई 1 घंटे से घूम रहा है वो. थाई साइज फ्री स्टाइल चैंपियनशिप फ्रॉम 14 टू 17 है टेलीकास्ट हो चेस 24 पे. आप बिजी हो गए. अरे 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 भाई होंगे भाई होंगे होपफुली.
But 14 to 17th नहीं, I think it's 13 to 15 by. Either way, Valentine's Day is gone for all of us, but it's 13 to 15 by, I think.
या
Saj bhai, do you like streaming a Valentine's Day or would you prefer कि उस दिन rest day होता?
नहीं भाई आई लाइक इट.
I
हेलो
like
मैंने
it
अपने
too.
बर्थडे पे भाई 9.5 घंटे स्ट्रीम किया था भाई. आप क्या बात कर रहे हो?
That's true. That's true. Fair.
आपके साथ ही किया था भाई. 9.5 घंटे
हाँ.
भाई दैट इज क्रेजी.
Oh,
लाइक व्हेन
damn.
आई
Damn.
थिंक अबाउट दैट मोमेंट कि भाई 9.5 घंटे मैंने अपने बर्थडे पे स्ट्रीम किया था भाई दैट इज इनसेन यार. बट ओके लाइक इट डिडंट फील लाइक वर्क. दिस डजंट फील लाइक कि वी रियली एंजॉय व्हाट वी डू. सो
Yes.
दैट्स द सिल्वर लाइनिंग.
Enjoy what we do, chat. That is the secret. Sahaj by spilling the sauce. So chat, are you enjoying what you're doing? That is the point. और उसको express करने का तरीका है like करने का सहाज भाई. What do you think about that?
एग्जैक्टली एंड एज वी से लाइक करो भाई उसने शॉर्ट कासल खेल दिया भाई. फाइनली अ मूव
Ooh.
इज ऑन द बोर्ड एंड प्रग का टाइम 1 घंटा 42 मिनट से कम होने वाला है भाई. आई एम गेटिंग वरीड.
And and I think जितना भी टाइम प्रेशर प्लग के ऊपर हो, आई एम श्योर ही इज गोना होल्ड हिज नर्व साहज भाई. लाइक आई एम श्योर लाइक F5 जल्दी से खेलेंगे, बिल्कुल भी टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करेंगे यहाँ पे. भाई पानी पी रहा है वो भाई, टाइम नहीं है उसके पास.
1 ही घंटे का फर्क है भाई. प्ले फास्ट.
जंप ऑन गुकेश गेम. जंप करना है
भाई
क्या?
भी जंप करते हैं भाई उसके गेम पे. लेट्स सी क्या हो रहा है वहां पे. बिशप डी6 खेला भाई उसने एंड लुक एट दिस मूव बाय द वे बाय वैन. ही प्लेज नाइट टू B1. व्हाट अंडरस्टैंडिंग भाई. नाइट C3 नाइट B5 इज द प्लान टू टेक दिस बिशप ऑन D6 बट लविंग इट.
Yeah, knight B1. I mean, yeah, it's a nice move, but it does leave white less developed than black for one move. So I'm just thinking, can we simplify matters right about now somehow? Especially because knight c4 control nahi kar raha hai. So we could consider taking on c4 now, Sahaj. What do you think about that?
देन वी गो pawn takes C4 एंड CD4 पे लाइक इफ आई गो
Yeah,
CD4 डू आई
cd4.
गो.
cd4
भाई
now.
अब ED4 नहीं मार सकते बिकॉज ब्लैक हैज E5. So knight D4
Oh,
is
but then it's
forced
amazing,
essentially.
no? Then it's amazing, no?
Yeah, but okay, you also have a pawn on A5, so this knight can go on B5. I don't know.
वो तो वैसे भी आ रहा था एक नाइट नाइट C3 नाइट B5, तो might as well do this.
Get an isolated pawn, yeah, might as well. Hmm.
Yeah, and I think that knight B1 move was nice, but अगर बोलते हैं ना वो एक वो गरम है उस पे लोहा मार दो, समथिंग सम proverb I forgot. तो वैसा ही है. Strike the
Hmm.
iron while it's hot. Yes, thank you.
Yes,
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 yes.
yes, yes. Of course, great भाई. Silent says भाई मार्क अंद्रिया मौरित्सी और अलेक्सी सराना कुछ ज्यादा सिमिलर नहीं दिखते भाई. एक्चुअली they do kind of look similar, no?
आई यार
बस
मुझे उनकी
बाल
शक्ल,
डिफरेंट है उनके ऑफ कोर्स.
शक्ल
बट
इतनी
या
याद नहीं है मुझे.
सराना was playing here ना last year also if I'm not
Oh, Sarana,
mistaken.
I remember. I don't remember Mark Morris. No, they're different. They're
मौरित्सी
different. They're
उसमें था भाई
different.
GCL में था.
They're different. They're different. And not similar. Not similar, actually. काफी different, actually.
Some features, yeah. Like I do agree with you a bit. भाई ये क्लाउड एनालिसिस कैसे देखते हैं सहज भाई बता दो. मैं भी खुद देख लूंगा भाई. चेस बेस पे होता है एंड यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट भाई. बट इट्स यूजफुल स्पेशली फॉर अ like a professional. It's very useful. Let's go back to the original position. Knight B1.
Okay, so as Gukesh thinks, let's jump back to the Arjun game. Want to see what he's thinking because अब तक चाल नहीं चली उन्होंने. And time situation wise, he's behind his opponent, which is extremely rare for Arjun Erigaisi.
Rare
So,
sight.
yeah, super rare.
भाई ये मैच मुझे लग नहीं रहा अर्जुन जीतेगा. आई थिंक ड्रॉ होगा भाई.
यार
सॉरी भाई.
हमने किस पे बेट लगाई थी? और आई थिंक वी हैड बेट 20 मूव्स. अरे भाई 6 मूव में तो गेम खत्म नहीं होती.
अगर ड्रॉ कर लिया तो ओके, आई डोंट थिंक अर्जुन करेगा, बट ट्राई तो करेगा भाई
या
यहाँ पे.
नो
कल भी ही
चांस
वाज
एक्चुअली.
ट्राइंग विद दैट एक्स्ट्रा पॉन एंड फॉर लाइक 6 आवर्स.
नो चांस एक्चुअली.
तो +4 हो गई भाई, अब +6 होने वाला है भाई. अमेजिंग.
वेस्ली सो और अबे यार क्या रे चैट. भाई as Arjun goes below the 1 hour mark, Sajve Ali back in just 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Yes, chat looking tough, I would say, for Arjun here to make a comeback. But B4 is that move. जहाँ से कुछ like he retains some of his advantage, whether B4 और सारी moves में बहुत बड़ा difference है. So this is the move that he should play. Remember कि Bishop को आप ऐसे immediately अब develop नहीं कर सकते. Oh wait, what? Oh, that's an accuracy by Arjun again. भाई this is not a great sign. अब तो better भी नहीं है भाई अर्जुन. Yeah, even Fedoseev looks a bit surprised with that move. I don't think he expected that. And Arjun के perspective से like okay, he doesn't want to develop the bishop, so he wants to play rook d1, queen side की पूरी development complete, and then he's gonna think about the king side. But this gives black enough time to settle down. So like queen g6 is very good here, queen b6 is very good here, and yeah, mm, this doesn't look that promising anymore. Which Indian would score the first win of against a foreign player? Bhai, is that true? क्या? Actually, didn't think about it. भाई आज ही हो सकता है बाय द वे वो. आज ही हो सकता है बिकॉज एवरीवन इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट समवन एल्स, फॉरेन प्लेयर्स. बट नहीं, आई थिंक इट वाज वेदांत ना. या वेदांत वन हिज फर्स्ट मैच. सो वेदांत ही डिफीटेड, I believe it was Aline Roberts in the first round. So there's already a win right there. So yeah, that's the story. But yeah, Rook D1 के बाद भाई, I think this match, not so sure whether this is as promising anymore. Let's take a quick look at Pragg versus Anish because Pragg has played F5 in this position. And again, बहुत जल्दी खेला by the way F5 in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. And Black played Rook B8, not playing E5 of course. Remember, E5 is a strategical blunder essentially. And अभी भी 1 घंटे का फर्क है भाई. Position equal है, but 1 घंटे का फर्क is a lot. And now here bishop g5 looks pretty promising. Yeah, just kind of preempting that e5 thing. Maybe you can also take on e6 and some queen h3. Could pin to hai yahan pe. That also looks promising. मास्टर सेक्शन भाई मुश्किल है भाई बोलना. आई थिंक प्रग का चांस काफी अच्छा है यहाँ पे जीतने का, लाइक स्पेशली बिकॉज ऑफ द टाइम. अर्जुन आई डोंट थिंक वो उस पोजीशन में, बिकॉज वो बहुत बहुत काउंटर प्ले उधर. गुकेश ऑल्सो इज लुकिंग गुड. ही हैज टेकन ऑन c4 बाय द वे, सो सम अपडेट्स देयर ऑन दैट बोर्ड. बट लेकिन इट्स टू अर्ली. लाइक शुरुआत में सिर्फ प्रग का ही चांस मुझे ज्यादा लग रहा है. ही हैज टू मेक व्हाट 25 मूव्स इन 38 मिनट्स. रिमेंबर चैट, नो इंक्रीमेंट अंटिल मूव 40, सो दैट्स ह्यूज बिकॉज yeah, without increment that doesn't feel like a lot. Yeah, like some 1.5 minutes per move he has, so he has to really pick up the pace here. And queens भी है बोर्ड पे, एक ही पीस ट्रेड हुआ है, एक ही पॉन ट्रेड हुआ है, तो काफी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है पोजीशन मोर और लेस. So yeah, we'll see. It's hard to believe day 5 and no wins. Why, we do have a win, yeah. Arjun has won his match against Pragg in the first round itself. So, and but yeah, a couple of draws, like a bunch of draws, like from round 2 to round 5. एक वो win missing है. चाहिए भाई. But we'll see, I think, how this match unfolds. But uh, yeah. Let's take a quick look at Gukesh as well, how he's doing, because he has captured on c4 And the first trade of the entire match has happened just now with this pawn takes c4. And this is what Sahil bhai was suggesting as well कि if you go pawn takes pawn, यहाँ पे knight d2 पे रहता तो मैं knight से recapture करता c4 पे, but since I cannot do that anymore, it's a good moment to trade. And now white has to capture back with the b pawn. Queen I think is going to be a bit too passive here. Or is there some bishop g3 sacred? Oh bhai, there is bishop takes g3 here. Insane. Wait, what? That's working. Pawn takes g3, queen takes bishop f3 first. Bishop f3, queen g3 check. Bishop g2 and queen takes e3 is winning for black. Wow. Bhai, look
वाओ
at this,
भाई.
Sahil bhai. You cannot do queen
हाँ.
c4.
अच्छा, you mean in the current position?
Yes, you cannot play queen c4. यहाँ पे bishop g3 मर रहा है भाई.
But
That's
why would you
huge.
play queen c4 though?
Okay, wait. I mean, I'm just looking at. I mean, रुक से
अच्छा
आप
अच्छा
मार नहीं
अच्छा.
सकते because bishop a6 है. आपको किसी से तो pawn capture करना है ना. And pawn takes c4 में
Got it.
आपका isolated pawn है. So maybe you don't like that so much.
Got it. Got it. So queen c4 would be game over already, yeah?
Yeah. Basically, let's see if he actually takes.
That was crazy analysis, Sajba, and maybe we wait for him to play. But Arjun ने गलती कर दी,
I
and
know,
now it's
भाई.
equal. It's
We looked at
equal
the
now for Arjun.
basically भाई यहाँ पर तो 20-4 में ड्रॉ ही ना हो जाए भाई. That's the only way that this match finishes in under 20 moves.
Why rook d1? Because b4 इतना बढ़िया था यार. Like, has he missed queen g6? I don't get it.
Yeah, I think optically he just didn't want to develop the bishop क्योंकि queen g6 था, and he's just fixing his queen side development, and then he's gonna play bishop e2 or bishop d3 or something. But yeah, things have not gone well for him.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Why
don't know.
Arjun
Something is wrong.
winning? Why Arjun missing winning chances? Because chess is hard, bhai. It's very difficult to come up with these moves. Of course, हमारे लिए easier because we have the bar and we have some help here. But on the board, there are so many things that go through your mind, and it's very easy to miss things like that.
I think chat मेरे हिसाब से ठीक है. My guess is this is gonna be unfortunately a draw. Also, I'll tell you why. Psychologically, when you blunder like this, like Fedoseev did, your brain turns on like crazy. Your neurons
Mm.
start firing in a new manner. You're tuned in. You notice all the possibilities. You're fighting for your life essentially. उसके बाद you get an opportunity, you don't miss it. And I think Fedoseev बहुत strong खिलाड़ी है. I mean, या तो वो रिजाइन कर देंगे या उठ के ले आएंगे, लेकिन वंस ही इज प्लेइंग ही प्लेज द बेस्ट चेस. साज भाई मुझे लग रहा है अनफॉर्चुनेटली अर्जुन मेस्ड इट अप इनफ.
Yeah, I don't think Arjun has any solid chances anymore. But okay, still he has the extra pawn. But Black has like way better lead in development, and this break of f5 looks very very tempting. By Queen g6 and f5 looks very tempting in this position for Fedoseev. And एक बार वो आ गया, फिर I don't think he has chances.
Fair. Rook d1 chat. Important moment for Fedoseev. Queen g6. Just preventing the development of the bishop. Actually, उसके बाद queen e3 निकालना है, which is so hard because you just put it on d2. Like, then you realize, yeah,
e4
मैंने
मर रहा है
e3
ना
पहले
भाई.
क्यों नहीं रखा?
e4 मर रहा है ना भाई, पर तो then
हाँ,
it makes
exactly. But
sense.
like, that's the point. Like, you feel like मैंने पहले क्यों नहीं e3 पे रखा फिर?
You could play f3 technically because उससे आपका एक queen g2 भी बचा रही है, so you might develop your bishop easier. But yeah, f5 उसके बाद is just dead equal. ef5, rook f5 and black is back essentially. Okay, still some complications. कि ये अर्जुन के ही डेंजर के चांसेस लग रहे हैं भाई यहाँ पे. फेडोसिव तो
भाई
है,
ये
ठीक
तो
है.
ट्रेन उल्टी कर दिया आपने साज भाई. ऐसे मत बोलो यार, डर लग रहा है अब.
भाई सेम भाई. आई वाज होपिंग कि कुछ, बट या दैट्स द स्टोरी. But Pragg still having that 50-minute advantage over Anish, that's very good. I think वहाँ पे जीतने के chances काफी high हैं. And by the way, Van has taken back on c4 with the pawn. So and here
क्वीन
Gukesh has
g6
also
played by the
taken
way.
on d4.
क्वीन जी6 played by the way by
Played, अरे
Fedoseev.
भाई.
And chat कह रही है, why is Anish walking and looking so cool? बोलता हूँ उसको भाई, थोड़ा घटिया अगली लगेगा भाई. इतना कूल कैसे लग रहा है भाई, वो भी हमारे प्रग भाई के सामने, लाइक दैट्स नॉट कूल। या बोलता हूँ।
Agreed, bhai, agreed.
मुकेश by the way takes on d4 as well.
Yes, and now यही line आप बोल रहे थे भाई, knight takes d4 and this was the critical try, but let's see what
यार
happens after
एक
knight d4.
एक ही चाल में सारे जज्बात बदल दिए यार। मतलब यू नो जस्ट 15 minutes back I was thinking कि अर्जुन wins, Arvind wins, Gukesh has chances, Pragg has chances. Suddenly I'm like बुलेट गेम ही खेल लेते हैं because nobody has chances। ये क्या चल रहा है साज भाई, like what happened?
अभी है, लेकिन I think Pragg has chances still. Pragg has good chances. And Gukesh का भी like it's early days still.
Hmm, that is true. I love the Varun Dhawan expression on the audience member there, but
By the way, we should take a look at Jorden versus Bluebaum very quickly because यहाँ पे एक end game आ चुकी है. And Bart
oh,
says it's really, really good for white, but I'm not sure how you progress here. Or is it just a fortress? But very interesting endgame, yeah?
yeah, this looks quite. There are two pawns on light squares fixed,
Mm-hmm.
h5 and d5, which you can't really move ever. So I would say this should like this. It should be possible to put pressure at the very least.
Yeah, pressure तो आप डाल सकते हो for sure. Two result position for white. Ultimate मतलब two results. But yeah, it's either a draw or it's a win. You know, like there is no in
Wow.
between.
Yeah, it's either a draw or a win or a loss, Saj bhai, crazy.
लॉस तो नहीं है भाई वाइट का यहाँ पे, वो तो बहुत आपको क्रिएटिव होना पड़ेगा भाई लॉस के लिए.
True. Well, I am known for that creativity, Saj bhai. So pardon me.
Hmm.
But anyways, ठीक है. I think I agree with you. I think यहाँ game पे Jordan will push for a while, but some drawing chances for sure. What do you think of the Hans
Yes.
Niemann game? Just to kind of cover up the leaders. अब आ ही गए हैं तो थोड़ा सा chips भी ले ही लेते हैं. So क्या लग रहा है इस game के बारे में साज भाई? What do you think of the king on f8?
Opposite colored bishops, black has an extra pawn temporarily, but knight d4 मर रहा है, bishop b7 मर रहा है. I think Hans also having that two result kind of a position because he has better developed pieces and his king has castled. Black's king has not castled. That's huge. But yeah, I think he will put pressure, but it's looking equalish.
Equalish, got it. So that means कि हमारे जो चार रिजल्ट की प्रेडिक्शन मैंने करी थी काफी ऑप्टिमिस्टिक थी. And by the way, Arjun has played pawn to f3. And Chad, believe it or not, hold your horses. अपने थाम लो दीवार को, गिर ना जाओ. ठीक है, अपने किसी को some one person at your home, like stay in touch with them because after f5 here, black is apparently better. And Sajma, you mentioned this briefly, but अब एक्चुअल में डर लग रहा है भाई.
Why? Because after f5, you have to capture. I have to capture back with my rook, which is not easy. Usually, you want to capture back with the bishop. And now the point is, bhai, I can play e4 here. Like कुछ भी black खेले. Like for example, like if you play like a random move like a3, e4 is very scary here. भाई ये पोजीशन खराब भी हो सकती है अर्जुन की. You never know.
भाई लास्ट टाइम इफ यू रिमेंबर टाटा स्टील 2025 जनवरी, अर्जुन +2 या कुछ था अगेंस्ट फेदोसीव, या +1, आई डोंट नो, ही वाज बेटर एंड देन ही ब्लडड एन एंटायर पीस against
Hmm.
Fedoseev. I remember that moment. Yeah, it turned his tournament from epic to dirt. So I think ये moment मुझे उसकी याद ला रहा है साथ. Maybe there's psychological, pressure that Arjun faces while playing Fedoseev.
Could be भाई, could be. And f5 के बाद साइकोलॉजिकल तो छोड़ो भाई, मतलब फिजिकल प्रेशर भी है यहाँ तो. मतलब you make one bad move and you could just lose this. So we have to be very, very precise.
Chat, that's why you should never settle in life. Chase your dreams by, because वो
By
विषय से
one
जो मुंह
plus
थी ना,
low भाई.
क्या करूं?
One plus low because never settle.
यार हमें कोई हम कभी तो पैसे मिलेंगे ना साथ में हमें ब्रांड प्रमोशन करने के लिए, या हम ऐसे ही करते रहे. कोई कम से कम वन प्लस का कवर ही भेज दो भाई. फोन नहीं तो कवर ही अटैच कर लेंगे भाई। आई नो वन प्लस का फोन भी नहीं है मेरे पास, पर अटैच कर लेंगे, कोई तो पैसे दे दे भाई। साज भाई क्या लग रहा है?
बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, अग्रीड भाई। वन प्लस की स्पॉन्सरशिप विल बी अमेजिंग भाई। वन प्लस और मैगी।
और भाई मैगी तो यार उनको तो हमें ऑलरेडी रॉयल्टी देनी चाहिए भाई, कितना हमने
हम्म।
प्रमोशन किया है। बट एनीवेज, आई थिंक मूव नंबर 11 was the problem here, chat. I think that really turned the tide, and somehow it gave the impression that Arjun wants a stable edge, but it simply did not exist. And now he's fighting for equality.
एंड आपका कैमरा भाई।
हाँ वो तो आ रहा है, वो तो आ रहा है।
आ रहा है भाई कैमरा। ऑल द पीपल वॉचिंग ऑन द वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम भाई, वी आर फिक्सिंग इट वेरी वेरी सून।
आज बहुत जल्दी कैमरा की बैटरी खत्म हो गई।
हाँ, चार्ज
है
नहीं
ना?
किया आपने, लग रहा चार्ज नहीं
नहीं
किया आपने।
चार्ज था भाई। आज आई थिंक इवन द कैमरा इज डिप्रेस थोड़ा सा, लाइक वो टर्न अराउंड के बाद ही देखा मुझे नहीं देख रहा है सब।
बट या भाई, F3 के बाद आई एम नॉट सो श्योर भाई। F5 लुक्स वेरी वेरी स्केरी। थोड़ा एक्चुअली डीप जाते हैं इधर। EF5 रुक F5, द बेस्ट मूव फॉर अर्जुन इज टू प्ले D6, एंड आई सी सम पीपल इन द चैट आल्सो मेंशनिंग दिस मूव। एंड इसके बाद E4, एंड अर्जुन इज इन ओनली मूव टेरिटरी हियर। He shouldn't capture this with either of the pieces. He should go knight d5 and trying for this knight e7 check. And black ke paas bhi only move with queen takes d6. And now again only move for Arjun with knight e3. Queen takes d2 only move. Rook takes d2 only move. And then it's basically equal after rook f6. Just saving the rook. This is the follow up, which is possible. And this is the follow up where I think position will equalize very, very quickly. But I think maybe not the easiest to find f5 in this position, Sahil bhai.
I disagree because पिछली चाल पे क्वीन जीस खेला उसने यार। That's why I think he will find it, because it just queen g is a दो ही idea. One is to attack g2, and now white solve that problem. So the only thing you can essentially do is go for f5 now. I feel like anything
Hmm.
else would be accepting कि okay, I'm just gonna fight till a, in a worse end game. So pawn down है, he sees कि भाई pawn कम है मेरे पास, white is two moves away from castling potentially. So might as well just go for it. Go for f5 and chase that, win maybe, rather than try to desperately fight for that draw.
Yeah. Yeah. And also अगर आप ब्लैक ने f5 नहीं खेला भाई, तो white g4 भी खेल सकता है। We have seen Arjun do this exact same thing before in this tournament, जहाँ पे f5 को रोकने के लिए उसने g4 खेला था। You remember that match? I think it
Yeah.
was against Gukesh it was. And yeah, so f5 very very critical from Fedoseev.
Chat, yes or no? f5 from Fedoseev क्या लग रहा है? आपकी क्या
Yes
वाइब्स
भाई,
है भाई?
yes भाई।
साज भाई, आपकी वीडियो देखता है क्या Fedoseev? Like, does he know you?
Who, Fedoseev? I have played him
Hmm.
before
Does he know you
in classic.
personally?
No, no, no. But okay, I mean, we know each other, like, by name for sure, but I don't think personally, no.
भाई दोस्ती कर लो ना यार। सो अपना कंटेंट दिखा दो, नेवर पुश दी एफ पॉन,
भाई
गोल्डन
एक बार
पॉन।
वो वर्ल्ड ओलंपियाड खेला था मैंने, वर्ल्ड यूथ ओलंपियाड अंडर 16, जहाँ पे लाइक रशिया का लाइनअप वाज फेडोसीव ऑन बोर्ड 1 एंड दुबोव ऑन बोर्ड 2। मैंने कहा भाई ये क्या है। सॉरी, दुबोव ऑन बोर्ड 1 एंड फेडोसीव ऑन बोर्ड 2। मेरे को कभी भूलता नहीं है भाई ये।
तो आपने बोर्ड 1 से दोस्ती कर ली, गलत वाले बोर्ड से दोस्ती करी भाई, बोर्ड 2 से करनी थी। उसको डराना था, डोंट पुश दी एफ पॉन। अरे यार साज भाई, मिस्ड अपॉर्चुनिटी।
मिस्ड
इंडियन चेस के
अपॉर्चुनिटी
लिए
भाई।
आप फाइट नहीं कर रहे साज भाई।
मिस्ड भाई, मिस्ड। क्या करे भाई।
गुकेश के सिग्मा एडिट बनते जा रहे हैं भाई।
So yeah, I think f5 में थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, I guess, before he plays this. Arvind के board पे not much has happened. He's still thinking for a long. By the way,
प्लेड,
f5 played.
वाओ, फेदोसीव सेइंग अर्जुन, भाई तुम जीतने की प्लानिंग कर रहे थे, वो वही सेम प्लान हमारे भी हैं, एंड नाउ सडनली EF5 इज द ओनली मूव फॉर अर्जुन। लाइक ही अगली चार पांच चालें एज यू शोर्ड ओनली मूव्स हैं।
Yeah, yeah, for both players. But EF5 के बाद, like, I will say this though, but that bishop f5 is way more likely, because you see the idea of e4, and okay, bishop is guarding that square. Rook f5 it doesn't feel natural. So next move could be the critical one for Fedoseev, but let's see what happens. EF5 तो forced ही है.
Is bishop 5 bad for black? For example, अगर वो मार देता है पीछे से तो.
Yeah, it is bad. Like white can still play d6 and okay, not very bad, but yeah, kind of. Because bishop c4 is coming with a check and you can short castle. Basically, rook से मारना है जरूरी इसलिए because e4 के बाद you are threatening e takes f3 and okay, you need the rook to be looking at the f3 pawn, which is not easy in hindsight.
Got it. Very interesting. So Arjun now thinking he has 56 minutes. I think थोड़ा सा pressure उन पे है. He's going to take some time. So meanwhile, can we have a look at the Gukesh game where after c takes d4, Thai Dai Van is still thinking and he has 45 minutes. He's still not made up his mind कि pawn से मारना है कि knight से मारना है. मुझे गुकेश के chances बढ़िया लग रहे हैं अब सहज. Somehow among all the games, I like Gukesh's chances the best.
Yeah, I think a very good chances. Knight takes d4 is what he has to play. ED4 पे remember there's E5 and that's not ideal. जब भी hanging pawns रहते हैं आपके तो you shouldn't allow B5 or E5. So because E5 is happening immediately, maybe he's not going to play it. I think he's going to go knight d4. But knight d4 में problem है कि आपका C4 का pawn isolated हो जाएगा. So not the easiest decision for Van here. That's why he's thinking for a long time. 11 minutes already. एक बार प्रग के बोर्ड पे नजर मार के आते हैं because I think he's thinking for quite some time. He's like almost 12, 13 minutes, something like that. 20 minutes actually he's thinking the follow-up, but still 50-minute का advantage यहाँ पे.
Gukesh at the board as well. Did you see that picture by the way between गुकेश और अर्जुन की पिक्चर सहज भाई ट्विटर पे कितनी मस्त होती.
Yeah, when Pragg was looking at the match.
हाँ,
Yeah. That was amazing.
by the way,
Future
Vibisara
of Indian chess in one picture, yeah.
let out a huge yawn there. क्लासिकल चेस में कभी साथ में ऐसा हुआ है कि आपको नींद पड़ रही हो क्लासिकल चेस की गेम में?
हाँ भाई, बहुत बार.
सच में?
बहुत बार. आपके साथ नहीं होता है?
नहीं.
रियली मुझे होता है, बहुत होता है भाई.
नहीं, नींद पड़
क्या
गई हो,
बात कर
पड़
रहे हो?
गई हो.
Like you actually like fall asleep?
हाँ.
Okay, once, yeah, just once.
ओ वाओ, रियली? ये
Once,
कब की
once
गेम है
it
भाई?
happened, yeah. Like it was a few years back, like before, like 2018, 2017 में हुआ था एक बार. I didn't
ओ
have,
वाओ.
I didn't have the best sleep before, and मैं बोर्ड
हाँ.
बेस हो गया था भाई. यूएस में था ये.
Hilarious. That's a crazy story actually. Like मुझे याद है एक बार मेरे सामने चल रहा था एक
कोलकाता
ब्लिट्स
की
में.
बात कर रहे हो? ब्लिट्स में सो गया, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
ब्लिट्स में एक कोई आयम था. He was playing some 2200, नहीं आई थिंक मैं था मेरे बगल में था तो नहीं, आईएम मेरे बगल में था, 2200 के सामने था. एंड ही वाज लाइक वन रेटिंग पॉइंट लोअर देन मी एंड ही स्लेप्ट इन द ब्लिट्स गेम. तो 5+2 था लेकिन आई थिंक. एंड ही जस्ट स्लेप्ट फॉर 3 minutes एंड एवरीबडी वाज ही वाज स्नोरिंग इन अ ब्लिट्स गेम. रीगा में
वाह,
था ये.
crazy. Also, there's a very famous story also in Kolkata. A classical match में on the top board, by the way, one of the players fell asleep. I was there actually when it happened. So it
नाइस.
happens from time to time, yeah.
नाम लेना है क्या उस प्लेयर का?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं भाई. प्लेयर्स एक्चुअली चैट को पता भी नहीं होगा वो कौन प्लेयर है, बट ओके, व्हाई शुड आई से द नेम. भाई आप ये जीएम मैग्नस भाई इतना सब कुछ आप कैप्स में लिख रहे हो, मैं डर रहा हूँ भाई. ओ ही प्लेस किंग H1. Nice prophylactic moves, not allowing any of the checks on this diagonal. And now the ball is in Anish's court. What does he play? Does he go A5, B4? Does he take the pawn on F5, which is supposedly the best move in the position? He doesn't have enough time though. 24 moves to be played in 38 minutes.
Oof. Yeah, this is. I mean, the engine is convincing me this is dead equal, but it doesn't look equal. Um, for example, the best move the engines recommend is King H8, A5, and E takes F5. I mean, E takes F5 doesn't come to mind. King H8 doesn't come to mind. A5 maybe I would consider, but
EF5 is logical, I think. EF5, bishop B7, and you put pressure on the G2 pawn.
no,
The
but
typical idea.
EF5 के बाद like your bishop opens up, no Sajan. After EF5, he's saying bishop G5 from white.
Oh, interesting. So EF5 is bad for Pragg. Bhai, that's not simple.
Yeah, it's not because bishop B7 है basically, and then you're threatening mate on G2.
Yeah, so maybe he'll go EF5, right? EF5, bishop G5, and what's happening there? Bishop E6. Yeah, and that's equal.
हाँ, तो डेड इक्वल हो गया भाई.
Basically.
Okay, not at equal. Maybe EF5 now. How do you continue?
Bishop B3, CB3, and H6.
CB3.
Or
H6 I
D5
take on
even.
D5.
Yeah, D5, D5. I'm not going to give you takes and knight D5. I'll play D5 myself.
Ah. Okay, can't I still do the same? Like bishop
Rook
6,
D8
bishop
रहेगा ना मेरे पास
6.
at the end.
But knight f6 check है ना?
हाँ ठीक है, Queen F6. क्या हो गया? No problems. Then I go Rook D4, Rook D8. I mean, I don't know if Pragg is better here though.
तो ये भी ड्रॉ मान ले समझ भाई.
भाई सारे मैचेस ड्रॉइश की
ये भी
तरफ
ड्रॉ मान ले
बढ़ते.
क्या?
हाँ भाई. भाई अर्जुन तो ड्रॉ कर ले भाई. आई मीन आई थिंक विल बी हैप्पी देयर नाउ. आई एम नॉट सो श्योर भाई. आई फील लाइक दिस इज अ ह्यूज पॉइंट ऑफ वरी फॉर हिम क्योंकि टाइम भी कम है और looks like Fedoseev is on the attack. He's on the offensive.
I'm hoping today is going to be a great day for Indian players, but as of now, looks difficult. Anish about
Yes.
to play. He has taken on F5.
Yep.
Crucial move. And I think with this,
Does
he stalled.
Pragg cannot take EF5 here?
Oh. भाई then he will wonder कि साहिल को 2 मैगी दे देनी चाहिए थी.
हम्म. भाई वो तो दे देनी चाहिए थी बिकॉज अर्जुन के मैच में 20 चालें ऑलमोस्ट होने वाली हैं भाई.
अरे यार, I can't be -3 in a single day.
ठीक है भाई, -6 हो जाएगा भाई ओवरऑल. तो थोड़ा देयर इज अ सिल्वर लाइनिंग. -3 नहीं है, -6 है.
चलो, कम से कम पानी तो पी पा रहा हूँ मैं. मैं
हाँ हाँ
खाने को
देख
तो
रहा हूँ
मिलेगा
मैं.
नहीं अब मैगी.
वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम पे दिख रहा है सबको बाय द वे
अच्छा अच्छा
आपको
अच्छा.
पानी.
नाइस. मैं जो ठूस रहा हूँ ना पॉपकॉर्न बीच में भाई, क्या बताऊँ मैं तुम्हें. बट मीनवाइल, do we have a move in the Arjun game? Not really, right? Oh, he
भाई वो
did take on
सोचे भाई
F5.
सोच.
He just took on F5 in the Arjun game.
Okay. Critical moment for Fedoseev. Does he capture back with the rook or not? That's the
Apparently,
key.
you can take with the bishop also, Sahaj. Apparently, it's not. It's the same, yeah, almost.
Yeah, but Rook F5 is just way stronger with the idea of E4. That looks very scary for Arjun.
Hmm. भाई अगर निकाल दिया रुक F5 तो फिर ये काटना चालू कर दूं मैं.
हाँ भाई, कर दो. थोड़ी प्रार्थना. पूजा गैम्बिट भाई.
Oh, we forgot, भाई 2026 में हमने एक बार भी नहीं किया भाई ये गैम्बिट और पूजा गैम्बिट.
करेंगे भाई,
We are
करेंगे.
that we are missing our favorite weapon.
हम्म.
नहीं.
करेंगे भाई, करेंगे. क्रिटिकल मोमेंट्स पे करेंगे. ऑल्सो सेविंग इट
हम्म.
फॉर कैंडिडेट्स या.
अरे सेव क्या है भाई, वो तो हर दिन एक कर सकते हैं, वो तो करेंगे ही. इधर तो
हम्म.
कैंडिडेट्स भी एक ही है, तो पता ही है किसके लिए करना है. पिछली बार 3 3 थे तो डाउट था भाई किसके लिए करें.
अभी भी 3 है भाई.
हाँ
इन
वुमेन्स में
एटलीस्ट इन द
एक्चुअली
वुमेन
राइट.
सेक्शन वी हैव 3.
बट डू वी गेट लाइक सेपरेट फॉर ओपन या वुमेन्स, और डू वी ओनली गेट वन? आई डोंट नो.
नहीं नहीं, अब तो सेपरेट भी करेंगे भाई. 3 है भाई, 3 3.
सहज भाई काम पर लग जाओ भाई. आयुष भाई बिल्कुल ऑन पॉइंट है भाई. आई एग्री विद आयुष भाई.
भाई अभी अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे तो पूजा गैम्बिट इज मोर अप्रोप्रिएट, आई हैव टू से. आई डोंट नो भाई. यहाँ पे
भाई
बच जाए पोजीशन बहुत है. रुक एफ लुक्स वेरी वेरी स्केरी भाई. इट्स क्रेजी एक्चुअली कि रुक एफ के बाद आपको सिर्फ D6 ही ओनली चाल है आपके पास. ये बहुत क्रेजी है नहीं. आप पॉन अप हो टेक्निकली.
एंड दिस इज नॉट समथिंग यू कंसिडर लाइक एज द फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस, बिकॉज लग रहा है कैसल करो यार. लाइक यू आर मूविंग द पॉन टू अ स्क्वायर जहां पे इट्स अटैक्ड बाय द क्वीन. एंड उसके बाद हमें देखा कि कैसे वो पॉन देना है व्हाइट को, राइट? यू टू गिव दैट पॉन अवे आफ्टर
हम्म.
E4.
दैट जस्ट
Like
लुक्स
D6,
वेरी
C4,
स्केरी
knight
भाई.
D5. That's
D6
not
E4.
knight D5 up. Like you giving the pawn away
क्वीन टेक्स D6 के
voluntarily.
साथ. Just to save the position. I'm not sure if players have looked. I mean, I'm not sure if Arjun has looked at Rook F5. That's my question. Like that's my worry here. Rook F5 looks very less likely, like in practical terms. But Bishop F5 also is pretty like challenging. Yeah, Bishop F5 के बाद you still have to play D6. So his move is forced. वो तो अर्जुन तो प्री मूव कर सकता है यहाँ पे. And look at this King H8 only move. And now Queen E3 only move for Arjun. And black can play B5. I mean, what? भाई what?
बट मेक सेंस नो भाई, सब डिफेंडेड है. यू कांट टेक ऑन E5, यू कांट ड्रॉ द बिशप. व्हाट इज अर्जुन डूइंग हियर?
Yeah, I don't even know if this is. I mean, I'm choosing Fedoseev here in this position.
Do you play G4? Like what does
और ये
Arjun even do?
रुक F5 नहीं है भाई, ये बिशप F5 है.
हाँ तो G4 में भी है. नो आई डोंट नो.
Yeah, G4 bishop D7 or something. You you cannot capture on B5 से. Like F3 का pawn weak हो गया ना भाई, golden pawn.
भाई
And this
दिस
is the
इज
second best line for black.
चैट. डरना नहीं, डरना नहीं. फरदौसी भाई ने एक बार गलती करी है, दूसरी बार भी कर सकते हैं. थोड़ा फेथ रखे, फेथ. फेथ
By
ऐसे
the way,
टफ मोमेंट्स में टेस्ट होता है. हम्म.
Pragg has played bishop G5 against Anish. So in very quickly actually he played this. So he
हम्म.
did look at it.
हम्म.
But Anish ka time is 34 minutes. Yeah, just 34 minutes on the board. No increment.
हम्म.
By 10 minute के बाद it will be just like one move per minute he has. 1 minute per move.
That's, yeah, I don't think you can do that actually. Like
फिरूजा
फिजिकली
खुद
इम्पॉसिबल लग
फिरूजा
रहा है. भाई फिरोजा ग्रिस्टो तो कर लेंगे, बट अनीश आई एम नॉट श्योर. और वो तो मतलब कार्तिक आर्यन बन के घूम रहा है उसकी शर्ट पहन के ऐसे. मुझे याद, वो प्यार का पछतावा मूवी याद आ गई मुझे. इस चलेंगे.
गोट मूवी भाई.
हाँ सही में.
E5, bishop G5, and now bishop E6 is what we were looking at last time, which is pretty good. White को E5 नहीं मारना बेसिकली यहाँ पे, बिकॉज बिशप B7 के बाद G2 pawn is under attack. एंड FE4 अगर आप मारते हो तो क्या हो रहा है भाई? नाइट टेक C4
आई थिंक
होगा.
नाइट ई
या
फोर
नाइट
ना.
E4 is, yeah, that is
बिकॉज
better.
F7 इज अ वीक पॉइंट, आई थिंक बहुत बड़ा वीक पॉइंट है.
Hmm. So FE4 is a huge inaccuracy from Anish.
Damn, Arjun, from winning to losing will be crazy. No, I'm hoping he's not going to lose this. I mean, Arjun at the end. याद रखो भाई, it's Indian number one. ऐसे ही नहीं पहुंचा वहां पे. I think yeah, we'll switch to Arjun. I think Anish was about to play. He stopped
By
himself.
the
I think he's.
way, Gukesh is
Huh?
much better now. Look at
Really?
this, because he after CD4 he took ED4, which was an inaccuracy, and E5 played, and he takes the pawn on E5, and now Gukesh is having some advantage on the position and on the clock.
But he's thinking. Is he considering something else apart from knight takes e5? कोई और ऑप्शन है क्या यहाँ पे?
Bishop C5 maybe,
Bishop c5.
क्योंकि pawn pinned है, so you can always go bishop F3 and knight takes E5 later on.
Hmm.
This
Interesting.
bishop
He is
takes E5
considering
also
it.
possible.
Direct bishop f3 possible नहीं है क्या?
तो उसमें ED6 I didn't like, okay, but bishop E2 is there. Maybe bishop F3 is also possible. But yeah, good chances for Gukesh now. 45-minute advantage, like 40-minute advantage, and no increment. Both Van and Anish are going to be in time trouble very soon.
Why I am waiting for the time trouble. Trouble is good.
ओ वैन तो इसी का ही गेम देख रहा है भाई. क्रेजी. दूसरे पर्सपेक्टिव से, ब्लैक के पर्सपेक्टिव से. एंड देयर ही गोस, सिट्स डाउन.
I think I told you this, but मेरा प्रखर का एक कॉमन दोस्त था. प्रखर का दोस्त था एक्चुअली ज्यादा, बट हम स्कूल के टूर्नामेंट में he was playing king rook versus king and he had king and opponent had king and rook and उसने बोला, उसने कलर ही स्वैप कर दिया भाई. कहता है कि नहीं मैं व्हाइट नहीं, मैं ब्लैक हूँ. आई एम द वन प्लेइंग फॉर द विन. बिकॉज द रुक्स, वो प्लेसमेंट ऐसी हो गई थी कि लाइक इट हैड स्वैप्ड. या मतलब लाइक
हम्म.
यू कैन टर्न अराउंड द बोर्ड राइट. किंग रुक वर्सेस कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. सो मुझे वही याद आया अभी भाई.
टेक्निक
हार
बढ़िया है
रहे हो के
भाई.
तो, हाँ हार रहे हो के तो साइड ही बदल दो भाई. अरे ये साइड
हम्म.
बेटर लग रही है तो इससे खेल लेते हैं अब.
क्रेजी भाई. But yeah, some bad news happening. But yeah, Gukesh ka is looking good overall. And another board which I think has gone our way is Arvind versus Vincent. यहाँ पे Vincent ने कुछ inaccuracy खेली है यहाँ पे. There is an only move on the board which is Rook G7, as you can see from the blue arrow. Not an easy move. At the point of Rook G7, फिर on person रहेगा आपके पास.
Actually, apparently it's knight f3. That's the idea, Saj bhai. Because the pawn is pinned, you want to activate the knight to f3 and then to h4.
हाँ,
And
okay.
if rook g7, then knight f3 is no longer possible. So anything else, black plays, while it's going to play knight f3, knight h4 basically. But to find knight
F4
f3
भी
with
तो है
the
ना मेरे पास, लेकिन F4
ha,
नहीं है
like
मेरे
with the
पास.
idea of, I mean, f4 weakens e3. That was the only problem in my head, at least.
हम्म.
But knight f3, knight h4 itself is not easy to find, to be honest. Like knight f3 I get, but knight h4.
हम्म.
अभी इतनी बड़ी yawn दी अभी, like I don't think he's that tuned in. I hope he finds rook g7. Otherwise, he's +1 now, like Vincent.
Yeah, so critical moment for Arvind. Very, very critical.
And child, let's not forget, yeah, Arvind Kile, this is such a major tournament. Like he's playing this, he's playing the Pragg Masters. And to be honest, Pragg Masters is very strong, but this is like, of course, like this is such a stronger tournament compared to Pragg Masters. He needs one tournament to go his way, like a crushing event, जहाँ पे he destroys a few players. Because I think otherwise, Uzbekistan chess के बाद से, like you don't want to go on a decline, Sar, like reach 2680 then suddenly. Then you're worrying कि
Hmm.
oh my god, I got back 2600 मैं बड़ी मुश्किल से आगे आया था. You start doubting yourself. This tournament is super important. Like I would argue, apart from the candidates, I think Arvind के लिए सबसे important tournament है ये.
For sure, because he was 2749 in live ratings, and since then he's now 2700 on the dot. And 2700 से नीचे आने का मतलब it affects your invites, it affects your confidence. एक I mean मैं खुद सोचता हूँ भाई, मेरी 2500 से कम होती है तो आई कीप थिंकिंग अबाउट इट, लाइक मेरे को 2500 वापस करनी है. एंड आई कैन ओनली इमेजिन 2700 का इफेक्ट कितना ज़्यादा इन्हांस्ड होगा, in comparison. So very, very important for him to keep above that 2700 mark. And abhi ke liye he's losing some points, yeah, because he lost his match against Hans, and he's now 2695 on the live ratings. So critical moment for him.
Yeah. So Arvind fighting his inner demons. Hopefully he finds the best move here because it's a crucial one. If he doesn't, then I think Vincent might just take over the game, and pretty soon he's gonna castle as well. So maybe time to switch games, Sahaj Bhai, and maybe it's time to check out the game of Arjun again. Arjun now has 50 minutes and similar time for his opponent, who still has not played a single move. Like he's still wondering which piece to capture with three options: bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes. Queen takes you can discard, of course, doesn't make sense. This is all advantage for you. So bishop या rook,
Queen
यही तो
B
option
is
है.
looking here. So you want to make sure White's bishop does not develop easily. So you want to
Hmm.
keep an eye on the G2 pawn. So it's only between these two moves. Why another crazy move is Queen B6 here, just to completely ignore it. And the position is very crazy here. But okay, not gonna happen, I think. I think
Yeah,
he's gonna take the
unlikely.
pawn. Arjun.
अर्जुन की डेडिकेशन अलग ही है. कुछ भी हो जाए, जीत रहे हो हार रहे हो, क्वीन बंडर कर दियो, 10,000 स्टेप्स कंप्लीट करने हैं भाई. आई हैव टू लर्न दिस फ्रॉम अर्जुन
Mhm.
साज भाई यार. आई एम वेरी मोटिवेटेड, वेरी
Yeah.
इम्प्रेस्ड.
Sindarov also, yeah. There it is. बोलते ही आ गया.
रियली इम्प्रेस्ड भाई, रियली.
आज मैं
बेटा
ज्यादा
इनका,
स्टेप्स करूंगा. नहीं नहीं, आज मैं ज्यादा
इनका
स्टेप्स
अलग चल
करूंगा.
रहा है
ओ
कंपटीशन
देखो
भाई.
मेरे
पहले
को.
मैं करूंगा, पहले मैं करूंगा, पहले मैं करूंगा. लगता है ओपनिंग प्रेप करके इसलिए आता है कि पहले 10 के स्टेप्स कर पाए संदारों से.
Hmm. So yes, chat. Rook takes f5 is the critical move here, and bishop takes f5 is the second best move, which is also. Oh, he goes bishop f5.
या Logical था actually. It was difficult to
Hmm.
find rook f5.
Yeah, bishop f5 looks more logical, 100%, because you are eyeing the e4 square.
Hmm.
And abhi Arjun ke liye is in only move territory. Yeah? d4. He has to play it. d6, sorry.
Question chat. How much time do you think Arjun takes for this move? Very important, yeah? Oh,
He
a
takes 30
second he
seconds.
took.
30 seconds, bhai. Oh, was I right? Oh, didn't see. b4 was actually not the best move in the position. Second best. And now knight d7 or knight a6. Both moves are okay for black.
Wow.
Ah,
b4.
interesting. Because knight d7, only move for white is bishop b5. There's also g4, by the way. Just say bishop mar raha hai, but black can apparently sacrifice this. Because g4 ke baad there is bishop g4, fg4, and boom, rook takes c3.
अरे
And you
बाप
cannot
रे.
capture back because of queen e4 check, and you take this. So that's
Yeah,
good. So
not gonna
b4,
happen.
knight d7 ke baad g4 is not possible, even though it looks attractive. Bishop b5 is what he should play. And now look at this. Rook takes c3 is possible here. Queen takes and queen g2. भूल जाओ कासिल करना भाई.
भाई ये क्या दिखा रहे हो आप यार?
Yeah, some chaotic position incoming.
So, can we go to the live position chat? First of all, b4 के बाद let's just agree, knight d7 is the best move, right? Knight
Yeah.
a6 doesn't look as impressive, first of all. Now, bishop b5, so white के पास option क्या है? White के जो top three preferences है chat. First is bishop b5, and वहां पे we saw rook c3. That's crazy. Then second option is g4, जहां पे it is bishop g4. That's insane. And third option is d6, जहां black का option है e4, and that is super crazy. So Arjun is struggling, Sahaj, I feel, practically. This is very difficult.
Yeah, I think that's correct. He's in
And this,
deep, deep, deep trouble, bhai.
and ये तो best options है. Imagine if he makes a mistake. Like, I don't even know what the mistake is. But knight d7, let's say he plays. I don't know what's a
Played, bhai.
mistake here, Sahaj.
He played it, bhai.
Oh,
Now I
wow.
think we'll see from Arjun what he has thought in this position. But bishop b5 is
Sahaj,
my prediction.
we saw rook c3, right, as an idea. Let's play rook c1 and see how the bar dips. Just to kind of control that. Rook c1. देखो
e4,
बार कैसे
bhai.
जाएगा. ये देखो भाई
हाँ भाई,
खत्म.
guy.
गेम खत्म.
Yeah, 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 of course. Rook c1 is just it's a very dynamic position, so
साज
every
भाई
move counts.
एक स्टेयर दे रहे हैं फेदोसीव अर्जुन को. 18 मूव हुए हैं. आर यू स्कैर्ड कि गलती से मैं जीत ना जाऊं चैलेंज? उल्टा.
Bhai, I'm more scared for Arjun here. I have
भाई
to say.
वही उसी की बात कर रहा हूं. ऐसा ना हो कि
Yeah,
मतलब
अर्जुन तो नहीं होगा. अर्जुन का तो नहीं होगा भाई. अर्जुन विल डेफिनेटली. तो वो तो जीत रहा हूँ मैं फॉर श्योर. बट या.
चलो आपको विश्वास है भाई, मेरे को आप पे विश्वास है भाई, बिकॉज आई एम जेन्युइनली स्कैर्ड फॉर अर्जुन नाउ.
But let's see. He's thinking now, which is not the best sign. He has to play fast. So yo, what's up, Shrey? Played 1+1 OTV. Bhai, legend हो आप भाई. 1+1 is very difficult to play OTV. 1+1 मतलब दो 1+ मतलब 1 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट था. Impressive भाई. How did it go?
वन इज अंडर 30 minutes. यस, विल गो टू इट. आई थिंक ये मूव बहुत क्रूशियल है चैट. आई थिंक इस गेम में, बिकॉज टाइम भी कम है, पोजीशन भी थोड़ी ऐसी सी अटकी हुई है. एंड इज अबाउट टू. भाई आई एम सो नर्वस फॉर दिस
अभी
गेम. अर्जुन
खेला नहीं
भाई
है
अच्छी
भाई.
चाल निकालना.
बोर्ड पे
अच्छी
पहले
चाल
दिखेगा
निकालना.
भाई.
ओफ. दिस इज रियली स्कैरी. वी डोंट वांट अर्जुन टू लूज यार.
Yeah, for sure. And people are saying check Aline game. Yes, actually, Aline is on 0 out of 4 right now, but she has had some spectacular prep against Daniil Yuffa. I was watching that game actually, some crazy prep, and she's completely winning now. Bishop b5
वाओ.
played by the way by Arjun. Moment of
ओह.
truth. Does he go rook c3
ओह.
or no?
ओह. Sahaj. So e4 is also possible still, right? E4 is possible.
Yes.
Queen b6 is possible. Rook c3. Oh my god.
By e4, rook c3, and queen b6 all are good for black. I don't know why. E4 actually I like for Arjun, yeah, because E4 ke baad if you do some like very brief calculation, this bishop d7, knight e4, एंड ब्लैक को खेलना है पे बिशप a4 which is forced and white can castle. Black will take on d1 and white will capture back with the rook. Okay, ठीक है, like the danger is averted here for Arjun.
रुक F3।
ये सब नहीं बोलना चाहिए ना भाई स्ट्रीम पे।
भाई
ये सब
भाई
थोड़ा आप
मैं
कुछ
नहीं बोल रहा,
नहीं बोलते
बोल
आप तो
मैं रहा
कोई
हूँ
कोई
शब्द
नोटिस नहीं
इंजन की
करता।
है भाई, बोल
आपको लग
मैं
रहा
रहा
है
हूँ
मैंने
शब्द
नोटिस
इंजन
नहीं किया
की।
ये?
भाई
कैसे से हो यार?
भाई
स्पॉइल्ड
ये भी
भाई।
वर्स ही लग रहा है, एंड आई एग्री विद यू, दिस इज एटलीस्ट स्टेबल,
या
बट व्हाट अबाउट रुक टेक C3 इंस्टेड ऑफ E4, कैन वी गो डीपर?
रुक टेक c3 पे भाई क्वीन टेक c3 क्वीन g2, rook is attacked so rook f1 is forced and now you take the pawn on h2 as well. And okay, ठीक है, you'll give some checks.
ठीक
Like
है
both players have to
भाई,
be a bit
ठीक है इस
precise.
पोजीशन के बारे में।
I mean, सिर्फ क्वीन ही तो एक्टिव है, so सिर्फ वो मैक्स यू कैन डू इज गिव अ कपल ऑफ चेक्स, दैट्स इट। बट यार रिस्क तो है भाई। आई डोंट थिंक ही गोज रुक c3 though. I think he will play e4.
So chat your prediction, E4, rook C3, or something else? A, B, C.
Yeah,
A is E4, B is rook C3, C is something else. What do you think, chat? Fedoseev plays.
I think he will play e4 because he's looking on the king side, I feel.
Yes, Mr. Moiji. That's why you castle early. Very important. This game could be a lesson in why you have to castle early. Absolutely
बट
agree.
चांस ही नहीं था ना भाई, बिशप तो f1 पे अटका हुआ था तब से।
हाँ वही मतलब, you don't, like, you have to find ways to castle. If you risk it, then C, B, A. Hans winning. He's not winning. He's slightly better, Chad. I think we'll come back to that game soon. But not winning and not even
No,
close.
no, not winning at all. So only player who's winning right now is Elaine Roberts. That's it. बाकी सारे matches अभी still very very complicated.
Hmm. Crucial moment for Fedoseev. This is the game defining moment, Chad. For example, just show you how, oh, he plays Queen B6. And
Okay.
now somehow you have to find A4 as the only move for Arjun.
Okay, but a4 is logical. If you don't play a4, then I have rook takes c3 and queen takes b5.
I thought Bishop D7 भी move हो सकती है ना, like just to kind of.
या बिशप d7 हो सकती है, यू राइट। बट बिशप d7 के बाद पॉन b4 का भी मर रहा है, तो आई डोंट नो। But it's between a4 and bishop d7, yeah, essentially.
सैंपल लाइन देखते हैं ना, लेट्स से A4 खेला भी हमने, ब्लैक का आइडिया क्या?
Okay, good question. Knight f6 perhaps? Knight f6 में d6 है मेरे पास, okay. I mean, com says a5,
A5.
which also makes sense because bf5, queen f5, I mean, the knight on c3 is under some pressure.
Hey, look at this. A5, BA5, Queen A5. White has to now find G4.
No chance, bhai. g4, bishop g4, knight e4. That's the
भाई
harder
A4 तो
part.
निकाल दिया, भाई A4 तो निकाल दिया अर्जुन, एटलीस्ट ओके
चलो
चैट,
भाई
वी हैव होप,
फटाफट।
we have hope. Thankfully no rook C3. Rook C3 would have been brutal, E4 brutal, but Fedoseev didn't find the best move, but it's still tricky. And now even Arjun has chances apparently. If you don't go A5, for example, मेरा आइडिया था A6 क्यों नहीं? Apparently A5 and Arjun is back to +1.
Hmm. Yeah, that's good. So a4 का idea is to play a5. If you think about it like this कि a4 से आप बिशप तो बचा रहे हो, but a5 पे आप थ्रेटन कर रहे हो, तो ब्लैक का a5 खेलना makes sense to put a stop to this. But let's see what he goes for. By the way, Aravindh did not find that critical move rook g7, and look at this, Sahil, by in that game f4 has been played and Vincent is now dominating. So Arvind in some trouble. Free
Why this
pawn.
feels like, yeah, this is just, I mean, you have two bishops, but the only question is where does the knight on d2 go? If white can, let's say, activate that knight, I think it's just over.
भाई
मेरे हिसाब
h3
से
खेलोगे ना आप, नाइट को तो छोड़ो, अभी सब सही है, h3 खेलो, इसको मारो, नाइट e4 आएगा फिर। I think that's what his plan is essentially. I don't know. By the way, in
Yeah.
Gukesh's board, some updates have happened, and apparently a queen trade is offered there. So let's take a quick look there as well. Um, he has played queen b7, queen takes b7, no queen b7, sorry. And now, if he captures and bishop takes b7, and okay, still there is a isolated pawn on c4, but maybe there's not much in the position anymore. तो आज भी ड्रॉ ही लग रहे हैं भाई सारे गेम्स अरविंद को छोड़ के.
Uh, but I think in the end game, Gukesh can push, no? Let's say queen trade ho bhi gaya. Because c4 pawn weak hai, maybe he can try for a while, Sahaj, like in this position. Slow but steady.
अनलाइकली है भाई अनलाइकली. But yeah, try कर सकते हो but okay not much yeah because the bishop if it goes to b7 bishop a6 bishop b5 से बैठा दिया मैंने फिर क्या करोगे आप.
Yeah, that's a good point.
भाई आज मतलब लुकिंग वेरी वेरी शेकी है. सिर्फ प्रग का बोर्ड अभी भी लग रहा है मेरे को कि वहाँ पे 30 मिनट्स हैं. ओके ऑन दिस बोर्ड ही हैज 25 मिनट्स सो सम होप देयर. वैन हैज टू प्ले 19 मूव्स in 25 minutes.
That's tough. That's genuinely tough.
Yeah. So time is still very good for us on all boards. By the way, Arvind is now down on the clock against Vincent.
Yeah, I think Arvind probably losing the plot there. एक move crucial थी वो miss कर दी. Yeah, but for me, I think the most exciting game so far has been Arjun's. It's been
Let's take a
just
quick
an
look there.
absolute crazy back and forth exchange. Both players. I mean, in the opening, we thought it's over, yeah? Like beast move ho gaya Saj bhai, by the way. Knight f6. Not the best move. And now d6 only move for Arjun.
Yeah, from the blue arrow we can see a5 अगर अभी खेला तो black can play queen d6 and put a stop to all of these plans. d5 पे pawn रुक जाएगा and then e4 could be very scary. And
In
यहाँ पे
fact,
short castle आप कर नहीं सकते because the queen is looking on this.
I would argue Sahaj a5 is lost. Because after a5, queen d6, you have to now find bishop e2 as the only move, and even then it's minus 0.8. Just give the b4
Oh
pawn for
yeah,
free. So
yeah,
I
that's bad.
think if you don't find d6, I think Arjun is basically lost.
So blue arrow, important move. He has enough time. Let's see what he goes for.
This is
Basically
a chat.
d6 के बाद आपको a5 खेलना है and kick this queen away.
Yes, and queen को force करना है, let's say d8 या a7 passive square पे जाने के लिए, and d6 खेलते ही ना automatically I think you create some space for your pieces. कल को knight d5 आ सकता है, bishop c4 check आ सकता है when the rook is not there. It gives you some time, and also ये diagonal queen को वहां से हटाना बहुत जरूरी है. Once you castle as white, you're safe. I think you're not risking much. So I think ये queen को diagonal से हटाना बहुत जरूरी है. So d6 only move for Arjun. 45 minutes, half the moves are over. Crucial moment in the game. d6 blue arrow देखते ही बस your spidey sense should start hinting at something here.
Yeah, basically. Problems all across by. Looks very very difficult I think for Arjun. Actually, I would be surprised if this is even better. Like I'm just gonna take a quick look here and check कि भाई क्या हमारे हमारे सूत्र क्या कह रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
Chad, by the way,
Um,
among all the results, Hans is slightly better against Nodirbek, Keymer better against Arvind, Sindarov better against Erdogmus, Van Foreest better against Bluebaum, Arjun, well, I mean, we know how crazy that is. Pragg Anish is also crazy. Gukesh slightly better against Thai Dai Van. So there is still potential of this turning into an extremely result-oriented day. So अभी भी उम्मीद मत खोना भाई, कुछ हो सकता है आज crazy.
Yep, agreed. No, the bar is telling the right story. Yeah, Arjun is
भाई
better also.
बार ऑलवेज
But yeah,
टेल्स द राइट स्टोरी. बार की
only
बात
move
ही अलग है
territory though.
साज भाई. वो
But
बात हम
only
में
move
नहीं है जो
territory.
बार में बात है.
Hmm.
हाँ. Chat, to like the stream, let's get to 500 likes because this is a crucial moment. Can Arjun find this? Let's get more people in because I think this is make or break. And let's not forget d6 के बाद Arjun could win this also because if he is able to castle, let's not forget he has an extra pawn एंड ब्लैक का E5 वीकनेस है, ब्लैक का भी किंग इज अ बिट वीक, राइट? वो डायगोनल ओपन है उसकी तरफ, देयर इज पोटेंशियल स्टिल इन द पोजीशन.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, on Gukesh's board, like, can we very safely say that he is like playing for two
ए,
results?
यस यू आर राइट सहज, आई थिंक ही इज प्लेइंग फॉर अ विन, स्लाइटली बेटर. बट देखो अर्जुन ने क्या हवा लाई है बोर्ड के ऊपर. अरे सिमरन भी गई. अरे देखो D6,
Arre,
वाह.
arre, 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 arre. D6 played by Arjun bhai. Let's go. And now only move territory for Fedoseev to play A6.
भाई D6 वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे भाई. क्या ही मूव है. लेट्स हैव अर्जुन्स कैमरा. एंड नाउ एज वी डिस्कस्ड, बाय द वे, A6 A5, only two moves or black is lost. If for
Hmm.
example H6 here, random move, yeah, which has no idea, A5, queen has to go to D8 forced, castles, and it's plus 3.5 for Arjun.
Right, because you solved the
That's,
only problem on the position, which was your king.
yeah. So A pawn push करना है ताकि queen को A7 square मिले. That is essential for Fedoseev.
Yeah, so A6, A5, Queen A7, Bishop goes somewhere, let's say E2, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay. Basically, the queen is stopping you from castling, and okay, आप castle नहीं कर सकते essentially.
Yeah, that's still a big problem for Arjun actually. वही एक problem है.
Hmm.
Maybe you hand castle, yeah? Rook F1.
Played by.
Oh, he finds A6. Crucial moment, chat. अज्जू बाही भाई, दही थोड़ी है भाई बाही. And A5 played by Arjun in a second. Queen A7 only move. I think should not be a big decision for Fedoseev here.
Yeah, this is logical. Queen और कहीं जा ही नहीं सकती. Why else would you play A6?
लग रहा है मैंगो कैंडी खा रहे हैं. वो कौन सी कैंडी होती थी जो मैंगो वाली होती थी? मैंगो
Yeah,
जूसी फ्रेश एंड जूस सम होती थी.
that was
टॉफी
fruity
होती थी.
भाई.
मैंगो फ्रूटी, सॉरी सॉरी, वो ऐसे का था, वैसे ही खा रहे थे वो.
Mango fruity खाते नहीं हो भाई, आप पीते हो.
नहीं, वो थी ना एक टॉफी होती थी भाई, समथिंग लाइक दैट. बट एनीवेज, चटपटी सी.
अच्छा.
नाइस. ऐसे ही लग रहा था.
Queen A7 played.
Yeah, on the board, best move. Did
Mango
not take much time.
bites. Mango
Mango bites,
bites होते.
yes. Thank you, thank you. भाई chat does not forget anything. Chat crazy है भाई. टिक्कू भाई हैप्पी मैरिड लाइफ. अभी रिसेंटली पता चावला. भाई चावला का सरनेम तूने सही लिखा, टिक्कू का सही लिखा भाई. थैंक यू भाई. तो भाई गुकेश इज नाउ बेटर.
Yeah, let's take a quick look by there. There वहीं पे रहते थोड़ा भाई. Because 21 minutes only he has, yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting.
So
And apparently, let's have a look at हुआ कैसे. I think rookie last couple of moves maybe.
it was like this. We were looking at this. Takes, Queen B7 पे छोड़ा था हमने. Bishop C5 best move. Takes, and he gives a check on D8 and black goes Bishop F8 basically. And now it's opposite colored bishops, but Gukesh has this. I mean, or Van has this isolated pawn which he has to defend. And yeah, Gukesh is just playing risk free with the black pieces. And also this knight on B1 is not coming out anytime soon. Knight C3 पे
याद है
रखोगे
उस
तो
टाइम
रुक
पे
C4 मर रहा
कितनी कूल मूव लग रही थी नाइट B1 हम दोनों को तब. भाई वो नाइट
है.
अब
हाँ.
लग रहा है भाई करके आ रहा है लिटरली. इट वुड लव टू बी ऑन F3 और E3 और व्हाटएवर. एंड yeah, that's why I think Van got a bit complacent, I think. कि okay,
Yeah,
पोजीशन
could
काफी
be.
सॉलिड है. मुकेश ने ऐसा मौके पे चौका मारा एंड सडनली ही इज स्लाइटली वर्स. कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन. गुकेश बेटर. साहज भाई 1 घंटा है उनके पास, 20 मिनट से नीचे जाते हुए यहाँ पे थाई दाई वैन, ही इज स्ट्रगलिंग ऑन द क्लॉक. उनको 16 मूव खेलने हैं 19 मिनट में विदाउट इंक्रीमेंट. दैट इज रियली टफ व्हेन द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इज कमिंग एट यू विद एवरीथिंग. यस.
And no increment. 16 moves, 19 minutes. Why is so risky this is? He's going for the bishop. He wants to play bishop h3 and rook c8. Very simplified position पे जा रहा है वो basically. But yeah, this is not a good position to play against Gukesh. Gukesh will grind this so much.
Yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Who's better chess, Sahil by your wife? Very hard to say. मेरी rating कुछ 20-30 point higher है. But in her personal games, I think she has a 3-0 record against me. तो
कौन?
मेरी बीवी के साथ भाई.
Oh, really? 3-0?
3-0 भाई.
Insane. Are we counting that game as well जो आपने खेला था जहाँ पे commentary हुई थी bias वाली?
नहीं नहीं, वो नहीं. Official only games. वो तो भाई और रिकॉर्ड खराब हो जाएगा भाई. रहने
So
दो.
you're winning 3-0.
नहीं, I'm losing 3-0 भाई.
Oh, flex है भाई.
फ्लेक्स मेरे लिए तो क्या है. बाय द वे,
भाई बहुत सोच रहा है यार ये. 18 मिनट ही है इसके पास.
और
Like
सोच
this
भाई
is
क्या
this is
जल्दी है.
very like difficult territory for him now.
यू नो, संगीत पे मेरे से पूछा था कि डू यू वांट टू से समथिंग, तो मैंने कहा था कि वैसे तो यू माइट नॉट नो बट शी हैज अ 3-0 रिकॉर्ड अगेंस्ट मी
Mm-hmm.
ओवर द चेस बोर्ड. बट हार के जीतने वाले को ही बाजीगर कहते हैं. इन द
Oh, nice,
एंड
nice,
देन
bro.
आई,
Smooth.
तो क्राउड वेंट क्रेजी. जैसे भी क्राउड क्रेजी होगा, जैसे ही यहाँ पे गुकेश जीतेंगे. कम ऑन गुकेश, लेट्स गो.
And yes, the Vance position is bad largely because of the isolated pawn. That is true. If I could put this pawn on b3, he's fine. Also, white ka like black ka bishop is better, yeah. Like because bishop can sit on c5, you can put pressure on f2. White ka bishop के पास इतना कोई future नहीं है यहाँ पे. You wanted the c4 square. यहाँ पे f7 पे pressure डाल सकते हो, but वो है नहीं आपके पास. Like 17 minutes for him just. By the way, Arjun makes a mistake.
भाई पर ठीक है
Apparently.
वो. इट्स नॉट बैड,
Huh?
इट्स ओके. इट्स स्टिल इक्वल, इट्स ओके. बिशप a4 is practically a nice try, no? Like it just like it's okay. Bishop b3 check आ रहा है, so it's not
Are
bad
we
actually, I
sure?
think.
Are we sure?
Yeah, yeah. I'm not worried about bishop a4 actually,
Bhai, I'm worried about it, bhai.
because I think knight
King
d5,
h8 low, bhai. Best move played. I don't know why.
because
I
the idea
don't
is
know
bishop
why.
b3 and then knight d5 and then queen f2. Like this is what I'm
भाई
thinking
e4 आ रहा
personally.
है next move में.
Bishop
You know
b3
bishop
e4.
b3 के बाद अगर मैं rook f8 खेलूं तो आपको bishop a4 वापस जाना है. You know this, right? I don't know, भाई. This looks very bad.
अरे यार, डरा रहे हो यार आप. स्मूथ टिक्कू स्मूथ, थैंक यू भाई. कभी भी तीसरे 3 बार हारो तो उनसे शादी कर लो, इज माई फिलोसफी. बट ओके, फिलहाल के लिए Fedoseev confused where to put the bottle. क्या हुआ क्या हुआ. अच्छा ओके.
Okay, got it. 17 minutes, by the way. Van has played his move. 17 minutes he has though. So yeah, I think Gukesh will definitely push for the win. And I think best chances the next like 10 moves, yeah, because or next 15 moves, because until you reach the that 40-minute mark. 40 moves mark, sorry.
आई हैव सीन द रील. ये मैंने रील भी डाली थी उस मोमेंट की, तो इट्स अवेलेबल ऑन माय चैनल भाई, चेक कर सकते हो. लाइव वीडियो ऑफ दैट मोमेंट. बट ओके, मीनवाइल लाइव वीडियो ऑफ दिस मोमेंट में नोदरबेक एनालाइज कर रहे हैं ये क्रेजी गेम बिटवीन अर्जुन एंड फेदोसीव, which ideally should have ended way back, and I would have won 2 Maggies, but now I'm down 6.
6 भाई. -6 भाई. दैट ये तो बढ़िया हुआ. बट अब अर्जुन का मेरे को लग नहीं रहा भाई अभी ये ड्रॉ भी हो जाए तो आई विल बी हैप्पी भाई. But apparently d7 is a move, but it's not an easy move to play because with d7 you're just giving up the pawn, yeah. Because bishop d7, knight d7, and you cannot capture back queen d7 because c3 is hanging.
By the way, Aravindh has made another mistake and now only move for Vincent Keymer. Knight to f3 with the idea of knight g5, and he's completely winning.
Ooh, but knight f3 में bishop e3 नहीं मर रहा, yeah, because there's knight g5 still. I'm guessing, yeah, and you win the exchange essentially. So yeah, Vincent looking to score his first win, second win I think after Anish, but yeah.
Yeah, I know h4 भी तो आ रहा है ना, तो you have to do something about h4 as white. तो knight f3 comes to mind
h4 भी खेल सकते
automatically.
हो. You can also play
But you
h4.
lock the king side, no? Like it just feels like.
But that's what you want because you want a castle.
True. Maybe I'm hoping he goes wrong with h4, but knight f3, knight h4 or g5 looks so tempting. Yeah, I mean it's just so logical.
By the way, Arjun has played. He went rook f1 in his game. And now Fedoseev having some pressure. Arjun has given up on the whole castling thing. Why? I don't know. I feel like Fedoseev is better now. Practically, he looks much better to me. I don't know.
Depends. I think for example जो logical move मुझे लग रही थी that was rook f d8 या rook f e8 तो खेल नहीं सकते. So rook f d8 I was thinking, but apparently then g4 and white
Hmm.
is kind of doing okay. Apparently, allegedly, whatever you want to use.
The rook f1 का
uh,
idea क्या है लेकिन? Like, what does he want to do? Like rook f2, king f1, king g1 or what?
yes.
Hmm.
Also like rook f2 के बाद कल को e4 आएगा तो I will have rook e2 ideas. Okay, queen g1 mate हो रही है, maybe not. Actually, that's how I will lose. So
You found
nm
the quickest way.
moment.
भाई ये chat से पूछ सकते थे. What's the quickest way to lose for white?
nm moment.
Actually, there is a quicker way. Yeah, you can lose in two moves here. This is three moves. One. Actually, this is also two moves. There is another checkmate possible here in two moves.
I
ढूंढ रहे हो क्या आप?
हाँ मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ.
Why it's knight d5, like knight d5, queen d5 के बाद queen e3 is checkmate.
Yes, you're right.
He plays b5 by the way. Ah, this is
Bhai,
risky, bhai. Very risky.
and now you cannot take that pawn with n% apparently. You have to bring the bishop back to b3. Only move.
And then rook e8 and e4 is just so scary. Yeah,
Bhai,
bishop
what is your
b3 is
Olympiad?
forced.
Sorry to cut you off. What is your Olympiad team prediction and board number for each player? I think we discussed this earlier. Um, I think पहले the तीन players तो finalized हैं ही. चौथे में निहाल Serene right now has the best chance. And पांचवे में I think Vidit right now because Arvind of course like losing some rating points here. I think likely lineup मुझे वही लग रहा है. इन
Hmm.
पांच प्लेस का ऑर्डर आई थिंक यू कैन काइंड ऑफ डिसाइड योरसेल्फ. साज भाई और मेरा थोड़ा सा डिफर करता है आई थिंक बोट T3 पे. वन गुकेश. I think for me second would be Pragg, third would be Arjun and fourth would be let's say Nihal and with it keep oscillating something like that.
Yeah, I thought कि Arjun को board 2 पे रखना चाहिए and then Pragg on 3. But yeah, that's the
Yeah.
only difference.
Yeah.
God, this is looking so scary for Arjun. If he goes pawn takes pawn, he's already much worse here. The time pressure phase is also happening. What's up, DQ? No result so far. Um, but I think Gukesh looking pretty promising. Arjun thoda shaky hai. And Aravindh also is in a not in the best position. I think his opponent is cruising there. And yeah, Pragg I think has chances because Anish has very little time on the clock, but also looking equalish for now.
So far tough day I think, but it can turn around. I think it can turn just like it did earlier. So उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. And Pragg की तो equally अभी position. We'll come back to it later.
By the way, Pragg
But
के board पे कुछ updates हुई हैं. Maybe we should check that out.
yeah.
After bishop g5, he plays rook e8, rook e1, plays h6, and now he takes the knight, takes and pawn takes pawn. अब वो knight d5 वाला position जो था, where we were saying strategically white is great. Now that would be amazing if we had these pawns on e4 and e5. But वो pawns नहीं है, so it helps the bishops a bit by a lot because white can put his knight on d5, black can put his bishop on e5, and that's good. But yeah, still the problem with the time is still there though, because remember, Anish has to play 21 moves in 25 minutes with no increment. So
Wow.
that is a huge sign of worry.
स्ट्रेस 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 स्ट्रेस.
I like this whole format of having no sort of increment. I think it's a chess becomes or classical chess becomes more interesting for me.
So he's still thinking, which board can we jump to? Arvind's opponent hasn't played. Hans still better. Sindarov better. Jan Forrest better. Arjun's opponent has also not played.
Arjun's opponent is thinking, yeah.
Gukesh. Yeah,
Gukesh ke
Gukesh
board
also
pe is
thinking.
looking the most comfortable to me right now.
Yeah, but he's still
Also,
thinking.
Van having 16 minutes, yeah, that's a huge thing because Van also has to play 14 moves in 16 minutes with no increment.
Hmm.
This is the board of Gukesh, by the way.
Oh,
He's
by the way,
looking
he
pretty
played Rook
promising.
FD8. He played my move. Fedoseev. Bhai.
Fedoseev, okay.
And now G4.
Why? How easy is G4 though? G4, G5 is what you have to find. No ways,
Bhai,
why?
super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Let's go. G4.
Simple.
Apparently, you can also go knight e2, but okay, that is too vague and too
Hmm.
hypothetical for me. Because how do you still solve the problems? I don't know.
Why also like if you play like let's look at G4, yeah, that's the best move in the position. Black has to go bishop G6, looks logical. White goes G5, another like difficult move to play. Knight H5, very logical. Or कहाँ knight F4 पे आएगा. And knight E2 is what the follow up is. And okay, Arjun has some advantage here.
भाई ये पोजीशन में अर्जुन को समझ आएगा उसको एडवांटेज है, किसी को बताना पड़ेगा ना उसको.
मुझे भी समझ नहीं आ
कोई
रहा
तो
भाई
जाके
इधर तो
कोई तो जाके बोलो
इंजन
उसको
देख
कि
के.
एडवांटेज है. बिकॉज देर इज नो वे ऑन अर्थ लाइक मे बी आई एम अंडर एस्टिमेटिंग अर्जुन एबिलिटी, बट देर इज नो वे ही लुक्स एट हिज पोजीशन सेज हाँ अब तो एडवांटेज लग रही है.
भाई कुछ but लेकिन this is the only way यार. If he doesn't play G4 then he's in deep trouble. And
नाइट
DQ asking
C1.
what is the idea of knight E2? I think knight E2 का कोई plan as such. Maybe knight G3 to kick the bishop away. And
एंड
also
ऑल्सो
ये
टू.
knight C3 पे ना थोड़ा खाली बैठा हुआ है. Like it's the queen is has to defend this knight.
हाँ. Yeah, it's to free up the queen also because I think queen नहीं move कर पा रही because of the knight. So I would love
You
to
know,
play queen f2 for example. I don't know at some point, but I can't do
भाई
it
you
because
know,
knight.
if you go knight A2 for example, rook takes D6.
भाई थोड़ा सा थामो
You
भाई.
see this? Queen D6, that's checkmate. That's
थामो
so
भाई
pretty
थामो
though.
थोड़ा सा. इट्स वेरी प्रिटी भाई, वेरी प्रिटी. आप एंजॉय करो. आप एंजॉय करो ब्यूटी. मैं तो रियलिटी में आ जाओ भाई, सदमा लग जाएगा मुझे यहाँ पे. ओके सो गोइंग टू लाइफ पोजीशन फेदोसीव मस्त पानी पी रहे हैं. बॉटल तो 4-5 उन्होंने निगल ली, बट रुक एफ डी एट के बाद G4 इज द बेस्ट मूव एज वी डिस्कस्ड. Apparently king e2 is also possible.
ये कहाँ से
Don't
निकाल रहे
ask
हो?
me why.
क्या चाल है ये? किंग E2. Rook C6 ना जस्ट. हाँ क्वीन E3 तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. किंग E2 Rook C6. I take this
Rook
pawn.
c6 के बाद अब G4. अच्छा ओके रहने दो फिर
हाँ अच्छा
G4
अच्छा
ही
अच्छा.
खेलते
Of
हैं.
course. Of
डायरेक्ट ही
course.
खेल दो भाई फिर. So G4 is that important, yeah? Like if no
Hmm.
G4 then it's over.
Yeah, no, I don't think Arjun is looking on that side of the board though. Like if you if you look at his body language, he's looking on the queen side largely.
भाई डरा रहे हो यार. Did we use air gambit? That's a good question साज भाई. Do you want to use आपके
नहीं
कान की
भाई, टू अर्ली. अभी तो
दृष्टि?
भाई पूजा गैम्बिट पहले होनी चाहिए भाई बिकॉज दिस
भाई
इज वी हैव
पूजा
टू
कभी
सेव दिस
पहले नहीं होती
पोजीशन.
भाई, पूजा लास्ट में होती है. हम इंडियन लोग हैं हम.
हाँ तो
डेस्परेट
पूजा
सिचुएशंस
पहले
में ही
कर दो
पूजा
भाई.
करते हैं.
न्यू ईयर न्यू मी.
भाई न्यू ईयर न्यू मी नहीं करना है, जो काम कर रहा है वही करना है. Weird mate in one. Exactly. साल में कम ऑन हिला दो यार.
नहीं भाई, नो चांस अभी तो. अभी तो टाइम है भाई, अभी टाइम है, रुको भाई.
चैट कम ऑन मोटिवेट करो साज भाई को यार, ऐसे कैसे हार
नहीं
जाएंगे
भाई
वरना.
अभी अभी भाई जब आप फोर्स करते हो तो उससे नहीं काम करती भाई। अभी नहीं हो रहा हो, ट्रस्ट मी, देयर इज नो चांस हियर।
हम्म।
थोड़ा भी वेट करो।
साज भाई को उदय चोपड़ा वाली गेम खेलनी है, पहले थोड़ा सा पीछे जाना है कि हार रहे हो, उसके बाद करेंगे
एग्जैक्टली,
वो गेम।
देन यू वांट टू मेक योर मार्क।
वाह, दिस Milton is a classic chess.com puzzle. Exactly, chat. So get chess.com diamond membership ताकि आप भी पजल कर पाए। चैट कुछ लिख रही है।
देखो अभी भी चैट भी कह रही है
साज
भाई, थोड़ी देर बाद एग्जैक्टली। चैट नोस। भाई तो गुकेश का एडवांटेज थोड़ा, भाई मेरे को ये भी लग रहा है एयर गैम्बिट कर दियो उसमें गुकेश ही जीत जाएगा। उसी के लिए तो काम करते हैं यूजुअली।
ये क्या है भाई आपके कान और मुकेश का लिंक, समझ नहीं आया मुझे।
नो आइडिया भाई, स्टिल ट्राइंग टू फिगर दिस आउट। बाय द वे, did we actually pay attention to the fact that Hans only has 9 minutes on the clock and he has 13 moves to be played?
एंड ओनली मूव फॉर नोदरबेक।
Yeah,
करेंगे वो भी करेंगे, वो क्या पूजा का वीडियो करेंगे आई थिंक।
nine
बट
and a
फिलहाल
half
के लिए
minutes, bhai, for the tournament leader.
एंड हाउ मेनी मूव्स।
13 moves to be played.
भाई दैट इज स्कैरी एक्चुअली। एंड किंग F6 knight D6 suddenly Hans Niemann, if he were to win this, would be in sole lead by far,
Yeah, but लेकिन
like
nine
by
and a
a
half
big margin.
minutes हंस के पास ही है भाई, तो डिफिकल्ट।
बाय द वे अगर किसी को डिप्रेशन होना है तो एक बार अरविंद की गेम देखते हैं। साज भाई नाइट इज नाउ ऑन G5, ही फाउंड नाइट F3।
ये तो
दिस
गई
लुक्स,
भाई।
है ना, ये तो गया, आई थिंक ये तो गया। I would even suggest just taking on G5 actually, that feels like the last hope if there is some।
और उसके बाद अब क्वीन जी फाइव ही नहीं मार सकते भाई, बिकॉज D7 का बिशप इज हैंगिंग।
अच्छा ओह, अरे फिर क्या फायदा भाई, वो कोई G5 मारते फिर
फिर
क्या
तो रुक
फायदा।
G5 भी काम नहीं कर रहा भाई, तो दिस लुक्स वेरी बैड।
So Arvind is losing two in a row, by the way.
हम्म।
Um, that's not going to be comfortable. He had three draws. By the way, his live rating is now 2692. And I think at that rating, he would not qualify to the Olympiad team. It would not even be close because Nihal is 2715, Vidit is 2708 or 2706 something. So uh, he will need to gain all the rating back or he will not make it to the Olympiad team.
ह्यूज।
Okay. So now our Anish has played Bishop B7. एक cheeky threat डाला है उन्होंने, Queen takes G2 checkmate का। Sahaj bhai, I'll give you 1 is to 100 odds. I say Pragg finds Queen G2 mate.
क्या बात है भाई, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू।
लगाओगे क्या?
तो
1
मतलब
is to
आपको
100
लग रहा है
odds।
कि प्राग यहाँ पे H3 नहीं खेलेगा?
नहीं वो 1 is to 100
सही में
odds है भाई,
बोलो
देख लो।
भाई, सच में बोलो भाई, H3 नहीं खेलेगा मतलब
हाँ,
प्राग यहाँ पे?
या आई
भाई
एग्री।
क्रेजी, कैसे
सो
आप
1 is
कर
to
देते हो
100,
भाई ये प्रोडिक्शंस?
देख लो 1 is to 100 odds है
नहीं नहीं
भाई,
भाई,
कितना
मानना
बोल्ड
पड़ेगा
हूं
अब
मैं,
तो। आप इतना बोल्ड
है ना।
प्रोडिक्शन कर रहे हो भाई, मानना पड़ेगा भाई।
भाई
अगर आप
गलती
वन
के
एस टू
साथ भूल
थाउजेंड
गया
बोलते
तो
तो मैं सोचता भी।
1000 कर दिया भाई, चलो।
नहीं नहीं भाई, अब आपने ऑलरेडी अपनी इंटेंशंस बता दी ना, तो
माय
क्लियर हो
इंटेंशंस
गया।
आर नाइस साज भाई।
बट आई थिंक आज सब गेम्स में ड्रॉ होगा बिसाइड्स गुकेश। दैट्स,
हम्म।
आई थिंक अर्जुन ड्रॉइंग एंड प्रग ऑल्सो। ओके, अरविंद इज लूजिंग दो।
Okay, in Gukesh, yeah, opposite color bishops at the end, so I'm still not convinced. Um, but yeah, I think chances to hai Gukesh ke paas. But I am worried about Arjun because he was the one who was supposed to win. Yeah, I mean, easy opening. Okay, not easy, but for somebody like Arjun, easy opening trap worked, but he couldn't really play the best moves after that. And suddenly he's struggling for equality, and he's still thinking. By the way, Can we have Arjun's camera?
Yep. Going to Arjun's board. There it is. 25 minutes in 15 moves. भाई वो अभी भी क्वीन साइड पे देख रहा है. I'm telling you, he's not playing g4.
So what is he playing? There is no option. You can't move the bishop on b3 anywhere good. You can't move the knight on c3. I mean, knight e2 move bata raha hai, but maybe. You can't move the queen because knight is hanging. Rook d1 makes no sense because you just played it there. Rook f2 maybe you might consider ki chalo I want to play king f1, king g1. But rook f2 mein apparently e4 is very strong. Rook c6 is very strong.
Rook c6, rook d6 is very tempting, yeah.
Rook f2 हो सकता है maybe. That's a he could consider.
भाई आपको मैं 1:100 के odds देता हूँ कि अर्जुन will not play rook f2, rook e2.
रुक e2 तो नहीं खेलेगा. हमें वो तो पता ही है.
rook f2, rook e2. 1:100 के odds दे रहा हूँ भाई आपको. देख लो.
रुक f2 के लगा लो. लगाओगे?
नहीं भाई, rook f2 तो लग रहा है मुझे होगा. Because he's not looking on the king side, I think. He's not thinking about g4. That's my feel. We'll see. 24 minutes for Arjun. Has to play fast.
Tough. Here gambit. Gukesh gambit. भाई here gambit भी कर सकते हैं but okay, I'm checking.
Any
Still no
other?
moves.
Yeah, 23 minutes for him. By the way, Van having 13 minutes on the clock. We are reaching that territory, भाई. भाई हांस भी 7 minutes, yeah? हांस के बोर्ड पे
Wow.
चलते हैं भाई.
Oh,
Hans
only
just
move again.
7.5 minutes only he has.
I think he's fine. I
भाई
think he's
12
absolutely
moves
fine.
खेलने हैं उसको 7.5 मिनट पे.
भाई खेल देगा यार. I think his position is very comfortable. If he wants to play quick moves, he has a lot of checks, right? Knight e4 check and so on. So I don't really see big issues for Hans. p7 pawn hanging here. Just play g3 quickly.
I think you'll play h4, yeah. h4 के बाद knight e8 check is possible, and this bishop is guarding these two squares, and the pawn will guard the g5 square.
By the way, slight error by Thai Dai Van and Gukesh now is minus 0.6.
Nice. I think again because of time. 12 minute and he has for 12 moves. 1 minute per move basically. ये खत्म होने से पहले I think Gukesh will be winning. That's my take.
क्या खत्म होने से पहले?
40 साल होने से पहले I think Gukesh will
अच्छा.
be winning this match.
मैंने कुछ मैं मेरे को ये गेम खत्म होने से पहले गुकेश विल बी विनिंग. मैंने कहा व्हाट?
नहीं 40 मूव का जो टाइमर है.
ओके. ओके, बेट लगाओगे साज भाई?
हाँ डन भाई.
लेकिन विनिंग मींस क्या इवैल्यूएशन? -1.8 राइट? लाइक दैट हैज टू बी विनिंग.
श्योर.
डन. चलो 1 मैगी डन.
-1 तो कर सकते हैं भाई. -1.
-1 इज नॉट विनिंग भाई. -1.8 इज.
I
यू
mean
हैव टू
like
बी.
he will be in winning territory ना.
नहीं, विनिंग टेरिटरी तो ऑलरेडी है वो भाई. -0.6 तो ऑलरेडी है, तो
अभी
-1 इज वो तो
कहाँ
एक ही
विनिंग
चाल में.
टेरिटरी है भाई ये.
नहीं नहीं
चलो
नहीं,
ठीक है डन.
माइनस -1.8.
माइनस
चलो
वन
1
पॉइंट
मैगी.
एट हो जाएगा. हाँ आई
हाँ
थिंक सो.
डन. ठीक है. एंड वी ट्रस्ट माय इंजन.
ना ये कैसा है. आप अपना आप तो नहीं जाता इंजन
नहीं
दिखाई
मतलब
नहीं रहे हो.
नहीं मतलब मैं दिखा
आई
दूंगा
पुट
ना
क्लाउड
समझिएगा
देयर.
तो.
ठीक है मैं क्लाउड से पूछ लूंगा सीधा.
हाँ ठीक है डन. Meanwhile, Arjun played. Really? What has he played? What has he played? He played
g4
G4.
g5.
भाई
Amazing.
अर्जुन एरिगैसी. भाई लेजेंड है आदमी है भाई. G4 G5 he found in that position. That's crazy. And now knight
Yeah.
H5 only move for Fedoseev.
And then knight e2 apparently only move for Arjun to not allow knight f4. And then rook c6 I'm guessing to take this pawn on d6 and rook c1. Okay, some hope for Arjun, yeah.
Oh, some hope for sure actually. Knight h5, and if you see knight h5, I'm guessing he's also 92. He might think कि knight h5 पे knight e4 खेलना है. That is definitely a possibility, but Sahaj, then your tactic comes into the fray. Like bishop takes e4, let's say knight h5, knight e4, bishop takes e4, pawn takes e4, and rook takes d6. फिर से.
Because queen d6 पे queen e3 is checkmate.
Exactly. So maybe because of that, he might discard knight e4 and play knight e2. Come on, Fedoseev, important move.
He's
Knight
going for the knight,
h5.
I think.
No, for sure. But where is the question, Sahaj? I think h5 पे ही चलने वाला है उसको.
Knight h5 भी जाएगा, I think. वो तो forced ही है.
Come on, come on. The radio on Friday night. Oof, nahi, come on. Still thinking 32 minutes to play 14 moves.
Yeah, हर जगह time pressure. Anish having 19 minutes, Van having 12 minutes, Hans having 6.5 minutes to play like 11 moves or something. Time pressure everywhere.
And I mean, knight d7 is the other move, but it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like you're too passive, I think.
Yeah,
Gives white
because
enough
you
time to
cannot go rook
stabilize.
d6.
Yeah. And knight g8 तो भाई छोड़ ही दो. तो I think knight h5 is pretty automatic. Still thinking though.
Yeah, but the last two moves of Arjun were very, very impressive. I have to give it to him.
Keeping an eye on the other games as well, but nothing crazy there. Um, Nothing super fancy just yet. I think it feels like things are turning around again for the better of Indian players, but it's too early to say right now.
Pragg also like putting some pressure on Anish, but it's more on the clock, I feel.
Hans still has to play 11 moves in 6.5 minutes.
But I think for him, the next few moves are not that difficult. So I think he will make the time control. He found the critical move h4, but
Why no video for Sahaj and Tikku? Why? Because we are zoomed in on the players. मेरा बस चलता मैं और zoom in कर देता. Because the point is, this is the action. हमारी शक्ल से क्या होगा? हमारी शक्ल अवेलेबल है वैसे चेसकॉम इंडिया के वर्टिकल स्ट्रीम में. If you really want to see कि मैं क्या खा रहा हूँ और सहाज भाई क्या पी रहे हैं. But as of now, Fedoseev in a desperate situation. He has to find knight h5.
wow. Critical. Apparently, किसी ने cloud check किया. It shows 0.8 for Arjun, but that's great.
That's amazing.
By the way, Arvind also under 20 minutes. And he is not in a good position. हाँ लग रहा है गेम थोड़ा जल्दी खत्म हो गया आज मुझे somehow.
Really?
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling. Knight h5 played, by the way. Only move for
92.
Arjun.
Only move. Good point. By the way, he plays quickly. That's a great sign from Arjun. He plays it instantly. पता है इससे pressure पड़ता है opponent के ऊपर. Fedoseev feels more pressure because Arjun played quickly. And now Fedoseev's best move is bishop f5. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sahaj, that's not easy to find.
I'm not trying to wrap my head around what's the point of bishop f5. Bishop h3 perhaps, or just to stop d7.
Yeah, I thought bishop e6 type moves को रोकने के लिए, like it just kind of
No,
it's
d7
more.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
d7 को
exactly.
रोकने के लिए.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also has some bishop h1 ideas, for example, because the rook doesn't really have any good squares. Bishop h3, sorry. But okay, I think bishop f5, maybe not the easiest move. Rook c6 looks very logical, actually, just to attack that pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I have a nice move. So after rook c6, the best two moves are rook c1 and rook f2. Okay, both look very logical. Rook c1, I'm not so sure, but okay. Rook c1 भी
Rook
दिखा
c1
सकते
का
हैं
idea
maybe.
है ना भाई कि if you go
हाँ,
rook
दिखा
d6
सकते
there's
हैं.
queen d6.
हाँ, queen d6 and it's back rank mate. But There's also a nice move, interesting move, let's say, that is f4. Bhai, khud ka king e1 pe and you're opening up the e file. And knight takes f4, only move. Knight takes f4, only move. E takes only move. Queen takes only move. Rook e8 check, only move. And now king to d2, only move. And now queen b8, only move. भाई ये क्या वेरिएशन है
Wow.
भाई. And now rook d e1, rook d6 check, and now king c3, only move. And look at this, it goes on, it's a forced variation. Rook e d8, and now king b2, rook d2 check, and king a3.
किंग क्या ऐसे डांस करते हुए.
Bhai sahab. And one slip here on any wrong square and it's checkmate. So that combination is crazy. But no way
Yeah.
you play f4, yeah?
You never know. He did find g4, g5, so.
But वहाँ alternate नहीं था. यहाँ पे he has alternate. I think he'll find the safer choice. Let's say वो rook c1, rook f2 में से कुछ, and he should be okay.
By the way, the tide is turning in the Pragg versus Anish board. Because looks like right now, Anish has some advantage if he finds queen c6. But he
Ah,
has 15 moves, 15 minutes left. So 1 minute per move territory incoming.
but okay, I think it's gonna be a draw, na? Like it's pretty safe. Like I will just not trade queens. I think that's the only thing.
Yeah.
Huh? It should be okay. Like it should be okay. I feel like even just let's say queen c6, queen g3. I will not trade that pawn. You have to play g6. I'm guessing. Then maybe queen
So what do you
f4
play
or
here? G6 immediately, or do you play queen c6?
like direct g6. Though looks very easy, no? Like I've saved a tempo. I think he plays queen
Bhai, he
c6 by
plays
the way.
queen c6.
Now queen g3 I would play, attacking the pawn. You play g6, and now I'm thinking like h4 or something like that just to break through, and it should be okay, I think.
Hmm. But yeah, I think Anish, basically he has less time on the clock. That's the only thing. But the position is very simple, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
I
If he
think he will
wants a
hold.
draw, I think now he can get it. Rook e8 at
Yeah.
some point, and it should be very comfortable draw for Anish. So I think this is going to end in a draw chat. Pragg Anish. Don't see anyone winning there. On the other hand, Arvind is still losing. He just lost a pawn, a very important pawn. Sorry,
Black ने
White
भी
lost a
E3
pawn
मारा है.
actually. White sacked the pawn. My bad.
Hmm.
White sacked the
नहीं, it
pawn.
wasn't a sack, but it was an exchange. So knight g5 के बाद h4 खेला उसने.
अच्छा,
Takes and
okay,
takes.
okay, okay,
So it
okay.
was an exchange
Okay.
basically. Queen g3
But
आया,
wait.
but now queen b3 check is very dangerous.
Oh, Queen b3 is deadly actually.
Yeah. Arvind going to lose, I think.
Yeah, Arvind. So let's say Pragg draws, Arvind loses. Um, Gukesh is still better. He hasn't played after Rook b8 though.
Hmm.
He's still thinking, has enough time, so no worries there. Looks good. And finally, I think we have Arjun, who's still thinking after. Sorry, Fedoseev is thinking after 92.
Yeah. दोनों players के पास time is more or less balanced and 12 moves to be played and 13 for Fedoseev. But yeah, bishop f5 is the critical move here. Does he play it? That's the question.
Saj bhai, Pragg draw, Arvind loss, Gukesh, I don't know, like draw or win. Arjun's win is gonna turn, make the day amazing or decent for us. Like it's the win that can really make this a great day for us.
Yeah, because if Arjun wins, then he'll be one of the tournament leaders.
Maybe unless if Hans wins, that's he'll
But
be actually
Hans
second
also
then.
has like 6 minutes or something, no, on the clock. So one position is equal. Like agar everyone plays the best moves, it will be equal. So,
True, true, true.
but let's see क्या होता है भाई. Sahil bhai, I'll just be right back in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. And as Sajbhai takes a 1 minute break, I think यहाँ पे Arjun has no time to take a break. He's calculating using his opponent's time. भाई opponent के clock में सोच रहा है वो. उसको पता है कि यहाँ पे time pressure is going to be a factor. Chat यहाँ पे भी 13 मूव खेलने हैं, 23 मिनट है. एंड प्रॉब्लम ये कि इट्स नॉट टू मेनी मूव्स टू प्ले, बट पोजीशन कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है. ये ऐसी पोजीशन है जहां पे तुम 23 मिनट तो एक ही मूव पे सोच सकते हो लिटरली, एंड इट विल नॉट बी अ स्ट्रेच. एंड Fedoseev about to play, what will he play? Rook c6, or will he find the best move? Bishop f5. I think bishop f5 is extremely tricky, not easy to play that move. That's amazing. Gukesh played the best move, but let's stick to Arjun for now. I think that means Gukesh has a slight edge, minus -0.6 for Gukesh. But can Fedoseev find the best try, bishop f5. I don't think so. I think rook c6 more likely, but let's see, figure it out. Tough moment, important moment in this game. Arjun, the India number one. पिछले 3 राउंड से लग रहा है अर्जुन अब जीत जाएगा, है ना? I think पिछले 3 games से Arjun was all. And he plays rook c6. Oh, I thought so. He's not gonna find bishop 5. And now rook c1. Rook c1 for Arjun, and it's almost +1 for Arjun. Come on, let's go rook c1. Only move for a clearly better position. He's about to play already. No! What? He plays queen d5. That's a mistake from Arjun. No. And now the only move. So queen d5 का advantage ये है कि now unless Fedoseev finds rook c3, it is +1.3 for Arjun. So it's almost winning. But rook c3 is complete equality. And look at this finish. Rook c3, d7, queen e3. Sahaj bhai, aa jao. Crazy variation on the board now. By rook c3 अगर board पे आ गया, it's an insane sequence of moves incoming. In fact, it might, who knows, it might be even losing.
Wait, what?
भाई क्वीन d5 मिस्टेक, rook c1 खेलना था, ब्लंडर दिखा रहा है. What? ब्लंडर दिखा रहा है अब.
Played actually rook c3.
Wait, what? But no, it's not a blunder, Sahaj bhai. Go deeper. So now d7 is the only move.
Yeah, but he missed rook c3 for sure.
But why did he play in a second? He literally played in 1 second.
भाई उसने पहले से calculate किया होगा rook c6 queen d5 and I think he missed rook c3. That's what it is. I'm telling you, bhai.
Sahaj bhai, let's go deep. So now d7 is the only move. Otherwise,
only move, yeah, basically. Only move.
And now
bhai,
queen e3
let's address the obvious. Yeah, knight takes e3 is not working because of queen e3 check, knight e2 and knight f4. And you might think a queen bach rahi hai, knight in mate in one threat, I can play queen d2. Chat, there is knight g2 checkmate. So it's very, very scary. Queen and knight combination is the most risky in the entire world, and you can see it right now. So d7 and yeah, Sahil bhai, what were you saying here?
Yeah, d7 pe queen e3 is the move for black, only move. And now chat, question to you. What is the only move for white to even continue the game? It's an insane idea.
भाई
Chat,
अगर
come
निकाल
on.
दिया तो मैं मान जाऊंगा भाई.
Chat, you are the real pro भाई. ये move निकालना आसान नहीं है, but that is the only move Arjun has.
You will be a legend, chat, forever. अगर आपने बिना देखे निकाली तो.
Chat, Gukesh is better but not winning. Arjun is by borderline losing right now. Come on, chat. Come on. What's the move?
Chat has actually found it. Yeah, queen a8.
Wow. Queen
Beautiful
a8.
Move.
And now the only move for black is actually queen g5.
Yeah, and then queen takes d8. Bhai, forced.
Oh my god.
And queen takes and knight c3. And somehow Arjun is holding on.
And bishop 5 only move for black now.
Yeah, because you want to take this pawn basically. Rook f2, bishop d7. Okay, if he finds all of this, then Arjun saves the day. If he doesn't, then he's done.
But Sahaj bhai, but this is tricky. This is not easy. He has to find, like, if he didn't see rook c3, it's a shock, right? It puts you on an emotional tangent. Very hard to find d7 then.
Yeah. I think you can see from like Fedoseev constantly getting up from the board. He thinks he's winning.
Yeah.
He is very close to being winning. If Arjun doesn't find, Arjun has to sack his queen, and that's so difficult.
It's great psychological play as well from Fedoseev. Yeah, even if he sees the defense, he's portraying ki bhai game over hai, khatam. Arjun brilliancy nahi bhai, Fedoseev brilliancy. Oh, he missed rook c3, Sahaj bhai. He missed rook c3.
Yeah.
It looks like a hanging rook. He completely missed it. And you know how crazy this is, chat? I'll tell you why it's difficult. You see, Sahaj's bar is right now equal, but on my engine, it shows -3. Because engine dekh hi nahi pa raha hai at depth 15 ki d7 is equal.
Okay, for you it says that white is losing, yeah?
White is losing.
So
it's
how?
Not able
Show
to
me.
calculate. नहीं, वो d7 calculate ही नहीं कर पा रहा. It's not considering d7. Once I play d7, then it starts to see कि भाई, then it says -3 है queen e3 पे, and then it realizes कि draw है. So after d7 and queen e3, it realizes draw है, but उससे पहले it says black is winning. This is tough.
And look at the way that Arjun is thinking. भाई दोनों हाथ पकड़ के यार. He's really tensed here. You can see it from the body language, भाई.
It's still a draw. It's still a draw, Arjun. I would say all three results possible, but he has to find D7.
I don't know if he saves this. It's very hard to emotionally kind of get out of all of this. Because Queen A8 is such a hard move to play, bhai. It's such a difficult move to play there.
Wow. And Fedoseev को भी देना पड़ेगा यार, मतलब credits. What a move. Played literally in seconds. He'd seen it. He'd seen it coming.
And also now 11 moves with 17 minutes only for Arjun. So he has to switch his, that rapid mode on.
And it's really sad, yeah. Matlab, Arjun, if he had thought for like a few more seconds, might have found it. He played it quickly, very quickly. Like he took like 10 seconds for Queen D5. So
Let's hope he can
my
find
engine
this.
is saying draw. It is a draw, by it is a draw, but it takes time for the engine to figure this out. And that's why it's tough.
By the way, chat, another sad update is that Aravindh is now dead lost. Like, no compensation for Aravindh whatsoever. Vincent is looking like he's going to cruise in this match. And also, Aravindh is struggling with time as well. So that match is not going to go Arvind's way. And
Another
Pragg is
update
also
is,
defending by.
yeah, Vedant is slightly worse against Andy Woodward. So that's a minor update. And okay, I think Pragg will defend. I think that, and he played that same plan, Queen G3, G6. So he's going to defend, I think. Um, but not so sure about Arjun and Vedant now. Come on.
Critical moment though. D7. That's the move. Does he find it? But it's so hard to play D7 here.
And yeah, that's a good observation. Fedosiev's accuracy is 3 points, almost 4 points ahead of Arjun's.
Hmm.
Wow.
Curious question. What if one of the spectators comments the move or if they don't have access to the engine? That doesn't happen because I don't think they're allowed to use the phones in the hall. And कोई भी like spectator ऐसे कुछ अगर अपने आप से बोलेगा तो how they are just calculating on their own. Yeah. Plus you're not allowed to make noise in the hall.
Yeah, आप श्योर नहीं कर सकते चैट. एंड most people don't do it because जो chess fans होते हैं, they respect chess players. ये सारे प्लेयर stars हैं उनके लिए. Why would you spoil your stars attention? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. अगर गेम का समय आ गया, maybe that's true, Sahaj. Maybe this.
No! Arjun blunders.
No! 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 It's completely gone now. सहाज भाई हिला दो यार.
भाई कुछ भी हाँ.
भाई हिला दो कान यार,
भाई
कुछ
come
तो
on,
क्या पता वो ना देखे.
let's be serious भाई. No
भाई आई
chance
एम
I think.
सीरियस.
I think he's lost भाई.
चलो मैं करता हूँ भाई, पूजा गैम्बली कर दे भाई, कुछ तो.
भाई नहीं भाई, I think yeah, I'm sure we can do it.
चलो.
I think he's lost भाई.
चलो हो गई भाई, पूजा कैपिट तो हो गई. सो
भाई
नाउ,
भाई एक बार और कर दो यार. I think थोड़ा पोजीशन बहुत ही खराब
नहीं,
है.
we are in prayer territory now, chat. Unfortunately, this is not looking great. It's actually objectively lost for Arjun. And Rook C3 का idea Queen E3 ही था. That's why he played that move. So I don't think he's gonna shy away from putting that Queen on E3. And can we look at the force variation chat? So let's say Queen E3 Saj bhai. I try to defend, let's say Queen D2. Tell you कि भाई exchange कर लो मेरे साथ चीजें. What is the sequence? Oh, Knight
Knight
F4.
F4, Knight G2, checkmate incoming. You take the queen, I take back. Knight on E2 under attack. You have to defend it. Rook D2 or Rook F2. Doesn't matter. I'll play Bishop D3 and you're a piece
Oh,
down.
भाई खत्म हो गई गेम एक्चुअली, आई थिंक अर्जुन नोज
Arjun can
दिस।
resign basically. Why? So it's just about finding the sequence Queen E3. I think what happened is Arjun missed Rook C3 and then couldn't like get himself together. Yeah. D7 Queen 8 was just insanely difficult.
Sahaj
No, he
bhai,
missed Rook
that's
C3 chat, not Knight G2 mate. He missed Rook C3. That's I think very clear.
yeah, that's, I think Fedoseev has like a psychological pull against Arjun. Like वो game भाई opening में ही lost था भाई Fedoseev का. Like
Hmm.
literally it was done after 8 moves and somehow he wins that. Like, I mean, it's hard to believe.
Yeah. I think he's gonna find Queen E3. Why? I think he will find Queen E3 because so natural. Yeah, Knight F4 is so natural.
Queen G8 नहीं भाई, रुक है D8 पे. That will be just a free queen chat. I wish उस रुक D8 की सुपारी दे पाते, but that's not possible. So it's just over.
Yeah, why? And like being winning after like borderline winning after move like 8 or 9, we were saying. And wahan se ye, this is yeah, definitely very not something that we had not something we had expected. But yeah.
कैसल ना करने का नुकसान, ऑलवेज कैसल भाई. जब भी तुम हीरो बनो ना अपनी गेम्स में, कि भाई अरे मैं तो अटैक लगाऊंगा, अरे यार, this game should enter your dreams, enter your mind like a nightmare. Oh, it's done, it's over, khatam.
Yeah, it's done basically. Why Knight F4 incoming, and I wouldn't be surprised if Arjun resigns in the next like 2 moves.
This is where you needed queen a8, yeah. Queen a8 was the
Hmm.
only try.
So it was a nice resource there, but he didn't have enough time.
Wow, heartbreak for Arjun chat. And now I think the only one person who can save the day is Gukesh, to be honest, because Arvind is also completely lost, just as much as Arjun is. So, and Pragg, well, I think he can draw, but he's not going to win that one. So it's could be a very sad day, Sahaj, because Vedant is clearly worse. Arvind is
Vedant
lost. Arjun is lost. That will be three losses. Pragg draws. Like we, if Gukesh like half a point out of four, bhai.
Queen D2 played by Knight F4 incoming, and it's that line we were looking at. It's that line with where he's losing the E2 knight by force. It's happening. Played.
And played. Wow.
Wow. Takes. And remember, Bishop D3 was a move. And if you don't take this, if you see this rook hanging free, man, then Queen E2 checkmate hai, Knight G2 checkmate hai. Yep, I think a resignation incoming for Arjun.
Let's go full screen. I think Arjun about to resign. Fedoseev puts his pen down. He knows the game is over. And hard luck for Arjun. And yeah, he takes on E3. Not prep actually. Arjun was winning in the opening with his prep. But kya he turnaround kiya yaar isne. It's just crazy. Wow, he takes, and now basically you would love to put somehow, get the bishop on B.
I
I don't
don't
know,
even know
B3 or
what I would
definitely.
want here.
Yeah, maybe bishop. Yeah, actually, that's a good question. There's nothing you can do to actually save the knight. It's so
Yeah.
bad.
Yep, it's lost. Rook F2 he plays, and now Bishop D3 is the move.
Knight D3 is also winning, by the way. Everything is winning.
But Bishop D3 I think is cleaner.
Yeah, agreed.
Knight D3 is
But
also, yeah, सब कुछ ही winning है
you
भाई.
can you can literally repeat knight S3, rook F1, knight F, and then play this, and white has nothing. साज भाई, कौन जीतेगा टाटा स्टील?
Good question, bhai. Right now, Hans looks like has good chances, but he only has 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So it will be interesting to see how that match unfolds too. But right now, Arjun, yeah, is looking a bit sad.
I think final think for Fedoseev. Arjun knows what's coming. ऐसा नहीं है, उसको पता नहीं है. Chad, we will switch to Gukesh. I think Gukesh is better. We will switch there as soon as the game ends. Bishop is on
ये
the
लो
board.
भाई गुकेश.
let's go
He's
back, I think, because I think वो Zen करने वाला है Arjun. Bishop d3
okay.
played. So this is gonna end now. Piece down तो
Yeah.
नहीं खेलेगा, I think.
Yeah, I think he will just resign here. Rook e2 is the threat. You're just a free piece down there. You can go rook d3, but then उससे knight d3 भी मर रहा है, rook d3 भी मर रहा है. Rook d3 is probably cleaner.
One every
And yeah,
question. Can VD win Tata Steel? Definitely, why? Definitely. He is the one. He is the winner, why? खेले ना
Magnus
खेले
भाई.
जीतता वही है.
Oh, that's stare by Fedoseev. He knows this is over. Wow.
Camera में stare. You see what I did there?
Hmm.
असली अर्जुन कपूर नहीं, क्या नाम था उसका? धूम वाला.
John Ibrahim.
अरे नहीं भाई.
Hrithik
साइड
Roshan.
किक ऑफ अभिषेक बच्चन.
Oh.
उदय चोपड़ा तो मैं हूं, हाँ ये कह रहा है वो. शाकाल लिखा एक बंदा, बताओ यार.
Yeah, I think a resignation is coming very, very soon.
आर्बिटर आ गया. हाँ आर्बिटर को ही पता है भाई.
Uh,
गेम इज अबाउट टू बी ओवर.
why you see the knight, the rook, and the bishop? I mean, even if you don't know chess, you'll be like, this doesn't look very good for white, yeah?
व्हाई नॉट रुक d2?
भाई
आई
rook
मीन
e2
रुक
तो मर रहा
d2
है ना
पे
उसमें भी.
यू कैन स्टिल टेक, नो, बिकॉज उसका बिशप जा रहा है, आपका रुक जा रहा है. सब
Hmm.
कुछ एक्सचेंज कर दो. And then just pick up d6, and that's just a rook against bishop. Rook d4, rook b4,
And you
and
lose
then
a5 as
a5.
well.
And I think it's not even worth playing. Like, I would win this blindfold against Arjun, and that's a statement. Why? Big one. So I think Arjun will resign. I don't think he plays on. Bhai, Pragg is worse. Only
कितना?
move for Pragg, king g1,
भाई
or
let's
he
go
can
there.
resign.
एक second, he goes king d2. Rook e2 check now, only move. I think he will play it.
भाई
Okay, I
क्या
think this is
चल रहा
just
है
lost
आज?
though. एक बार प्रग का चेक कर लेते हैं भाई.
हाँ फिर वापस आता है जल्दी से. Only move or you can resign.
कि चेक है ना भाई, मैं चेकमेट f1 पे तो.
Like, हाँ, but still, like, it's a bit scary. No, we are in that territory now. ये
Hmm.
इकलौती चाल है. Okay, let's go back
Yeah.
for Arjun. I think for now, like, let's see the final moment. भाई आज चारों 0 out of 4 तो नहीं होगा ना यार?
नहीं नहीं, गुकेश इज विनिंग.
नहीं
गुकेश विल
वही
विन.
उसको हटा के 0 out of 4 तो नहीं होगा ना यार आज?
भाई अरविंद
I
तो
thought
इज डेड लॉस्ट.
today is the day we catch up with the points. I thought, actually.
अरविंद इज डेड लॉस्ट. अर्जुन इज डेड लॉस्ट. प्रग इज ओके वर्स. रुकी टू प्लेड भाई फ्री पीस.
Yeah, takes
भाई रुक डी
d2.
सिक्स भी चेक से मर रहा है यार.
हाँ.
तो वही रुक c1 के बाद अब कुछ बैक रैंक भी नहीं है. रुक डी सिक्स मर गया चेक से.
Yeah, he will resign, I think, after d6, I'm guessing.
No, he's playing. He still plays rook c1.
I don't know why, because I mean, he's playing on momentum, but
By the way,
Chad,
Sindarov also completely winning against Erdogmus.
वो गाना है एक साथ भाई, याद है आपको? क्या से क्या हो गया.
भाई ऑलरेडी इतना खराब लग रहा है यार.
अरे मैं तो गाना गा रहा हूँ साज भाई. इंडियन आइडल में जाना है मुझे.
ये रुक डी सिक्स मार क्यों नहीं रहा? That's what I'm thinking.
This one final thing, I think. He's like, okay, do I need to take it? Can I just pick
But
up
रुक डी
f3?
सिक्स के बाद आप वापस रुक डी एट भी जा सकते हो लाइक.
True. I think his calculation must have ended here, though he's just like, okay, let me just kind of go a bit deeper
Takes.
now.
King e3 played. A rook key check. And then you lose the f3 pawn also with the check.
Hmm. Okay, so Arjun's still playing, which is a surprise to me, actually. But rook d3 is just winning. No, I don't even need to save my back. Like rook d3, king e4, bishop f3, king e5, knight
Hmm.
g6, king e6. I mean, it's just, he's like,
Why king e6, bishop g4 is mate.
बाप रे भाई,
King
center of
f5
the board
forced,
पे.
then rook d8. Back rank bacha liya. And okay, he's winning now. See, I think free piece, yeah, nothing.
Also, Arvind about to resign also, but let's take here for now. So, थोड़ा time लगेगा.
Will Arjun resign in 20 moves? By much earlier than that, I think. Like, for example, if black plays something like h6, you will resign immediately. Okay, rook
अरे
d3 check.
we had a bet, no, 40 moves वाली किसी गेम की, यही थी
20
ना?
moves पे थी भाई.
एक और थी ना, 20 नहीं, एक और
गुकेश
bet
का
तो
था
लगी
वो.
थी कुछ.
गुकेश
अच्छा
का था 40 साल तक. I said he will have a winning advantage.
अच्छा, हाँ, right, not this one. Yeah. Plus 1.8, yes. Oh, he takes on f3 with the check. King a5. I've seen that. Knight is only move, by the way, played.
Yeah, he's just a
This is bishop.
piece up. Yeah, not even a single pawn. And king f5 पे भी इतना dangerous है.
I think he resigns now. This is the moment he resigns, I
Oh,
think.
he
Yeah.
plays king f5.
No, he resigns, I think, now.
He's playing why? He played
Oh,
king f5.
wow. Wow, he plays. He's really like, he's not showing emotion, but he's really tilted right now.
Hmm.
Now he has to resign, yeah?
Yeah, I think he will resign now.
The engine says it's +5, it looks even worse somehow. The king is cut off, yeah? There's no path back. Like, you can't go back now. See?
Yeah.
You can't go to e5, e4, f4, g4, g5. Like, all those squares are covered.
सब कुछ is covered. Yeah, I think you just resign here. I think probably he's still digesting what just happened. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yo, Satish bhai, what's up? Hopefully, you will bring us some luck now. Why is this game continuing? Yeah, I think he's playing on friction. Fedoseev khada hua hai. He knows it's over. And, okay, typical. But I can bet that Tikku still loses this with black. Why? While I wouldn't argue with your statement, it's possible. But I doubt it, bhai. Like, it's that bad.
Yeah, it's just a free piece, bhai. No chance.
And वो भी king देखो ना भाई कहाँ है?
Hmm.
F5. Oh my god.
Bhai, rook f8 is like checkmate. King e6 जाना पड़ेगा आपको भाई.
I rook e8, rook e5 is checkmate.
Hmm.
Just keep the rook
Let's
on
see.
e8. I don't see what white can do. You cannot even capture anything because rook e5 mate जाएगी.
और अब 40 मूव्स भी हो गई ना तो टाइम प्रेशर का एलिमेंट भी नहीं है.
Yeah, it's just over, I think. I think he might just play on because of friction, but he probably can resign. Uh, by the way, Pragg in his game did play King G1 just for an update. So that game is still only slightly worse. And oh, but we've reached a rook end game now. Okay.
रुक एंड गेम थोड़ी ना है अभी. He hasn't taken the
आ
queen
गई.
ना.
हाँ, but he's that's the best move. If he takes, we are reaching a rook end game, Sahaj. And rook end game, I think chances बढ़ते हैं थोड़े से maybe black के, but okay, maybe it's still tricky because of the f6 pawn. Close to a draw, maybe. Can hold. Gukesh game, by the way, chat. One has to play 9 moves in 5.5 minutes, so it's tricky.
9 moves in 5.5 minutes for Van, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
अरविंद
यहाँ पे
की विकेट
गलतियां हो
तो
सकती हैं बाय द वे दोनों साइड से, पर गुकेश बहुत सोच रहा है भाई उधर. आई थिंक एज सून एज ही रिजाइंस विल स्विच टू गुकेश, बट टेकिंग हिज टाइम भाई.
आई थिंक अर्जुन का हाथ थोड़ा आगे आया था. आई डोंट नो वेदर ही विल प्ले और वेदर ही विल रिजाइन, बट his hand did come up a bit, the left hand. Also, Arvind is like +7 now, Gamer. So that's, he can also objectively resign, I think. Oh, Rook C7 he plays,
Wow.
doesn't resign.
एंड नाउ
Wow.
रुक E8 आई गेस. ओ प्लेस भाई 1 सेकंड के अंदर.
Yeah.
चेकमेट
अब Rook
इनकमिंग.
C5,
रुकसी.
Rook
भाई
C5
वो तो
खेलना
वो
पड़ेगा.
खेला भाई उसने.
Wow.
हाउ इज प्लेइंग.
Arjun is
इंटरेस्टिंग.
tilted. Yeah, he's really tilted actually.
या.
Hard to see actually. First time seeing Arjun lose in 2026. I mean, that's not
या आई
really
थिंk
that.
लेट्स जस्ट स्विच भाई.
Let's switch. I think let's go to I don't know which game we go to, Pragg or Gukesh,
गुकेश
because
में भी. या
let's check out both.
या गुकेश
Okay,
इज
is he
लुकिंग.
back? मैं डिनर करके आता हूँ 2 मिनट में. जल्दी से आता
या श्योर श्योर श्योर. By the way, chat, for Gukesh, knight g4 is the move which keeps some pressure on the clock and on the board. And let's remind everyone कि गुकेश को भी 10 चालें खेलनी है and वैन को 9 moves खेलनी है. On वैन के पास only 5 minutes and 46 seconds and Gukesh having 12 minutes. So we'll see time pressure territory here. But I think ये position ऐसी है कि white से गलतियां बहुत easily हो सकती हैं. But we'll see. Actually, the move knight g4 that I see here, it's not that simple to play because it vacates the d5 square. So some ideas like bishop g2, bishop d5 could be problematic. But your rook can switch to f6, जहां से वो f7 को भी बचा रहा है, f2 के pawn पे भी pressure डाल रहा है. That looks kind of good. Yeah, that looks kind of good for Gukesh, I have to say. But he's taking a long time, by the way, in this endgame itself. Like I think in-game इनमें कुछ आधे घंटे का फर्क था, but now it's only 6 minutes. And Arjun is looking at this game now. Crazy. And while Gukesh is thinking, let's take a very quick look at Pragg as well, how he's doing in that end game. By the way, he didn't take that queen, तो rook end game नहीं आई अभी board पे, but apparently Pragg को queen takes c5 मारना है यहाँ पे. And यहाँ पर भी situation is similar. We are on move 30 and we need 10 more moves, and both players having 8 minutes. And remember, chat, no increment until move 40. There is no increment, so very very difficult territory for Pragg here because right now he has to go queen takes queen. And okay, when you go queen takes queen, you are saying, okay, I'm playing for a draw here, which is not easy. Remember कि पहले अनीश ने एक वो सॉफ्ट ड्रॉ ऑफर किया था नाइट h5 नाइट f6 के साथ, एंड जो प्रग ने एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया था. सो मे बी दैट्स नॉट इजी. लाइक द फॉलो अप इज नॉट इजी फॉर अ प्रग. हर जगह टाइम प्रेशर इज इनकमिंग. एंड बाय द वे अरविंद ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ अ रेजिग्नेशन. वहां पे भी टाइम प्रेशर के इश्यूज हैं, बट या. By the way, Hans versus Nodirbek looks like it's going to be a draw. Position is equalized more or less. Still some problems for Nodirbek, but okay, looks equalish. Looks like he will hold. And for Pragg also, he has to go queen c5. Like if he doesn't go queen c5, then he's a lot worse. If black ne agar queen e3 maar diya, then rook c4, you'll put pressure on h4, f6, and these pawns are also broken. So it looks really really bad. And yeah. And Yagiz also is completely lost against Sindarov. So Sindarov is, picking up a lot of wins now. Second win for him. By the way, Fedoseev has just made a move, and it's a move that I feel like, okay, now a resignation could come, but no, Arjun plays on. Wow, Arjun ke board pe bhi he's still playing on after rook c7. He's playing a full piece down here. b4 pawn is hanging. I think he's tilting. But yeah, free pawn hanging. This is just, yeah, over. He takes the pawn. Wow, Arjun is still playing. Oh, I've not seen this from him before. And Fedoseev also making moves pretty quickly. So, khatam karo. And there it is. Resignation from Arjun. Oh, this is a bit sad. I think he had really good chances from the opening, but Fedoseev managed those situations much better. And especially that move, Rook C3, was really, really crazy. And that took Arjun by a surprise. And Fedoseev takes the win with the black pieces. And a sad game for Arjun. It's the first game to finish in the Masters section. But tomorrow is a rest day. So hopefully he can, recover well from this and come back even stronger. Let's see what happens on the Pragg board, because Pragg has 5 minutes on the clock and the tension is rising because Pragg has to play 10 moves in 5 minutes. That gives him 30 seconds per move. Yeah, Fedoseev is great, bhai. I think he's is someone you should never ever take lightly. Seems like a bad year, भाई. एक 4 राउंड के अंदर आपने पूरा साल ही सेट कर दिया भाई. What is this? Sage, by just curious, is there a difference between a GM like you and a GM like Arjun big enough that you would need some kind of odds to win against them? I wouldn't say so. I think not about a difference. Odds. I mean, I don't know. Like, I never thought about it. Wait, Pragg just blundered, and Queen takes A3 is now winning for Anish. Oh, that is really sad. Wait a second. Queen A3. What has he thought about? Queen F4 maybe. Queen H6 में mate हो रही है, and Queen C3 is just hanging. I think a big slip up by Pragg as well. Queen takes A3 is winning for Anish. Bhai, what is happening? He had to take the queen on C5, but he doesn't do it. Wow, this is so troubling actually. Does he find it? That's the question, because Anish also has 7 minutes on the clock. I mean, there's not enough time to calculate all of this. Only move. Okay, maybe the follow-up is actually difficult. भाई साहिल भाई तो मतलब डिनर करते करते चैट में लिख रहे हैं भाई, ब्रो व्हाट. I have no idea why what's going on, but Arjun has just resigned and Pragg is also dead lost, and Arvind also has resigned, by the way, against Vincent Keymer. That game has just ended, and so that's 2 losses for us. And now this could be the third one by against Pragg. भाई आपके जाते ही दोनों प्लेयर्स ने रिजाइन कर दिया भाई, और प्रग ने भी ब्लंडर कर दिया भाई. जल्दी वापस आउट डिनर करके आप. What is happening? Only Gukesh is the only player who has some chances. Yeah, बाकी सब players are doing really badly here. Wow. Oh, he's going for queen d4. He's going for queen d4. He doesn't see queen takes a3. Okay. So sigh of relief right there. He was going for the queen, yeah? I think he almost, maybe he even touched it, but I'm not sure. But he's going for queen takes d4 here. ठीक है भाई. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. He's not taking on a3 chat. He's definitely not taking on a3. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. Pressure rising. By the way, Sindarov also completely winning against Yagiz, Erdogmus. Gukesh ने finally चाल चल दी है. But I would love to see if Anish will take the pawn on a3 or not, because if he doesn't take this pawn, it's not winning for him. If he takes on c3, that's still better. Queen takes d4 is a bad move. That's equal. And he was going for the queen on d4. I'm sure you saw it, right? He was hovering over the queen on d4. He wanted to pick up the queen. Gukesh game is finished. No, he's still playing. But this is a very critical moment for Pragg, because if Anish finds the best move, he is lost. Pragg will be lost. Yeah, I think with on Van versus Gukesh, he has 3 minutes on the clock. I'm not really sure if I should switch here or not, but it seems so tempting actually. But let's just wait. Okay, he's going for the move. He's going for it. Is he? Wait. He's going to touch his queen for sure. भाई इतना suspense यार. Queen takes a3 is the move that he must play. Oh, he takes on d4. बच गए भाई. Okay, that's a sigh of relief right there. Okay, now it's equal. बच गए भाई. बच गए. Okay, Pragg is back now. Pragg is back. He plays d5. I think we are going into a draw basically, yeah? Rook endgame की तरफ जा रहे हैं जहाँ पे he will take the c2 pawn. Pragg will probably pick up d5 or a6, one of these pawns, and okay, gonna be a draw. Okay भाई, बच गए. That was a huge scare भाई for Pragg. Okay, let's take a quick look at Gukesh because वहाँ पे situation is still very very tensed. He plays bishop e1. Oh, wait a second. Gukesh has just sacrificed an entire exchange. Remember, यहाँ पे knight g4 के बाद bishop g2, he attacks the rook and Gukesh says नहीं बचाना मुझे. I'll go bishop e1. You take my rook, I'll take your pawn on f2, and that's an imbalance. And let's see what happens. And Van has to play 8 moves in 3 minutes. भाई कितना सोचोगे? चलो भाई, चलो फटाफट. Gukesh could win this actually. यहाँ पे बाय द वे प्रेडिक्शन करी थी कि इन बिफोर 40 मूव्स आर फिनिश आई थिंक युकेश विल बी विनिंग एंड आई थिंक दैट इज ट्रू बिकॉज ऑलरेडी एन इम्बैलेंस इज ऑन द बोर्ड. सो आई जस्ट प्ले द मूव्स. बिशप c6, बिशप f2 चेक, किंग मूव समवेयर एंड रुक टेक c6. ये बिशप b6 को भी बचा रहा है, नाइट ऐसे बचा रहा है बिशप को. एवरीथिंग इज प्रोटेक्टेड. लुक्स अमेजिंग फॉर वैन. But look at his time, 2.5 minutes for 8 minutes or 8 moves. No chance, yeah. He takes on c6, takes on f2. You have to activate bullet mode here. Play fast. King g2. He's thinking whether to put the king on f1 or g2, but not really a big difference. But he has 2 minutes to play 7 moves now. 7 moves. Arjun resigned. Yes, bhai. Arvind and Arjun both have lost their matches, which is very, very sad. But Pragg is now okay. Pragg is equal, more or less. I think we might see a repetition in the Pragg board right now. It is possible. But let's take here. Let's see if the repetition is happening.
भाई गुकेश की एडवांटेज कहाँ गई?
भाई 1 minute and he has 1 minute and 47 seconds for 7 moves.
Oh wow, अच्छा.
Rook c6 played. Okay. 6 moves now to be played in under 1.5 minutes.
But okay, where is Gukesh's edge? That's the problem. He was better, no?
Oh, Pragg drew, by the way.
Oh,
Pragg has repeated the moves. So Pragg and Anish have drawn their match. That's great. Right then and there. There was a winning idea there, by the way, for Pragg.
Oh, he's talking. He said Queen A3. Anish literally mentioned Queen A3, yeah? He pointed his finger toward the A3 pawn. Wow. So he saw it, but he wasn't sure.
Wow. Okay, so now only game remaining is Gukesh. Let's take a quick look because 1 minute only he has for 6 moves.
By the way, Hans Niemann and Nodirbek have drawn. I don't know if you saw this, but Vedant is also completely lost. It's over for Vedant. So only game is Gukesh. Can he somehow give us some... Oh, blunder by his opponent! Bishop D4 completely winning!
Bhai, predicted. Come on.
I
told you this, bhai. Bhai, जीत गया है तो मैं Yagiz, right?
Wait. But he has to also... But 40th move, he has to win also, no? Like, he has to be better. If he...
But he's winning already.
But what if he blunders? He doesn't find the best move.
ऐसा नहीं होगा भाई. He'll play bishop d4.
By the way, bishop d4 के बाद rook c2 पे knight e3 is a fork. And if rook c1, then I think there's rook f6, rook f2, just filling on the spot.
Oh, beautiful. And if rook d3, then rook takes c4, yeah?
Then rook c4. Yeah, rook c4, rook c2 with, और knight भी hanging है, c2 भी आ रहा है.
57 seconds, yes. Gukesh has enough time. Bishop d4 is winning.
Oh, come on, Gukesh, come on. One symbol of hope for today, yeah? 3 losses and 1 draw. वो भी 4 loss हो सकती थी. Tough day.
भाई 4 losses हो सकती थी clearly. नहीं, Vedant is still playing though. I'm not sure what the situation is. Oh, Vedant is completely lost, yeah?
Yeah, it's over for Vedant. So this is the only game remaining. Chat. आज surprisingly Indian games will end quickly, like 1 hour early roughly.
भाई ऐसे नहीं बोलते according to our समय भाई.
मतलब?
Never mind.
अच्छा नहीं भाई आज होगा आज क्योंकि काफी गेम खत्म होगी ना भाई. अब
बोल रहा हूँ आपको भाई. आज लग रहा है
Vedant is already over and this game I think unless Gukesh misses bishop d4, I mean that would be sad. I think this game will end quickly. I'm gonna be like 7 Yagiz down now. That's depressing for me personally, but on a professional level that's great. Yeah, Gukesh at least 1 victory under a belt and Gukesh catches up, right? He will go to 2.5 points, I think.
He had 3 points, bhai. He's on 2 out of 4. It will be his first win. Amazing. He has made all draws so far. This will be his first win if he finds bishop d4. Golden opportunity, by the way. एंड वैन को फिर भी भाई 5 मूव्स खेलनी है 57 सेकंड्स में. इम्पॉसिबल.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. टिक्कू बायस्ड है. अरे भाई, अगर नजर तब लगती है व्हेन यू विश, अंदर से तुम उसको नेगेटिव सोच रहे होते हो भाई. एवरीबडी हैज दैट वन आंटी इन देयर लाइव्स, बट नॉट व्हेन यू चेयर फॉर देम. फिर तो भाई अपने माँ बाप को भी नजर लग जाती है कि बेटे की, वो दैट दैट मेक्स नो सेंस. एंड लेट्स गो,
प्लेड.
ही फाइंड्स इट. ब्यूटीफुल मूव भाई, लेट्स गो.
अब तो जीत गया भाई मैं मैगीज. लेट्स गो.
Oh भाई, टाइम प्रेशर इज ओह, नाइट f5 only move again.
या बिकॉज F7 pawn is hanging, so you have to defend
हाँ.
this.
Okay, but that is logical, I think.
भाई he has 45 seconds.
I had to play four moves. Okay.
Gukesh also like pulling up his sleeve. Let's go, भाई. World champion mode activated.
And chat, let's keep in mind 2024 में Gukesh and Arjun had a dream year. 2025 में it was Pragg.
And
2026,
Arjun.
yeah, and Arjun also. He didn't play as much, but yeah, it was a great year. 2026
95
is,
played. Winning.
whose year will it be? I'll just pick up the pawn. Let's go.
Oh, it takes on
Taken.
C4 as well, by winning. Let's go. W's
Three more
incoming.
moves, chat. Three more moves to go. Oh, oh.
Gukesh gets up to check.
ये
I
क्या देखा
think.
था Gukesh?
I'm not sure. कितनी moves हुई है? I'm not so sure.
But नहीं, but he was looking at the nameplate or something ऐसा लगा था.
Yeah.
By the way, 17
17
seconds. Three
seconds.
moves. Check. Oh, that was not the best move. Rook b4 was the best move. Okay, second best खेला उसने. Now
King
bishop
F1,
is the
Bishop
only
E3 is
move.
winning. Bishop E3 is winning.
But it's the only move again. He has to play it. Or he will risk losing his edge.
भाई बिशप मर रहा है ना D4 पे, तो वो तो खेल ही देगा.
हाँ, but Rook c1 check भी है Saj. He might just, I hope he doesn't give that check. What is he doing? What is he doing?
He's checking that भाई कितनी moves बची हैं. 2 moves और हैं. I
Come
think
on,
that's where
come
you can
on,
check.
come
I'm not
on.
so sure.
Bishop e3. But वहां पे moves क्यों लिखी है? नीचे उसमें लिखी होती है Saj भाई.
Maybe you can see
Bishop
it there.
e3, Bishop e3, come on. Oh, he's so nervous.
2 minutes he has. That's enough time, bhai. Enough time.
एक बंदा कह रहा है, he checked 12 बार. Bishop b6 would be a big blunder. It will be equal now, chat. So bishop e3 is the move. And he
Played. Let's
finds
go.
it. Beautiful.
भाई 40
One
moves के
more
बाद देखो
move.
winning तो हो गई भाई. अब तो winning हो गई.
One
अब तो आप
move.
नहीं बोल
One
सकते.
move. One move. Last move. 5 seconds. Oh, let's go. Gukesh, come on. Just take that rook.
Oh
Yep, Saj
yes.
bhai. Bishop f4 मार देगा and you will win another baggy. So 7 हो जाएंगी भाई. Oof,
भाई
hard
दो
day
थी
for
ना यहाँ
Indian
पे.
chess.
या एक ही थी.
एक ही थी, एक ही थी. Hard day for
एक ही थी.
Indian chess and hard day for Tikku's Maggies भाई.
Let's go. +4 भाई. 7 Maggies. भाई prediction तो लेकिन सही थे यहाँ पे. Bishop F4. That's the easy move. I think he's just
Yeah, that's
deciding
the
whether that
easiest
endgame is
move.
winning or
Yeah.
not. Maybe he's thinking whether he should play rook b2, because that's a clever move, right? To pin the knight as well and then take on f4.
Rook b2. Wow. Apparently, that's a big mistake because of knight c4.
Oh, knight c4 is dirty, bhai.
It's still winning, but apparently bishop
Yeah.
f4 is the easiest.
He has
And
1
Gukesh
minute.
has, yeah, one more move to play till time control. I think उसके बाद सोचेंगे वो. And maybe you're right, Sir. This won't end early actually because ये गेम चलेगी अभी लंबी काफी.
नहीं नहीं भाई, ये तो डेड लॉस्ट है. h4 pawn मर रहा है आपका. Takes.
Let's go. Now, do you play knight f3 or do you play knight g4?
I think knight f3 probably looks more promising to me. But
उसको
knight
वॉशरूम
g4
जाना
also,
था.
both of them look winning, to be honest. You saw that Sai by Van. He knows the position is,
Sai
well,
by
the
van.
outcome is
Wow.
not good.
Sai by van. Wow. Wow. Sahaj भाई, ये तो ऐसा उतना. Vedant losing fourth game in a row, by the way.
Oh, that's sad, yeah. That's sad. And Eileen Roberts, by the way, has also won her match. By the way, look at that final position. Look at this final position by Rook G3, King F4, Queen D6 check. Look at this. Domination by King E4, Rook E3 is checkmate. Beautiful. So she has her first win of the entire event.
Amazing. And एक बार बोर्ड पे वेदांत का भी दिखाई दो, keeping the same camera, just to kind of.
Vedant is doing really badly by. He's giving a couple of checks, but King F4 ke baad, this is no more checks for the queen, and Queen G1 checkmate is incoming. Yeah, I think he's also going to lose his match. So Gukesh is the only player who's winning by today.
Yeah. Wow. His opponent is writing every move even lower time. Yeah, I think it's a कई बार क्या होता है कि आपको आदत होती है लिखने की moves. You don't think about it consciously कि I don't need to write. So you just write the moves anyways. I think even knight g4 looks very strong. And कल को जैसे ही white knight अपना हिलाएगा ना b6 से, just rook c4, and that just attacks every white pawn on the board. You take them one by one, tuck, tuck, tuck.
Yeah, this looks hopeless actually to save.
Actually, maybe you're right. I'm not sure. Like if Van will play this for long, I think he'll have like a 10-minute thing, and then he might just resign.
Yeah, basically अगर ये king rook pawn ending होती तो it would still right now be winning for Gukesh because king एकदम back rank पे. But if the white king is on g3, then okay, some chances to hold this.
True. Gukesh is back.
Yep, 28 minutes. Oh, it took us. Yeah, he should be winning this though. Oh, he's borrowing the score sheet from his opponent to check the
Yeah.
moves.
This is the worst part when you're losing, yeah?
Yeah, yeah,
है
yeah.
ना? You have to
You
then
know,
offer your
like
score.
technically, Van can refuse.
Ha, he can. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He can refuse to not show, but of course, players, I mean, it's sportsmanship. You can show, of course, to copy the notation. It felt like वही भाई दिखाइयो यार.
Exams की याद आ गई. Cheating lols.
नहीं भाई ये कैसे
मूवी है
चीटिंग.
भाई, उसने खुद खेले हैं. ऐसा थोड़ी है कि कहीं और से उठाया उसने मूव्स. पास हो गया, हाँ भाई, गुकी पास हो गया भाई. By the way, it's crazy, yeah? Like Gukesh and all these kids, like when you think about it, they've not gone to school since the age of, I don't know, 10, 11, 12. Like, कितना different life है वो साज भाई. Like, I think you also have, like, must have sacrificed a lot of studies. I don't know, like, how was it growing up? But Gukesh और आज की
Yeah, but
generation वालों के लिए तो it must be even early, right? मतलब like 10-11 साल की उम्र में no school and then they just kind of focus on chess.
no, I was also just going for just to give finals and stuff. मेरा भी normal school life नहीं था. But बहुत different होता है भाई. And you travel so much to play tournaments and yeah. How can a GM forget? By it's like probably if he tries to remember, he will remember it. But you know why? Like why waste your energy like that? उसमें ज़्यादा time भी लगेगा. This is simpler, no?
Did you go to school? हाँ भाई, I तो went to normal school. AI ट्रिपल ई भी मैंने भी दिया है. Neguen is not able to digest it, it seems. My Indian food थोड़ी है. I mean, it's just some chess moves. Yeah, I mean, you're playing Gokesh. I mean, of course, you are the underdog. And of course, is this his first loss of the event? Loss of the event? Yeah,
No,
it's the
second,
second loss.
second.
So it must not be like a big shock.
I mean, he's still not happy because pehle it was good, but I think because of the time pressure situation, He couldn't manage that. But okay, that's normal, I think.
एयर ट्रिपल में कितनी आई थी भाई? 28,000 रैंक थी यार, तो ठीक ठाक कॉलेज मिल गया था। Come on, come on, come on. Finish him off, Gukesh. कल मेरा एयर ट्रिपल फॉर रियल। ओ वाओ, दैट्स क्रेजी। कल है क्या एयर ट्रिपल? दैट मेक्स नो सेंस, जान में थोड़ी होता है।
लॉन्ग टाइम अगो प्रखर भाई रिवील के
ओह,
थिकू भाई स्कूल में बुली थे, क्या बात है? रियली?
कहाँ है प्रखर?
सोच किंग इज राइटिंग दिस इन द चैट, सेज
अरे नहीं रे, प्रखर
स्कूल
खुद
में
तो
बुली
इतना
रहे
बड़ा
आप?
एक्सट्रोवर्ट था स्कूल में भाई, बोलता ही
बुली थे
रहता था
आप?
बस। भाई बुली होने के लिए बोलना भी तो पड़ेगा ना भाई, मैं तो बोलता नहीं था कुछ स्कूल में।
Hmm.
प्रखर तो इतना बोलता रहता था स्कूल में, बस चुप 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 रहता नहीं था यार।
By the way, Jordan versus Bluebaum looking like basically a dead draw now. That bishop endgame. For sure, this is winning though. And the thing is कि गुकेश के पास कितनी सारी options है, right? Knight c4, knight g4, knight f3, everything is winning basically.
या आईआईटी नाला ये क्या है भाई? ये कौन सा नाले में आईआईटी है भाई? मैं उस टाइम पे आईआईटी हुआ नहीं करते थे भाई। उस टाइम पे बहुत कम आईआईटी थे, चार पांच ही आईआईटी थे, तो मैं तो थापड़ से पढ़ा था। उस टाइम पे सही कॉलेज था यार, इट वाज अ नाइस कॉलेज एट दैट पॉइंट। नाउअडेज आई डोंट नो।
But let's see what he goes for. Taking his, like I think अब हर thing उसकी final thing लगेगी भाई. To be honest.
नहीं, आई थिंक इट जस्ट डिपेंड्स ऑन, does he have hope? Like, what's his plan? I think इकलौता plan है to attack f7. So once you either play rook c4 and knight h6, that's a knight g4 and h6, or you play, I don't know what else you play, but once you realize, or you play rook c4, rook f4 somehow at the right moment.
मैं तो बोलता
Then
हूँ कि white का best hope is to take a5 and do something with this pawn. f7 तो नहीं
how?
मिलेगा आपको भाई.
Hmm. So let's say I play knight g4. What do you play?
I don't play anything भाई. Rook a7 I guess.
Rook a7. Now how do I attack these
ये कितना
pawns?
कुछ है आपके पास. नाइट f2 है आपके पास, रुक f2 है आपके पास, नाइट h2 है, नाइट e3 है, so
अच्छा हाँ,
कितनी सारी चालें हैं मेरे साथ.
rook f2 should work, not directly.
Yeah, it should technically क्योंकि you will win f4 and h4 both.
Yeah, then I can even sack the knight for the pawn, to be honest, and with the, that should be
Even
easy.
knight h2, knight f3, knight h4 should be working.
Harper was holding under top 30 rank in 2009. Yeah भाई, 2010 में आए, तभी मैंने कहा कि it was a decent college तब। आजकल रैंकिंग मुझे पता नहीं है। At that point it was a decent one। 90s के बाद ही आता था। Okay, still no move।
Sindarov गेम पे जाओ भाई, क्या चल रहा है Sindarov? Sindarov is not winning anymore by the way. Erdogmus has fought back apparently.
But okay, still very very dangerous।
Hmm.
By the way, no move by Gukesh still।
The customary 10-minute thing, yeah? After the 40 move. After the
Yeah।
40 moves are done. Then उसके
Yeah,
बाद
I
10 मिनट वो
mean,
भी सोचेगा.
yeah, I think he just wants a clean way जहाँ पे कोई ड्रामा ना हो। Like, drama होता है, suddenly white takes on a5, starts running with the pawn. Is there a way जहाँ पे मुझे वो ड्रामा करना ही ना पड़े? I don't need to calculate.
नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक सो.
भाई
आई
वो जो
थिंक
क्राउड में बंदा है, वो लग नहीं था कोई डिटेक्टिव नॉवल में से ऐसे?
ब्योमकेश बख्शी.
है ना? हाँ, शर्लॉक होम्स, देसी शर्लॉक होम्स.
भाई स्विच करो ना, ये गेम तो विनिंग है भाई. किस गेम पे जाना है आपको? भाई सिंडरोव का गेम चेक कर लेते हैं साहिल भाई.
हाँ.
अगेंस्ट एडोगमस. दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. ही हैज प्लेड क्वीन e4 एंड एडोगमस थिंकिंग में था. यहाँ पे भी 40 मूव्स अब भी खत्म हुई है. बिफोर एडोगमस was completely losing, but now he has some hope. पॉन्स एकदम बराबर है. रुक 7th रैंक पे, वाइट क्वीन ऑन इन द सेंटर. एंड ब्लैक के पीसेस थोड़े ऐसे ब्रोकन से लग रहे हैं. So not easy for Erdogmus to make a comeback. Apparently, the best move is King G8 to play Rook F8 and put pressure on the F2 pawn somehow. But yeah, let's see how he defends. He does have a golden opportunity though.
Yeah, but Sindarov is not going to make it easy. I think Sindarov is likely to win this one and join the leaders on 3.5. So hopefully Gukesh joins them on 2 as well, is our hope. As of now, looks pretty likely. And what can be a nice finish to otherwise tough day.
Oh yes. Let's go back to Gukesh. See what he's thinking. 18 minutes now for the world champion.
By the way, chat, tomorrow is a rest day. The first rest day, total like a 3 hai. And day after tomorrow, the pairings are quite interesting. So first of all, we have Nodirbek versus Gukesh.
Ooh.
That's gonna be a star clash. Like, I mean, the rivalry there, I don't even comment on that one. Next is Fedoseev versus Pragg. So will Fedoseev continue the Indian in a train of Indian destruction and defeat Pragg with the white pieces? I think that's going to be a tough match. Will be interesting. Next is Bluebaum versus Arjun. So potential for Arjun to come back with the black pieces and defeat him. And finally, Aravindh versus Sindarov. Oof, that's like a golden opportunity for Arvind also. So interesting matchups in the next round.
Bhai, I'm not sure what is Gukesh thinking about here. Bhai, right? Could be knight g4, knight c4. I mean, you have to keep more time on the clock, though, right? Like for
Yeah.
sure, you have to keep more time on the clock. He goes knight
Okay, knight
c4. Good move.
c4. Okay.
Yeah, that makes
Actually,
sense.
yeah, that makes sense because आप knight को force कर रहे हो. If you move the knight, now I can play rook a2 and take the a4 pawn. I don't need to calculate anything.
Hmm.
I like that move. Smart move.
Resign तो नहीं करेगा यहाँ पे, right? Right?
No chance. He will play knight d5 maybe.
Hmm. तो knight d5 पे rook a2 नहीं आ रहा क्या? When I
Knight
take this,
d5, rook a2.
क्या हो रहा है भाई rook a2 पे? Free pawn.
सब फ्री लग रहा है एक्चुअली देखने में तो साज भाई.
भाई 2 pawn डाउन हुआ. अब ये तो resign वाली टेरिटरी आ गई.
Yeah, maybe he just resigns. Yeah, also possible.
Knight d7 perhaps is possible.
Knight
क्योंकि
d7, but
your
e5
plan is
controlled है
rook
ना?
a2 पे knight c5, yeah?
अच्छा knight c5 you want to play. c5, nice.
Then maybe knight e3 check and rook c4. And your plan, yeah? And then you
But
win
actually,
f4 or a4.
after knight d7, apparently there's a simple plan. So rook a2, knight c5, and now knight d2 check.
King goes, king can't go anywhere here because knight e4 check.
Yeah.
And then if
So
you play the
king
king
g1,
to,
yeah,
knight f3, and you just take
it's a
this as well.
fork. And h4
Gaya
एक बार, I
position,
think
why he'll
that's when he
resign.
resigns. h4 बढ़ जाएगा तो he will resign 100%.
Yeah. I think he will resign here, like in the next 5 moves.
Yeah.
And also knight c4 chat. Like this it goes without saying. Rook c4 के बाद you're winning like all the pawns in the world.
तो
So that
छैया
also
छैया करके
doesn't
लोग
make
सारे
sense.
पॉन खा लेगा यार. कोई
Knight
ट्रेन की
c4,
तरह
knight
बिल्कुल फ्री.
d5, knight d7, all three we have looked at. Rook c7 पे सोच king, we have knight e3 check and then rook hangs on c7. So that also doesn't work. Yeah, this is just lost, dead lost.
क्या ही दिन था भाई.
भाई आपके जाते ही सब लोग हारने लग गए यार.
भाई वो तो हार रहे थे पहले भी. बेचारे.
भाई वो प्रग का जब देखा ना मैंने वो पोजीशन, भाई एकदम आई वाज शॉक्ड.
Gukesh can win this blindfolded with the time he has. Actually, true. Pretty true.
Huge, if true. Yeah, you can see kind of him accepting that this is lost. You could see a resignation from him soon, yeah.
uh, Actually, yeah, I don't see why he's thinking. I mean, it's,
भाई कोई
you know,
चैट में
Rook
कोई लिख
A2
रहा,
is.
कोई पूछ रहा
हाँ.
चैट में, इज दिस द लास्ट गेम? आई थिंक वो आप पे क्वेश्चन है वो, डायरेक्टेड. इसमें यूजर
Uh,
नेम देख के बोल रहा हूँ.
is this the last game? प्रगति. हाँ भाई, दिस इज लास्ट गेम फॉर आवर रेफरेंस. आई थिंक वेदांत की गेम भी चल रही है, बट आई थिंक वेदांत की गेम तो खत्म हो जाएगी, बिकॉज आई डोंट नो. आई मीन, इट्स क्रेजी ही सर्वाइव्ड सो फार. So I think for us, yes, this is the last game. Maybe Sindarov's game goes on, but not that relevant for us. So yeah, this is the last game. By the way, still no moves.
पर गुकेश को चेक करना कहाँ पे है.
चेक कर सकते हैं भाई,
He's
कैमरा
definitely
घुमा ले
walking
रहा है.
around. Oh, he plays knight d5, okay. And now just rook a2, yeah, next move.
Yeah, I think knight d2 के बाद knight f3 he resigns. That's when he resigns. अच्छा नहीं, now okay, he didn't play
rook
knight.
a2 देखा था
Yes.
यहाँ पे.
हाँ, rook a2, yes, rook a2. And what's the plan for white? I don't see a move, honestly.
Even knight
Ah,
d6 is very good.
engine says f5 apparently is the move, but okay, I don't
तो
know how
तीसरा
that
पॉन भी
helps.
दे रहे हो.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली, ये तो फ्री का पासपॉन दे दिया भाई, मतलब मजे. एंड
And what if I go rook h2? Yeah, the
आई
rook
थिंक
h2
वही
should also
फिर
be winning, yeah.
रुक c7, रुक c5 में बी ट्राइंग टू विन द पॉन.
Then knight d2 check, na? And knight f3 check. Then I take on h4 also. एकदम check 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 के साथ.
आई थिंक यू आर राइट, यू कैन डू दैट सहज भाई. बट आई थिंक मे बी ही इज लाइक ए पॉन मार लेता हूँ, मुझे कैलकुलेट नहीं करना पड़ेगा. लाइक दैट्स माय गेस.
Hmm.
अदरवाइज
To
ही
be
वुडंट
honest,
प्ले
I like
नाइट
rook
c4.
h2 way more, भाई. Rook h2 पे कोई चाल ही नहीं है आपके पास. Like, what do you even do here?
या आई थिंक वैन भी वही सोच रहा है. एवरीथिंग इज विनिंग. ट्रू ट्रू. लेट्स से ऑलमोस्ट एवरीथिंग. कपल.
No, rook d2. Ah, okay, simple, yeah. Because if he goes rook d7, then rook takes knight is winning. And he's forcing the knight to go on a bad square.
नाइट c7 पे बाय द वे रुक d7 मत खेल देना प्लीज, to
Hmm.
pin the knight, because then there is knight e8 check,
And then you lose
and
this.
somehow we end up losing. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that's what he'll play, yeah, to set up that trap.
I mean, what else can you do here?
Can try rook c7 maybe. कि रुक नाइट मारोगे, नाइट मारूंगा, maybe that's a draw.
Yeah, but then knight d6 should also be winning. Like, you're losing 2 points for sure. So yeah, I think he has accepted that he's lost. Yeah, you can also see from his body language. By the way, Erdogmus finds the best move there. So he's
I am
fighting back.
400. When I watch game, I realize and feel like 2000. But when I play really bad. That is very common, Mr. Henry. I would say when I watch these games, I also feel like I can play like this. But I think it's like when you watch these games, the bar, the commentators, and everything, it gives you a hint. you're only looking at a couple of options, right? And you don't care about the other ones. But when you're playing a game, you look at different options. Each option looks tempting, and I think chess is quite complex. So I think it's common for everyone. I think. Do you feel like this, Raj? Like, when you're analyzing, you're like, okay, I mean, I could play like this, but then when you actually play, it doesn't. It's not that easy.
Yeah, yeah, of course. But I'm also like used to it, yeah, because um
Yeah.
like have been watching these games for so long, so you understand that none of this is easy. Even when you are analyzing with an engine, you understand it's not easy.
Don't worry. But the thing is, you're learning still because when you analyze these games, you learn. टॉप प्लेयर से गेम देख के बहुत सीखने को मिलता है. It's up to other games. So other games, Indian games chat, not the best day. We started off in amazing fashion. Like Arjun felt like he would win in like 20 moves or so. At least I thought so. But then, unfortunately, Arjun lost to Fedoseev. Vedant is losing to Andy Woodward, so he will lose. Then Pragg barely drew against Arjun, and also Arvind lost to I think it was who was it? Keymer. Now, luckily for us, Gukesh likely to be the star for today, winning on demand with the black pieces, and he will be in second place if he were to win.
And the only player who has not lost a match so far is Gukesh.
Nice. That's what you need to win an event, by the way. Like avoid losses.
Hmm. By the way, 15 minutes for Gukesh. There is a nice idea of knight e6 check and knight g5, which you should keep an eye out on because your pawn pinned abhi. So king f6 or king f8 could be nice moves because you will win the pawns on f4 and h4 very soon anyways.
Hmm.
King f8 probably is very, very logical. We will see this from Gukesh very, very soon. You must have a day of stream where you analyze without eval bar. भाई अगर अब हम लोग analysis करेंगे eval bar पे तो आप like chart को समझ कैसे आएगा what we are saying? Like eval bar is a
No,
clear indicator for chart, no, to know who's better or who's worse.
and I think I always believe in this कि it's not about testing us. It's more about कि audience को best कैसे समझ में आ रहा है.
Hmm.
I think Ival Bar मुझे याद है. I will never forget this image of when Ding blundered against Gukesh. वो Ival Bar जैसे उठा. Like I'm pretty sure, and I saw the reactions of every commentator in the world. By the way, only Hikaru saw beforehand that Bishop D5 was losing. Like nobody else saw it because everybody was not focused, right? They were focused on the okay, this is going to end in a draw.
Hmm.
एंड जैसे वो मोमेंट आया वो बार ऐसे ऊपर गया आई सॉ वी सॉ इंसेन रिएक्शंस एट द सेम टाइम across the world from different commentators in different languages. I saw IRL audience बार के साथ साथ खड़ी हुई भाई. It was in
Hmm.
sync. To get that moment is so difficult in chess because otherwise people won't understand. Imagine if we didn't have the bar. हर कोई कॉमेंटेटर डिफरेंट टाइम पे रिलाइज कर रहा है. हर कोई ऑडियंस डिफरेंट टाइम पे रिलाइज कर रही है. इमेजिन लाइक इट्स ऑलरेडी लॉस ऑफ मुकेश 30 सेकंड तक 2 मिनट इसको पता ही नहीं है. Like that would be ridiculous. So I think
Exactly.
the bar is a great tool to make chess accessible. So I think removing it is like taking water away from thirsty kids. Like it's
ये
yeah,
बहुत
it's
बढ़िया
not correct.
point था until the very, very last sentence that you made.
No, it's like that. Yeah, मतलब people need the bar. Like it's important.
No, no, but it's a good take. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I jumped. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. And without that, we would not be in sync. वो moment
भाई
जो था
मैं
हमें
तो
कब तक याद है.
आई रिमेम्बर मैं मतलब लिटरली वो एंड गेम देख के मैं छोड़ के चला गया बिकॉज आई थॉट ओके ये मैच ड्रॉ हो रहा है और मैं फोन पे फिर भी मैं वो chess.com खोल के बैठा हुआ था जस्ट टू लाइक वॉच लाइक द द फाइनल फ्यू मोमेंट्स एंड आई रिमेम्बर मैं कॉफी शॉप पे था with like a couple of
हाँ.
friends and when I saw that moment I was like wait, this is unbelievable. Mukesh is going to be the world champion. That is so cool. Like
Exactly.
it was such a cool moment, bhai.
Yeah. So I think we should just enjoy it. It's a great invention. जिसने भी invent किया है. And it really makes chess accessible. Like even though, And it's also a tool to learn actually. When you see बार नीचे है, क्यों नीचे है, आप अपने आप मजबूर हो जाते हो भाई सवाल पूछने के लिए. So it's always amazing, I think, कि बार कितना एक्सेस कितना easy है. So yeah, bar is amazing, and so are you, chat. Like करते रहना भाई. And so are the Indian players. Gukesh, of course, leading the charge right now. King F6, King walking up. कह रहा है King भाई, I have to do it myself, yeah. नाइट और रुक तुम लोग बहुत ड्रामा कर दिए,
Yeah,
अब
with
मुझे
that
आके पॉन
moment,
खाने पड़ेंगे.
fine, I'll do it myself. थानोस की याद आ गई भाई.
वाह सहज भाई, मतलब कहा तो मैंने भी, बट आपने उसमें जान डाल दी भाई कोर्ट में.
कोर्स भाई, फाइन. मैंने अभी देखी है एवेंजर्स भाई, बढ़िया मूवी.
वेट, यू हैव नॉट सीन इट अर्लियर?
नो, आई हैव ऑफ कोर्स भाई, आई हैव सीन
अच्छा
इट
अच्छा,
लाइक
दोबारा
20
दोबारा
टाइम्स
दोबारा.
एटलीस्ट भाई.
अच्छा,
कितनी
वो
बार देखी है
प्लेन पे
भाई.
देखी होगी, प्लेन पे देखी होगी.
अब वो वहां पर नहीं, वहां पे वो देखी मैंने, फैंटास्टिक फोर, जो नई वाली आई है अभी.
हाँ.
या वैन थिंकिंग भाई कब रिजाइन करना है, बिकॉज आई थिंक ही probably sees like all the options. कुछ मतलब यू कैन गिव अ couple of checks like 98, but उसके बाद कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. Actually, if you think about it, after 98 check, black can actually play king f5, yeah? Just sack the f7 pawn, king g4, and you will use this pawn as a what? Chat? इस प्रिंसिपल को क्या कहते हैं, when you don't take the pawn and you hide behind the pawn, इसका एक टर्म होता है चेस में. You've talked about it before
कावर्ड.
many times.
कावर्ड.
जब जब
हाइडिंग
बारिश
बिहाइंड
होती
द
है तो you use this concept.
अम्ब्रेला.
अम्ब्रेला, एग्जैक्टली. किंग
आई
f3
थॉट
पे बैठ के
शील्ड बोलोगे,
अम्ब्रेला.
बट ओके, अम्ब्रेला आल्सो वर्क्स, या. लुक्का
चाय में
छुपी,
लुक्का छुपी.
आई लाइक लुक्का छुपी.
Yes, it is
लुक्का
umbrella,
छुपी.
exactly. So it will be in the umbrella method. King f5 incoming. Actually, he could resign here as well. Now that I think about it.
भाई 23 मिनट है उसके पास, सो मे बी ही विल मेक श्योर कि अपनी स्ट्रीम नॉर्मल टाइम तक ही चले.
Yeah, last thing I think for him, yeah, for both players.
I mean, he can try rook b5 front of the king, then rook c5 का इंटेंशन के साथ.
Yeah. अरे मैं एक सेकंड कॉफी लेके आया.
हाँ.
BRB.
गुकेश, बाय द वे, लुक्स लाइक एंग्री, या ही इज लाइक सिंघम, ऐसे वो फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे देख के उसको. Okay, still no moves. Chat, by the way, if you're joining in by chance just now, not the best day for Indian players. I think the only win we're going to get today from Indian players is Gukesh. And he likely will win and then be ranked second in the standings. So he has a good chance of winning Tata Steel. That would be a fantastic start to his year. It's early days, of course, because it's only 5 rounds after this round ends, and still 8 more rounds to go. Gukesh seems to be waiting for opponent to resign. Yeah, he is. I mean, at the end, he knows it's over. He has to be careful, though. You know how tricky chess is. Opponent सोच रहा है, कुछ तो सोच रहा है ना. He's setting up traps. The fact that he's not resigning means there is some trap somewhere he's trying to set. So ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. Yeah, Hikaru, Danya की clip मुझे याद नहीं है, but Hikaru, I remember I saw that one. He saw it instantly, and he was disappointed literally with Dinky. भाई क्या खेल दिया. Still no moves. By the way, minor update, Vedant has lost. So the only Indian game remaining now is indeed Gukesh's game. Frosty is one of the leaders in the challenges. Ooh, interesting. I mean, he could confirm his spot for the Masters next year. Imagine next year's it will be Oro, a Dogmas. Like it's like nahi Yash bhai. I mean, I didn't know Dania personally, and of course it will be in the US. So would you convert this against Thai Dai Van? Yes, I would. I think I think I would. Maybe not blindfold though, but I would convert this one. Because बहुत तरीके जीतने के हैं. If there's like one or two ways to win, I think it can get difficult. But यहाँ पे literally anything would win. Yeah. Um, for example, just 98 check. For example, you can literally just walk up the board with King F5
या
and
भाई
give the
वही तो
F7 pawn.
अम्ब्रेला मेथड बोल रहा था मैं आपको.
हाँ वही like the fact that that works tells you कि इतना कोई critical नहीं है. You can even have equal pawns and still be winning. So
Hmm.
it's not a
Like
one.
I wouldn't be surprised if he like thinks for a long time and then he resigns when he has less time on the clock, like on the same position. I wouldn't be surprised. Right now,
I don't
what's
know.
going on in Van's mind is there any trick that I can use to sort of turn
हाँ,
things around? Any trick possible? And sadly, there's no checks from the rook. The rook is like it's on the seventh rank, but it's kind of off. It's completely away from the board. The knight is completely away from the board. तो वो tricks के options नहीं है कुछ ज्यादा. और वो F5 वगैरह भी उसने अलाउ नहीं किया. तो King F6 was a very nice move. F5 से वो pawn structure भी break नहीं हो रहा है आपका.
true.
ये सहज भाई अचानक से कहाँ आ जाते हैं भाई भाई ऐसा ऐसा ही है भाई. We wait for the right moment. Says, what do you think of Gukesh's creative sack today? Bhai, I think it was genius what he what he did. Like, I mean, बार को पसंद नहीं आया वो, but लेकिन of course, like, he created some practical problems for his opponent, and because he saw कि उसके पास time बहुत कम है, it was genius in that sense, and it worked like a charm.
Can you make the board a bit bigger? I think there's space slightly, like we can like move it slightly bigger towards the left. uh, फोन पे थोड़ा छोटा लग रहा है अभी. So Taiwan is moving forward, yeah. Imagine there
Taking
could
his
be AI
time.
software that could automatically find the best place to keep the board as the players move.
कुछ भी खुद ही मत करो अब. सब
And
कुछ
the
के
and the
लिए
best
AI.
size also. I mean it's possible, like it could there could be a way.
Jadman, interesting सवाल. After knight e8, is there any line where f7 survives? No, actually, because if you play knight e8, for example, king e6, then I'll play knight g7 check. Then you have to play king f6 again and knight e8 check. So you will have to lose this pawn. So with Gukesh's last move, he has said, "I'm okay with sacrificing this pawn for the sake of my king activity." So he will lose. Probably this is what Van is calculating. Knight e8, whether there is any hope there.
Wait, what? How can Arjun lose that game? Exactly, Yuvraj bhai. That's the thought process we are going through as well. How did that happen?
Yeah, it was shocking. By the way, only 4 games remaining now. Sindarov is better against Erdogmus. Jorden and Bluebaum in a dead drawn position, the bishop endgame. Up a draw, I think very, very likely. And Gukesh is winning against Van. And then Carissa Yip is winning against Velimir Ivic with the black pieces also. So Carissa Yip also, making a lot of upsets.
And Carissa was completely busted, by the way, right from the open,
Yeah.
completely lost. Like it was +4, +5, and
Wow.
somehow she's now winning. WTH, why are you ignoring me? I'm asking a simple question here. कह रहे हैं आदित्य सिवल जी, भाई ऐसे पूछ रहे हो तभी शायद किया होगा, पढ़ा नहीं क्वेश्चन पहले. इतना गुस्सा क्यों हो भाई, सो जाओ. हैंड्स गेम. हैंड्स इज ऑलरेडी इन ड्रॉ यार.
Yeah. Hans will be one of the leaders with Nodirbek. And कोई और है क्या 3.5 पे?
नहीं ये दोनों ही
Hans,
है बस आई
Nodirbek,
थिंक.
and that's it, yeah?
सिंदारो विल जॉइन देम इफ ही विंस आई थिंक.
Yeah, okay. So a candidate will be leading the event after this one, after the first break, if he wins, that is. But it's not clear whether he will win or not.
Okay, he's still thinking. I don't know what is he thinking.
98 check probably. He's calculated all of this, but as I said, time come hote, I wouldn't be surprised even if he resigns here.
I mean, if I was one, I would have resigned by now.
Huge if true. But like 98 check, pata hai, it's a good move, right? It's the only like logical move. But if you don't play it, like let's say if you go king e1, I can also just play rook d7 and simply go into just the knight endgame, yeah? Forced. Dead forced. Like कुछ कुछ और choice ही नहीं आपके पास. Knight endgame भी completely मतलब winning है Gukesh के लिए.
True.
Everything is working out really well for him. The only Indian to win, by the way, today. Vedant also has lost his match. So, oh, I think we have another result. Jorden and Bluebaum have drawn their match. So 3 games remaining now overall.
He's just thinking something. I don't know what he's thinking. Dinner menu, maybe.
Yeah, for Van also, this will be his second loss in a row. First Nodirbek and now Gukesh.
But this is what happens, Sahaj. I think when you come in as the lowest seed of an event, right? I think you're very ambitious. You fight till the end. You don't give up. You hold a few draws. And then one game you lose. And then suddenly your motivation goes down. You stop believing in yourself. You think, okay, I'm the weakest. And then it keeps on going. You go into a tilt. So yeah, it will require insane courage from man here, unfortunately, to somehow come back after two losses in a row.
Yeah, I think you're right. 100%. कुछ है ही नहीं यहाँ पे यार.
कुछ तो सोच रहा है भाई, वो पता नहीं क्या सोच रहा है, कुछ तो सोच रहा है.
What's the longest time a chess player has thought and then arriving at a decision to resign? I I don't think there is a metric for this, but probably Fedoseev का जो first round था ना, because he thought for around like half an hour before he resigned. I believe it was against Vincent, right? Silway?
No, against Hans.
Against Hans. Yeah, sorry. It was against Hans. So that is one of the longest things that I have seen from a player before they resign. One of the
I
longest.
I heard a story. I don't know if it's true or false, but in the old days, way 100 years plus back, like there was a game जहाँ पे there was no clock there at that point. So one of the guys was like kind of lost, so he went away, saw a movie, uh, came back, and then resigned. So
ये कतार
I
मास्टर्स में था क्या?
no, no, this was 100 plus years back by not Qatar
अच्छा
Masters.
अच्छा अच्छा.
So I don't know if this is true or just a myth, but this is what I heard, something like that. Like he was lost, he went, watched a movie, came back, hopper and wait kara tha pure time, and then resigned.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, huge if true.
Oh, rook b5 he plays. Move on the board. To not allow the king to go forward. And he plays rook a2 instantly, भाई. सब सोच लिया मैंने.
Well, yeah, rook c5, there's check, and I pick up a4, though I don't see what's the point. Like it's just over. Knight d5, king g7, and again, no more
Hmm.
checks.
Knight c3 पे there's rook a3. You will win the rook pawn by force and you will be 2 pawns up. 12 minutes for Van and 14 for Gukesh.
This story was shared by Daniel stream. Really? Then it is true. Yeah, maybe if he also had the same story somewhere.
Oh, crazy.
Okay, he's about to play again. I don't know if he's setting up his spikes or playing a move, but maybe both.
98 check possible, but then king e7, nothing there. Knight d5 check by king g7. I think he's going for the knight, from what I can tell.
I stream will end before. I don't think much before midnight though.
Yeah, chat is answering. He's going for the hair.
भाई hair भी जरूरी है, I guess. So, I wouldn't know. My hair sucks, but anyways, 95 check, king g7. King f5 would be a blunder. I think that would be how you lose uh, a winning game. But not in a
But I
million
think
years will expect Gukesh to play that.
king g7. I think this is his last trick. Yeah, king e6 पे is f5 check. Still winning for black, but थोड़ा tricky हो जाएगा उधर.
Maybe king g7 पे भी f5 he'll play, क्या?
f5 then, oh maybe yeah, gf5, knight f4.
Knight c3 maybe.
Really, king g7, f5. Do I have to take this?
I think
Yeah.
so, because f6 feels irritating.
And if you go knight f4, then knight e3 check, and you just take this up as well. Okay. He plays king g7 by immediately.
Now I think f5 is the move. But okay, even if gf5 you can't really take, right? At some point knight e3 check might be a problem. So it's not like it's a serious threat. Pragg Giri was a draw, although Pragg was losing for one move, but Anish didn't go for it. So it was a draw.
Yeah.
Bach gaye. Let's just put it that way.
भाई 0 out of 3 होता भाई, नहीं तो 0 out of 4 अगर प्रग
Out
का
of four.
प्रग क्रेजी होता वो.
Mukesh should have resigned, I think. I mean, maybe not against Van because Van is lower rated, but against a player of equal strength, I think he might be close to resignation also.
Plays f5, the only real try in the game, and now you can capture the pawn. Somehow you shouldn't capture on a4. This is still, yeah, this is also winning by. It's all winning. But yeah, game is on. gf5 possible and rook takes a4 possible. सब कुछ ही winning है basically.
I think Anish is slippery in this tournament. Uh, कोई lame joke दिमाग में है, but I will not say it at midnight.
Pragg fans will attack Saj. क्यों भाई? Like बच गए बार literally बच गए भाई उधर, नहीं तो it would have been
Because
0 out of 4.
Pragg has a P and Sahaj doesn't have a P, Sahaj bhai. That's why.
Crazy.
Coincidence?
चैट की यूनिटी तो देखो भाई. Oh, it takes भाई, नथिंग सोच ही नहीं रहा है भाई वो. सब कैलकुलेट कर लिया उसने. 2 pawn up by the way, officially.
You know, Saja, मुझे इससे कैंड गेम याद आई actually. I was playing some tournament in Delhi way back during my college days, and I was playing some guy who's rated 1400.
Hmm.
And I was playing for fun, but so my strategy was exchange करो एंड गेम में हराओ. And exchange करते करते we reached the king pawn end game somehow. Dead draw.
Hmm.
ठीक है, तो फिर लाइक ऊपर से उस टाइम पे क्या हुआ कि लाइक सम ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स एडिट द गेम्स, तो आई वाज जस्ट स्टैंडिंग देयर, ऐसे टॉन्ट मारते हैं और कर एक्सचेंज और कर एक्सचेंज. और आई वाज लाइक क्या यार बताओ, एम्बैरेसमेंट फेस करनी पड़ रही है एक्सचेंजेस करने के लिए. एंड देन आई जस्ट सैट देयर, आई डिडंट लाइक, आई kept thinking for 10 minutes per move. Yeah, I had an hour on the clock, and my opponent got so frustrated, so frustrated, so frustrated. Why after some time he blundered. Like like there was no way to. I don't know how he found a way to blunder and he lost. And दोस्त आए थे भाई, and they were like और भाई कितने पॉइंट पे, मैंने कहा 4 पे 4 कर दो. What? Why? Like the point is like you can frustrate your opponent, yeah, sometimes by not playing. Like it can work.
Yeah, true. True.
बस बैठे रहो
किंग
लाइक
पॉन
जाके।
एंडिंग इज वेरी अनफॉरगिविंग दो, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम, बिकॉज किंग पॉन एंडिंग में एक गलती होती है तो यू गो फ्रॉम ड्रॉ टू लॉस इन जस्ट वन मूव. आई मीन वी सॉ दिस आल्सो इन सेंडारो वर्सेस गिरिया, जहाँ पे
भाई
it looks so simple, but it's not that simple.
या इट्स नॉट सिंपल भाई। आई वन वंस किंग पॉइंट गेम अपॉन डाउन भाई तो and, उसके बाद उस प्लेयर ने मुझे अगले दिन एक आधा घंटा बैठ के समझाया कि हाउ ही वाज विनिंग एंड आई वाज लाइक कूल। चेस प्लेयर्स बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग होते हैं साज भाई।
वो तो है भाई, अग्रीड.
साहिल भाई इज ऑलरेडी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इन लूडो। यू हैव नो आइडिया मदर, यू हैव नो आइडिया। सो इस हिसाब से
Knight
गुकेश विल टेक
f4 perhaps looks interesting.
नाइट f4। I mean f5 is hanging, don't want to give f5, so
And
check
also
and then pick
h5.
up if yeah h5
Check.
तो जाएगा।
King g1, I guess, or king
Rook,
e1. I don't really know. But rook
pick up
a4,
a4, knight
knight
h5,
h5, king g6, I guess. Knight f4 check not possible. Knight g3 आएगा. Rook takes h4 is bad because you lose the a5, but knight g2 and knight h4 would just be gg. Yeah, that's 3 pawns. Okay. So that's the follow up here, by the way. Knight f4 is what I expect from Van. Yes, 7 minutes now.
भाई पूरा 12 बजे तक चलेगी स्ट्रीम आई थिंक आज भी।
Could be, bhai.
भाई ना रुक टू a4 यार, रुक रुक a4 आएगा ही एट सम पॉइंट। दैट्स द गोल भाई, तभी रुक a2 खेला है। सो व्हेनेवर वाइट गिव्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी वी विल ग्रैब दैट a4 पॉन, बिकॉज a4 मारने के बाद फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वाइट की सारी उम्मीदें खत्म हो गई। एंड सेकंड देन दैट ए पॉन कैन रन लाइक क्रेजी बिकॉज
Hmm.
बाकी पॉन्स के सामने वाइट किंग है। सो इट्स अ बिट मोर डिफिकल्ट टू प्रमोट, बट एक बार ए पॉन दौड़ने लगेगा सो दैट्स एन इजी विन।
Hmm.
साहिल बकवास मत करता है भाई, बकवास करना लाइफ में बहुत जरूरी है भाई, नॉर्मल बातें तो सब लोग करते हैं।
कुछ भी बोलते हो भाई तुम चैट में.
दिस गेम इज टेकिंग फॉरएवर।
Sir, how to review a game? What to look in game reviews? I review my games, but later can't use them in my next games. I think you can review where you went wrong. You can review the blunders, or the opening misses, and so on. And you can definitely use them in your next games. Yeah. Yeah, I told you by knight f4 he plays. Predicted by. On the board. 93 check now.
या ओके 93 चेक शुड बी वेरी ऑब्वियस।
Yeah, 93 is very
although
obvious here.
although you could just also play rook a4।
Nahi bhai, simple. He plays it. 93.
yeah
Because you want to clear the line for the knight and the pawn, basically. Gives
yeah
a
yeah
check. Now the king has to go to e1 and g1. This is exactly the line we were talking about. Both of them allow rook a4 and the h4 pawn will fall in just the next move.
आप लोगों की फेवरेट वेकेशंस कौन सी रही पिछले ईयर? भाई पिछला साल इतना बिजी था ना
आप तो गए भी थे वेकेशन पे भाई.
भाई, वो तो हनीमून था, वो भी 4 दिन का हनीमून भाई, लिटरली भाई। वो भी
बढ़िया था कि नहीं
-8
लेकिन.
बट या हाँ इट वाज नाइस नाइस।
King g1 and now rook a4, by the way, only move, but a very logical one.
टेकन
Takes it.
किंग g6 now feels very normal।
Yeah, because knight f4 check वापस नहीं आ रहा. Rook is looking here.
भाई वो डिटेक्टिव तो पीछे ही है,
Oh, अच्छा
शर्लॉक।
knight मर रहा है भाई. By force knight मर रहा है. Yeah, knight मर रहा है by force भाई. King g6, knight g3 and
हाँ
f4. नो, f4 में क्या हो रहा है? Why is this not the best move?
Rook g5 check apparently.
Ah, rook g5, nice intermits when I h5 check again. Okay, okay.
Apparently rook
Rook
a2 is
a2,
winning.
rook a2 is winning, yeah. This पूरा knight एकदम न्यूट्रलाइज हो गया, rook g2 check का threat भी
Best at knight h1, rook g2 checkmate. Best.
है. Best by test. भाई आप लोगों को क्या लगता है Pragg could perform better in candidates? For sure भाई, for sure. Like I think it's not right to judge a player by like their only just 5 rounds, or it's a bad tournament. That's fine, that happens, but that doesn't define a player's strength. I think in candidates Pragg will be a completely different player. Now rook a2 incoming.
Yeah. I think that will be a resignation मेरे हिसाब से rook a2 के बाद. He could be one move away from the end of the game, and Gukesh will take home that important point. So far, as Sahaj mentioned, the only player in the tournament not to lose a game. So incredibly
Amongst the
even
Indian
Hans
players,
also.
yeah. Hans also has not. Yeah.
Hans is also not.
Yeah, rook a2 भाई इतना फास्ट खेल रहा है गुकेश यार, क्रेजी.
Yeah. भाई opponent एक साल ले गया था भाई बीच में तो.
And now
Yeah.
basically the knight is neutralized, rook g2 check ka threat, and another thing you can do is just push this pawn up.
I think he just resigns now. There's nothing to do. एक check दे सकते हो, but rook b6 check, but just f6 and you resign because knight has no moves. Knight e2, knight मर गया. Knight f1, rook a1, knight h1, rook g2, h5, king g5. I think it's king g somewhere also. I think it's resigns.
Yeah, rook b6 to f6. No other moves left. King h1 maybe. That's really pushing it though, because you have a4, but still the knight on g3 is done. Done and dusted.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the realization. भाई नेक्स्ट इंडिया यूएसए मैच कब होगा यार? होना तो था इस साल. आई डोंट नो कि कब होगा, हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है, बट इस साल होना तो था.
हो तो रहा है भाई.
But it's also a packed year, so I don't know when. We have EWC, we have Norway, we have World Championship, we have candidates, we have Tata Steel, we have Freestyle World Championship, we have Total World Championship, we have, oh my God, we have Chennai GM, I'm guessing
SCC.
होगा. हाँ, Chennai GM, SCC, Global World Championship, Speed Chess Championship. We have candidates, we have वो नया
कैंडिडेट्स
जो
को
मैग्नस
भाई
का
तीन
इवेंट,
बार बोल दो.
जो मैग्नस का इवेंट भी था नया वाला, कौन सा था वो? uh,
King h1 he plays भाई. He plays on. Crazy.
ओ सहाज भाई, आई थॉट
Yeah.
rook g2, but rook g2 is a blunder.
But why rook g2? Why would you play rook g2? There's
आई
knight
थॉट
f1,
नाइट
no?
को अटैक करते हैं, बट
Knight
rook
f1,
g2
no?
पे knight f5 and it's a draw. Oh my god, it's a last trap.
But you'll play a4, of course. a4, a3. Because knight is
Oh yeah,
neutralized.
but the fact is there's a trap is insane to me. Rook g2, knight f5 is a draw.
Hmm. You don't even have to look on the king side right now. Just keep pushing the pawn. That's it.
भाई
I think
Olympiad,
I
yes.
will play rook g2 by if like my pawn is on a3. Then it makes sense because I can play a2 then.
Hey, I played because I thought the knight is trapped because there were no moves, but apparently there were.
Hmm.
Also, knight f1 is a move, but yeah. Candidate starts, I think, last week of March. Okay, should be very careful. A4, simplest move.
So Erdogmus also fighting back in that position. Not losing anymore at least.
एक बंदा लिख रहा है D7 इज द ओनली मूव. भाई ये इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर भी नहीं है, तो 3 घंटा पीछे चल रहा है बंदा, है ना? दिस इज नॉट इवन लाइक माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एज, ये तो अलग ही है. या याहू में भी, आई डोंट नो.
a4 he goes.
या नाइस ट्रैप दो.
कि अब तो कुछ भी नहीं है आपके पास भाई.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he resigns. And इसके साथ ही Gukesh, the world champion, gets his first victory at Tata Steel Chess 2026 and he joins second place at the event. A long fought out game, but I think in the second half, there was no doubt that Gukesh will convert it. Saj, by big win for Gukesh.
Oh, yes, Payet. And of course, big props to that moment where he sacrificed his bishop, which was around here, his rook, when he played bishop e1. And इस complication की वजह से his opponent had 1 minute, like less than 2 minutes on the clock, and he played rook c3, and this move cost him the entire game. And from this moment onwards, Gukesh did not give him any chance. Very nice conversion by the world champion.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is what you want to see from the world champion. Smooth conversion. एक मौका मिले उसका पूरा अंत तक. He converted flawlessly. Absolutely no second chances. And if he plays like this, I think there's a good chance he could, okay, that pawn went on a journey, but there's a good chance he could have a shot at winning the title at Tata Steel Chess. So chat, एक बार standings देखते हैं. Let's figure out where everybody stands now because not the best day for Indian players apart from Gukesh and everybody else struggled. Now Hans Niemann and Nodirbek maintain their lead. They're on 3.5. Gukesh with his win now joins second place, tied second place along with Jorden and Fedoseev. And Arjun with that heartbreaking loss, a game I think he should have won. That will really, affect his psyche, and the rest day might be a good, present in his eyes. So, uske baad Pragg 1.5 gaining half a point, and now Aravindh in last place. Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, but they're all tied, yeah, basically on the
Yeah,
one
yeah,
and a
yeah,
half.
yeah.
Still, Anish and Arvind, Anish and Pragg, like the two candidates being at the bottom of the leaderboard. I think rest day is good. Uske saath saath, I think they'll recover pretty well. But yeah, bhai, was a not the best day, but Gukesh ne bacha liya, I have to say.
गुकेश ने बचा लिया बिल्कुल. एंड चैट इसके साथ ही हम कहेंगे अलविदा आज के लिए. हम आएंगे परसों, कल ब्रेक के बाद. कल आप थोड़ा रेस्ट करिए एंड परसों हम देखेंगे दोबारा कुछ एक्साइटिंग पेयरिंग, जैसा हमने कहा, जस्ट टू काइंड ऑफ go through the pairings quickly. Round number 6 will be Nodirbek versus Gukesh, Bluebaum versus Arjun, Arvind versus Sindarov, and finally एक बंदा रह गया कोई यार, कौन रह गया भाई? हाँ, सुलेमानी.
Pragg.
एक रह गया ना भाई, कौन रह गया?
Pragg.
हाँ, प्राग का है. हाँ, प्राग वर्सेस फेदोसी, फेदोसी वर्सेस प्राग. तो ये रहेंगी
Oh,
4
yes.
मैचअप्स. Hopefully Vedant also catches up in the next round. Chat, thank you for joining in. Thank you Saj bhai, thank you Sonia bhai. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care, and day after tomorrow. Take care. Good night.